Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome to HarryFics. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker, untold secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if 11-year-old Harry Potter secretly owned Hogwarts and Dumbledore was fired instantly? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe to HarryFics. Now, let the story begin.
The cupboard under the stairs was not a place for owning things. It was a place for spiders, for dust, for the 2 small socks Dudley had thrown out 5 years ago. It was a place for silence, the kind that pressed against your eardrums after Uncle Vernon's shouting. It was a place for holding your breath until the footsteps on the stairs passed by. Harry Potter lay on his back on the lumpy cot, eyes tracing the faint grain of the wood just inches above his nose. A single, wispy cobweb drifted in the stale air, catching the sliver of light from the vent. He counted his ribs through his thin pajama shirt. 11 years old today. The knowledge sat in his stomach like a cold stone. No cards. No cake. Just Aunt Petunia's sharp reminder that morning to scrub the bathroom tiles extra well for Marge's visit tomorrow. He didn't cry. He hadn't cried in years. Crying made things worse. It made the cupboard feel smaller. It made the Dursleys' laughter from the television in the next room sound louder, more mocking. Instead, he built walls in his mind, stone by imaginary stone, like the castles he sometimes dreamed of. Behind those walls, he could almost feel a warmth, a strange, pulsing energy that sometimes made the dead light bulb in the corner flicker when he was very upset. It was happening now. A faint, golden glow, not from the vent, but from under his cot. Harry froze. His breath fogged in the cold air. The glow pulsed, soft and steady, like a heartbeat. He slid off the cot, his knees pressing into the rough carpet. He reached a trembling hand into the dark space beneath, fingers brushing against a stray Lego and a forgotten, crusty paintbrush. His skin touched something smooth. Cool. Parchment. He pulled it out. It wasn't the dull manila of school letters or bills. This was thick, heavy, the color of cream. The glow emanated from it, lighting his small, pinched face and wide, green eyes. A smell rose from it, ink, ozone, and something ancient, like the inside of the old church on Magnolia Road. There was no postmark, no stamp, just his name and address, written in an elegant, looping emerald green ink that seemed to shimmer. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. His heart hammered against his ribs. How did anyone know? The Dursleys called it his bedroom, with tight, false smiles when the neighbors asked. No one knew it was a cupboard. No one. With numb fingers, he broke the wax seal. It was not plain red wax. It was a crest, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding an elaborate letter, H. The wax crumbled like ash, and the parchment unfolded itself with a soft, important rustle. The glow intensified, casting moving shadows on the cupboard walls. The writing wasn't just ink on a page. The letters themselves seemed to breathe, to mean. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Magic. Witchcraft. A school. The words swirled in his head, nonsensical and wonderful. A laugh, rusty and unfamiliar, bubbled in his throat. But it died as his eyes fell to the second sheet of parchment, tucked beneath the first. This one was different. The parchment was older, brittle at the edges, the color of old tea. The writing upon it was not emerald, but a deep, burnished gold, and it did not merely sit on the page, it moved, swimming like molten metal. B.Y. Order of the Founder's Vault. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London. In executorship of the last will and testament of Ignotus Peverell. To Harry James Potter. Greetings, scion of the most ancient and noble houses of Potter and Peverell. Upon the occasion of your 11th year, and the commencement of your magical education, you are hereby notified of the activation of your hereditary titles and entitlements, held in perpetuity within the Potter Family Vault, Vault 687, and the Peverell Legacy Trust, Vault 13. This includes, but is not limited to, the following bequeathments. 1. The lordship of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. 2. The stewardship of the Deathly Hallows, inventory pending. 3. The sole proprietorship, in fee simple absolute, of the Hogwarts Castle Estate, its lands, fortifications, and magical foundations, as originally consecrated by Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff, and held in trust by the Peverell line since 993 AD. All ancillary rights, responsibilities, and privileges pertaining to the above are now vested in your person. Enclosed is your proprietary seal. Present it to any magical edifice or binding contract to assert your authority. A Gringotts Key custodian will attend you for a full accounting at your earliest convenience. May your magic run true. Ragnarok, son of Borgic. Account manager, Peverell Legacy. Harry's hands were shaking so badly the parchment crackled. The words were English, but they made no sense. Lordship. Hallows. Proprietorship of Hogwarts Castle Estate. A small, heavy object slid from the folds of parchment and landed on his knee. It was a signet ring. The band was a dull, grayish metal that felt neither warm nor cold. The crest was the same as the wax seal, the four animals, the H. But in the very center, now that he looked closely, was a tiny, intricate symbol, a triangle with a circle and a line inside it. He stared at it. The ring seemed to drink in the faint glow from the letter. A low hum, felt more in his bones than heard, vibrated through the cupboard floor. Sole proprietorship. He owned a school, a castle, the one he was supposedly invited to attend. A wild, impossible hope, sharp as a shard of glass, pierced the numb shell around his heart. It was immediately followed by a tidal wave of terror. This was a trick, a cruel, elaborate trick by Dudley. Or he was going mad, finally, from the loneliness and the dark. Then, the world outside his cupboard erupted. A thud shook the ceiling, followed by a high, shrill scream from Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon's roar of, "Who's there?" vibrated through the floorboards. Dudley thundered down the stairs, wailing. More thuds. A sound like a chimney being swept. A voice, calm and elderly but carrying through the solid wood of the front door as if it were paper. "My apologies for the hour. I've come to speak with Mr. Harry Potter." Harry scrambled to his feet, the letters and the ring clutched to his chest. He pressed his eye to the vent. On the front step, illuminated by the porch light, stood the strangest man he had ever seen. He was tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard so long it was tucked into his belt. Half-moon spectacles perched on a long, crooked nose. His robes were a deep, midnight blue, embroidered with stars that twinkled in the lamplight. He held a long, wooden stick loosely in one hand. This, he knew with a certainty that shook him, was Albus Dumbledore. Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway, his face purpling, his massive body blocking the entrance. "I don't know who you are, you old crackpot, but you can clear off. We don't want any of your nonsense here. I assure you, it is not nonsense," Dumbledore said, his voice still pleasant, but with an edge of steel beneath it. "The letter he received tonight is of the utmost importance. I must see him. He's not here." Petunia shrieked, her face bone-white and horse-like behind Vernon. "I think we all know that is not quite true," Dumbledore said, and his twinkling blue eyes seemed to look right through the brick wall, right through the cupboard door, and pin Harry where he stood. Harry's fingers tightened around the ring. The metal was warming. The hum in the floorboards grew stronger, resonating with the pulse in his own scar. A strange feeling rose in him, not the usual fear of the Dursleys, wrath, but something older. A sense of intrusion. This man, for all his twinkling eyes, was standing uninvited on the doorstep of a property Harry owned. A deep, instinctual part of him, buried under years of neglect, recoiled. He didn't think. He acted. He slipped the heavy ring onto his thumb, the only finger it would fit. The moment the metal settled against his skin, a shockwave of silent energy erupted from him. It was not magic he cast. It was a statement, a declaration of ownership, written in his blood and now etched in ancient law. In the hallway, the porch light exploded in a shower of harmless sparks. The doorbell chimed once, a deep, resonant, church-like tone it had never made before. Every locked door in the house, the cupboard, the lounge, the pantry, clicked open in perfect unison. Uncle Vernon staggered back as if pushed. Aunt Petunia gasped. Dudley hid behind her skirts. Albus Dumbledore, for the first time, looked utterly shocked. The twinkle vanished from his eyes, replaced by sharp, assessing astonishment. He looked down at his own hands, at the quieted stick in his grip, as if it had failed him. Harry pushed the cupboard door open. It swung without a sound. He stood in the doorway, small and skinny in his oversized pajamas, the magical letters held in one hand, the ring glowing faintly on his thumb. He met Dumbledore's gaze across the cluttered hallway. The old wizard's expression shifted from shock to dawning, horrified comprehension. His eyes locked on the ring. The Peverell seal, he whispered, the words carrying in the sudden, absolute silence. Impossible. The clause was myth. Who are you? Harry asked. His own voice sounded strange to him, quiet but clear. It didn't waver. I am Albus Dumbledore, the man said, recovering some of his poise, though his face was pale. Headmaster of Hogwarts. I've come to explain your heritage, Harry. To guide you. Harry looked at the letter in his hand. He looked at the ring. He felt the truth of the parchment humming in the air, a truth this man clearly knew but had not expected him to know. A cold anger, clean and sharp, cut through his confusion. They'd left him here, in a cupboard, for 10 years. And now this, headmaster, came to guide him. You're fired, Harry said. The words were not loud. But they fell into the quiet of the house with the weight of a falling mountain. Dumbledore blinked. I beg your pardon. A new piece of parchment materialized in the air before Harry, written in the same flowing, golden script as the Gringotts letter. It was a short, formal document. A decree. By the authority of Harry James Potter, sole proprietor of the Hogwarts Castle estate, the contract of one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore for the position of headmaster is hereby terminated. Effective immediately. Vacate the premises. It wasn't Harry's voice that dictated it. It was the ring, the castle itself, speaking through him. Dumbledore took a step back, as if struck. The color drained completely from his face. The starry robes seemed to dim. For a terrible, glorious second, the most powerful wizard in the world looked old, frail, and utterly, devastatingly powerless. And outside, in the perfectly manicured garden of number 4, Privet Drive, with a sound like tearing silk and bending oak, the ground began to crack open. The silence in the wake of Harry's words was absolute. It was a physical thing, thick and heavy, smothering the usual hum of the refrigerator, the distant murmur of a television down the street. It was the silence of a world holding its breath. Albus Dumbledore stood on the doormat, which now read, "Go away," in bold, uncompromising letters it had not borne moments before. His long, silver beard seemed less lustrous, the twinkling light in his blue eyes utterly extinguished, replaced by a depth of stunned calculation Harry could feel from across the hall. The parchment decree hung between them, glowing with that same ancient, gold authority, before dissolving into motes of light that sank into the floorboards of Privet Drive. Uncle Vernon found his voice first. It was a strangled, wheezing sound, like a boiler about to explode. What did you do, you freak?" He wasn't looking at Dumbledore anymore. His bulging eyes were fixed on Harry, on the strange ring on his thumb, with a terror that was entirely new. It wasn't the usual rageful fear of Harry's oddness. This was the fear of a man seeing the foundations of his world, brick by brick, prove to be painted paper. Harry began, but the explanation died in his throat. How could he explain? The knowledge from the parchment was in his head, but not in words. It was a feeling. A sure, cold certainty, like a long-forgotten key turning in a lock deep inside his chest. The cracking sound from the garden intensified. Dudley shrieked, a high, continuous sound of pure panic. Aunt Petunia clutched at the doorframe, her knuckles white, her eyes darting between the strange old man and the nephew she'd kept in a cupboard. "Make it stop," she hissed at Harry, as if he were a faulty appliance. Dumbledore's gaze finally tore away from the spot where the decree had vanished. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, not as a symbol or a tragedy, but as a variable. An unprecedented, catastrophic variable. "Harry," he said, and his voice was different now. Softer, urgent, stripped of all its grandfatherly warmth. "The ring. The provenance, you must understand, the complexity of the magical covenants involved. Hogwarts is not a piece of property to be claimed like a chocolate frog card. He took a step forward, one hand coming up, not with his stick raised, but palm open, placating. The moment his foot crossed the threshold from the welcome mat onto the hall's laminate flooring, the house reacted. Every door, which had swung open, now slammed shut with a unanimous, deafening bang. The air grew thick, pressing down like deep water. A wave of pressure emanated from Harry, or rather, from the ring on his hand, a silent, immovable command: "This is mine. You are not welcome here." Dumbledore was pushed back, not by force, but by the sheer, undeniable truth of the statement. He stumbled onto the front step, his robe swirling. For a fraction of a second, a flash of something like raw, indignant power flickered in his eyes, but it was smothered instantly by the oppressive, proprietary magic now saturating number 4. He looked, Harry thought with a jolt, like a librarian who had just been informed the entire library now belonged to an 11-year-old who liked to chew on the books. The inherent enchantments recognized the Peverell claim, Dumbledore murmured, more to himself than anyone. The Founder's contract, it was never a metaphor. Then, the world outside erupted. With a final, grinding shriek of earth and a shower of gravel that peppered the Dursleys' pristine vinyl siding, the crack in the garden finished its work. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a clean, deliberate opening. The lawn peeled back like a stage curtain, revealing not dirt and worms, but a smooth, polished stone staircase leading down into a well-lit depth. A smell wafted up, cold stone, metal, and something sharp like ozone and burnt incense. From this impossible entrance, figures emerged. They were short, barely reaching Harry's chest, but they carried themselves with a grim, formidable dignity that made Uncle Vernon shrink back further into his hall. They had long, clever fingers, sharp faces, and eyes that glittered like black coins in the dim light. They wore uniforms of crimson and gold, impeccably tailored, with insignias on their chests, a crest showing a goblin-made sword lying across a key and a ledger. Goblins. 4 of them marched in perfect unison up the stairs, their hard-soled boots clicking a precise rhythm on the stone. They ignored the devastated lawn, the spluttering Dursleys, the legendary wizard gaping on the doorstep. Their collective focus was a laser, and it was fixed on the small, thin boy in the cupboard doorway. The lead goblin, older than the others with a network of fine scars across his knobby nose and ears that were notched with what looked like ritual markings, stopped before Harry. He offered a short, sharp bow from the waist, more an acknowledgement of a fact than a gesture of deference. "Harry James Potter," the goblin said. His voice was gritty, like stones rubbing together, yet perfectly clear. "I am Ragnarok, son of Borgic, account manager of the Peverell Legacy Trust at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London. We have received the activation signal of the proprietor's seal. We are here for your summons and protection." Harry could only stare. The reality of it all was crashing over him in waves, each more unbelievable than the last. The letters were real. The ring was real. The goblins were real. And they were bowing to him. I didn't summon anyone," Harry managed, his voice a whisper. "The seal summoned us, young master," Ragnarok said, his dark eyes flicking to the ring. "Upon its first authoritative use, a key custodian detachment is dispatched. Standard protocol for a primary asset holder. Your security is now our paramount concern." He finally turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Dumbledore with cold dispassion. "Albus Dumbledore, your presence at the domicile of our client is noted. Your business." Dumbledore had drawn himself up, some of his authority returning, but it was a different kind now. The authority of a politician, not a patriarch. "Ragnarok, this is a highly delicate situation. The boy has just invoked a clause of which he has no understanding. The ramifications for the wizarding world are a matter for the Wizengamot, the Department of Magical Education, and, primarily, the sole proprietor of the Hogwarts estate," Ragnarok interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Our business is with Mr. Potter. His assets, his security, his instructions." He looked back at Harry. "Young master, this location is compromised. Your relatives," he said the word with a subtle curl of his lip, taking in the cupboard, Petunia's horrified face, Vernon's purple rage, or clearly unsuitable guardians. "Do you wish to depart?" The question hung in the air. Did he wish to depart? Leave the cupboard, the scrubbing brushes, the sneers, the hunger. It was all he had ever dreamed of. But the mechanism of it was a roaring, magical engine he did not know how to drive. From the doorstep, Dumbledore spoke again, quickly. "Harry, please, come with me. There is so much you need to know. About your parents. About why you were left here. This, ownership, it is a burden you are not ready to bear. It will make you a target. There are dark forces." "Dark forces," Ragnar snorted, a sound like grinding gears. A curious concern from the wizard who left the sole proprietor of the world's most significant magical fortress, the heir to 2 ancient houses, in the hands of muggles who kept him in a cupboard. Our risk assessment algorithms flagged this guardianship arrangement as actively hostile years ago. Gringotts was bound by the trust's terms of activation until today. Those terms are now satisfied. The words landed on Harry like physical blows. Left him here, in a cupboard. The cold anger from earlier crystallized into something harder, sharper. Dumbledore had known. He had always known where Harry was. What it was like. Harry looked from the goblin's fierce, honest face to the old wizard's pleading one. One offered brutal, transactional truth. The other offered secrets and a guidance that had already resulted in a decade of dust and darkness. His choice was no choice at all. "I want to leave," Harry said, and the words felt like the first true ones he'd ever spoken. Ragnar nodded. "Very well." He snapped his long fingers. 2 of the other goblins stepped forward. One produced a long, silvery cloak from a seeming fold in the air and swept it around Harry's shoulders. It was impossibly light, yet warmth immediately seeped into his bones. The other goblin held out a small, polished wooden case. "Temporary essentials," he grunted. "You cannot simply take him." Dumbledore's voice rang out, and for the first time, there was real power in it. The air crackled. His hand tightened on his wand. "He is a child under magical law. He has no concept of what he is doing." Ragnar didn't even blink. He turned slowly to face Dumbledore fully. "Magical law, Article 17, Clause 19. The recognized proprietor of a sentient magical edifice is considered emancipated in all matters pertaining to the estate's governance and their own personal security. Hogwarts has recognized him. The law is clear. You are no longer headmaster. You have no standing here." He paused, letting the legal dagger sink in. "However, if you attempt to interfere with a Gringotts key custodian detachment executing the direct order of our primary client, that would constitute an act of aggression against the bank. The financial and diplomatic repercussions would be substantial for the entire British ministry." The threat was not made with heat. It was colder, and far more effective. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped, just a fraction. The wand hand lowered. He looked old, defeated, and terrifyingly serious. "Harry," he said, one last time, his eyes piercing. "Remember this moment. Power is not ownership. Leadership is not a decree. You have set a stone rolling that may crush everything in its path, including yourself. I will be at the Leaky Cauldron in London for the next 48 hours. If you wish to speak. To understand." Before Harry could even process that, Ragnar gestured. "We go." The goblins formed a tight square around Harry. As they turned to lead him down the strange stone staircase, Harry glanced back. Aunt Petunia was staring at him, her mouth a tight, unforgiving line, but in her eyes, he saw something beyond hatred or fear. He saw a dawning, horrified recognition, as if she were looking at someone she had tried very hard to forget. Uncle Vernon simply looked deflated, a great big balloon of a man slowly collapsing in on himself. Dudley was still sniveling, snot bubbling from his nose. And Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard, stood on the doorstep of a perfectly ordinary house on Privet Drive, watching as the most important weapon in his war, the very castle he considered his base of operations, was walked away from him by a child surrounded by goblins. The last thing Harry saw as the goblins led him down into the earth was the cracked open lawn of number 4 smoothing itself over, grass re-knitting, flowers righting themselves, leaving no trace of the extraordinary event that had just occurred. It was the most magical thing he had seen yet, the world erasing the evidence, returning to normal. But he knew, as the stone stairs descended into polished marble corridors lit by flaming torches, that nothing would ever be normal again. The underground corridor was vast, echoing with their footsteps. It looked ancient and bank-like. At the end of it, a pair of enormous, silver doors stood, engraved with a warning Harry could feel in his teeth. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." "Where are we going?" Harry asked, his voice small in the grand space. To your vault, young master, Ragnarok said, not looking back. To view your assets, and to discuss the immediate future of Hogwarts School. The castle, as you may imagine, is already reacting to the change in ownership. The doors began to swing open silently, revealing not a room of gold, but a shimmering, magical tableau, a scale model of a vast, towering castle perched on a mountain by a lake, under a perpetually starry sky. Tiny lights moved in the windows. As Harry watched, a tiny, glowing figure in garish robes was ejected from a high tower window, floating gently but insistently toward the massive gates, which swung open to let him out before shutting with a decisive, model-sized boom. The castle, Ragnarok said, a note of what might have been grim satisfaction in his voice, is evicting the former occupant. The post of headmaster is now vacant. The school's sentient magic awaits instructions from its proprietor. He turned to Harry, his black eyes reflecting the twinkling lights of the miniature Hogwarts. What, pray tell, are your first orders? The doors did not open onto a room, but onto a void. For a heart-stopping second, Harry thought he would plunge into endless darkness. But his foot came down on solid, cool air that shimmered like a mirage, holding his weight. The goblins stepped out beside him as if walking on an invisible plane. Before them, the scale model of Hogwarts hovered, not as a toy, but as a living, breathing representation. He could hear the faintest echo of chatter from the great hall, the sigh of wind through the moving staircases, the gentle lap of water against the boathouse dock. The Hogwarts ethereal schematic, Ragnarok stated, his voice echoing oddly in the non-space. A real-time cartographical representation, tied to the castle's core enchantments. What you see here is happening now. Harry watched, mesmerized. The tiny, garishly robed figure he'd seen ejected, Phileas Flitwick, though Harry didn't know his name, had been joined by others. A tall, severe-looking woman in emerald robes, Minerva McGonagall, was striding across the entrance hall model, her miniature face etched with worry. A large, bearded man in a moleskin coat, Rubeus Hagrid, was waving his arms near the gates, seemingly arguing with the empty air. And from every tower and corridor, little pinpricks of light, students and staff, milled in confused clusters. The castle's sentience is in a state of recalibration, said one of the other goblins, a younger one with a sharp, analytical gaze. He consulted a brass orb that floated at his elbow, covered in runes that flickered and changed. It has voided the primary employment contract of Albus Dumbledore. All subordinate contracts are now in review. Non-essential enchantments are on standby. The protective wards are holding, but their allegiance parameters are shifting. Shifting to what? Harry asked, his voice small. To you, Ragnarok said simply. He gestured, and the schematic zoomed in on the headmaster's tower. The stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance was gone. In its place, a new statue was forming from the very stone of the wall, a sleek, powerful-looking griffin, its head tilted in a pose of watchful loyalty. The castle is preparing for its true master's return. It is purging the old administration's magical signature and adapting its defenses to recognize your magical core, as channeled through the seal. The weight of it pressed down on Harry more surely than the darkness of his cupboard ever had. This wasn't just a big, empty building. It was alive, and it was waiting for him to tell it what to do. I don't know how, he whispered, not to the goblins, but to the shimmering castle. The griffin statue on the schematic turned its stone head, as if it had heard him. Understanding will follow authority, Ragnarok said, not unkindly. First, you must comprehend the foundation of that authority. The castle is your most visible asset, but it is not the first. Come. He clapped his hands. The Hogwarts schematic shrank and drifted to the side, becoming a brilliant, star-like ornament in the darkness. New light bloomed ahead, revealing a platform, and upon it, a small, rugged cart on rails. It looked ancient and flimsy. Gringotts, Ragnarok announced as they all climbed in. Harry was wedged between two goblins, the silvery cloak pooling around him. A journey to the deep places. The cart shot forward without warning. It wasn't like a roller coaster, it was faster, wilder, a plunge into the planet's gut. Wind tore at Harry's hair, roaring in his ears. The track spiraled, twisted through caverns glittering with strange minerals. They passed waterfalls of molten silver, chasms where echoes of dragons' snores rumbled, and vault doors of every size and menace. Harry saw one door that seemed to be sweating a dark, viscous fluid. Another had a handle that shaped itself into a screaming face as they passed. He wasn't frightened. The ring on his thumb was warm, a steady, reassuring pulse. The cart, the track, the very stone around them, they recognized the seal. He could feel it in the way the vibrations smoothed out just for their passage, in the way the distant, guarding magics turned a blind eye. After a descent that felt both endless and instantaneous, the cart screeched to a halt in a small, silent alcove. Before them was a door. It was not large, nor overly ornate. It was made of a pale, pearlescent wood, worn smooth by time. There was no keyhole, no handle. Just a single, small impression in the center. Vault 713, Ragnarok said. His usual gravelly tone had dropped to one of reverence. The Peverell legacy. The Founder's vault. He looked at Harry. Your blood opened the path. The seal opens the door. Hesitantly, Harry stepped forward. He raised his right hand, the ring feeling heavier than ever. He pressed the crest into the impression. The door didn't open. It dissolved. The pearlescent wood melted away into mist, revealing not a chamber of gold, but a garden. Sunlight, real and warm, streamed from a ceiling that showed a perfect, moving sky. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and a crisp, magical cleanness. It was a long, rectangular space, more like a cloister than a vault. Stone columns lined the walls, and between them, objects rested on simple plinths of mossy stone. This was not a treasure hoard. It was an archive, a shrine. Ragnarok led him inside, the other goblins remaining at the entrance as solemn sentinels. The tangible history of the Hogwarts Covenant, the goblin said softly. Each founder entrusted one object here, a token of their bond and the school's purpose. They are not for spending. They are for remembering. The first plinth held a sword. It was sheathed in a scabbard of worn leather, its hilt simple, unadorned, made for a large hand. A small plaque. Read. Godric's Oath. For the defense of the innocent. The next held a delicate, silver diadem, wrought into the shape of an eagle taking flight. Its beauty was so sharp it almost hurt to look at. Rowena's insight. For the pursuit of the unknowable. Then, a small, iron cauldron, blackened by use, with carvings of plants and vines around its rim. It hummed with a low, nurturing energy. Helga's hearth. For the nourishment of all. Finally, on the last plinth, a locket. It was oval, heavy-looking, made of tarnished silver with a serpentine, in emeralds. It did not hum or shine. It sat there, cold and potent, radiating a sense of fierce, secret pride. Salazar's cunning. For the preservation of the few. Harry stood before them, a skinny boy in a goblin's cloak, feeling utterly insignificant. These weren't just antiques. They were the reasons the castle existed. And this, Ragnarok said, moving to the far end of the vault, where a simple stone desk sat, is the core. On the desk lay a single sheet of parchment, thicker than any vellum, the color of midnight. Upon it, in 4 distinct hands, one bold, one elegant, one rounded, one sharp, were signatures. And above them, the same clause, written in a unified script that seemed to burn with gentle, white fire. We, the founders, do hereby consecrate this place, Hogwarts, as a sanctuary of learning and magic. Its stones, its spirits, its very purpose, we bind not to our own lines, but to the stewardship of the one who understands the value of all we represent, the protector, the seeker, the nurturer, and the guardian. We place this trust in the blood of the Peverell, the bridge between worlds, until such a time as a true heir arises to claim it. You are that heir, Ragnarok said. Not by conquest, but by inheritance. The castle chose your ancestors as its stewards because the Peverells, at their best, embodied a balance of the founder's virtues. The ring did not come to you by accident. Your life, your suffering, it tempered you. The magic recognizes the steel. Harry's head swam. Protector. Seeker. He was a boy who hid from Dudley. He'd never nurtured anything but a desperate hope to be left alone. This was a mistake. As if sensing his doubt, the 4 objects on their plinths glowed, softly, in unison. A wave of feeling washed over him, not words, but impressions. A flash of his mother's green eyes, the last line of defense. The endless curiosity that made him watch ants for hours in the garden. The small, secret sharing of his bread crusts with the neighborhood stray cat. The fierce, protective anger that had just hours ago told Dumbledore he was fired. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't a hero from a story. But the seeds were there. The castle, ancient and wise, had seen them. What do I do? He asked again, but the panic was receding, replaced by a profound, aching solemnity. First, you claim the rest of your inheritance, Ragnarok said, leading him back out. The vault door solidified behind them. Then, you decide the future of your school. The next stop was Vault 687, the Potter family vault. The door was solid gold and very large. The inside was what Harry might have expected if he'd ever dared to dream of wealth: mountains of gold galleons, shelves of glittering jewels, chests of ornate silver. It was staggering. It meant he would never want for anything, ever again. But after the quiet power of the Founder's vault, it felt loud and empty. Your parents left you more than gold, Ragnarok said, walking past the piles. He went to a small, plain wooden chest on a high shelf. He brought it down and opened it. Inside, resting on velvet, were two simple objects. A pair of round, wire-rimmed glasses, identical to the ones Harry wore, but unbroken. And a wand. 11 inches, holly, with a feather at its core. Harry's breath caught. He knew, without being told, that these had been his father's. The glasses. The wand. Why are they here? He asked, his throat tight. Why not with me? The Muggle Guardians refused all magical artifacts, Ragnarok said, his voice flat. Dumbledore did not force the issue. A debatable decision. Harry reached out. He didn't touch the wand. He picked up the glasses. They were clean, without a smudge. He slowly took off the battered, sellotaped pair he wore and slid these onto his nose. The world came into a focus so sharp and clear it was like seeing for the first time. He hadn't realized how blurred his vision had been. He looked at the wand. A connection thrummed between them, a silent call. But he hesitated. Taking up that wand felt like a step onto a path he still didn't understand. Leave it for now, he said quietly. But I'll take the glasses. Ragnarok nodded, closing the chest. Wise. A tool should be claimed with intent. He then presented Harry with several more documents. Statements of ownership for various Potter properties: a empty, crumbling house called Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, a flat in London, a forest in Scotland, and a list of investments and annual incomes that made the numbers swim before Harry's eyes. Finally, Ragnarok said, the immediate business. Hogwarts. The school year is scheduled to begin in little over a month. The castle is without a head. The staff are in limbo. The magical world will learn of this transition within hours. You must issue guidance. They were back in the cart, then back in the strange, schematic chamber. The model of Hogwarts still twinkled, but the chaos had intensified. More teachers were on the grounds now, some looking up at the towers as if they'd never seen them before. What are my choices? Harry asked, forcing his voice to stay steady. You can appoint a new headmaster or headmistress. You can assume the role yourself. The castle would accept it, though it is unprecedented. You can close the school. You can alter its fundamental purpose. Ragnarok listed the options without inflection. You are the proprietor. Your word is law within those walls. Harry stared at the miniature castle. He thought of the letter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted. He thought of it being the only place he'd ever been invited to. The only place that might be a home. He couldn't close it. He couldn't turn it into something else. But the idea of putting another strange adult in charge, another Dumbledore who might make decisions in shadows, his skin crawled. I need to see it, Harry said. I need to see it for myself. Before I decide anything. Ragnarok considered him. A prudent course. A reconnaissance. The castle will admit you, and you alone, in your current capacity. You may observe without being observed, if you wish. The seal grants you the freedom of the grounds, visible or unseen. How? The old goblin gestured to the silvery cloak still draped around Harry's shoulders. This is not merely for warmth. It is a founder's cloak, woven with charms of secrecy and protection older than the school itself. To the castle, you are its master. To those within it, you can be a ghost, if you choose. Harry's fingers clutched the ethereal fabric. To walk through Hogwarts, unseen. To see the truth of it, without the filter of anyone's explanations. Yes, he said, determination solidifying in his chest. I want to go. Now. Ragnarok nodded. The cart will take you to a private gateway connected to the headmaster's study, your study now. The journey will be instantaneous. You will arrive under the cloak's concealment. Remember, young master, you own the stone and the sorcery. But the people inside are another matter. Observe. Learn. Your first true command will shape everything that follows. Harry took a deep breath, the air of the deep cavern cool in his lungs. He looked one last time at the schematic, at the tiny, confused figures of the teachers. He was going to Hogwarts. Not as a student, as an owner visiting his property. The cart waited, humming with potential energy. As Harry moved towards it, a sudden, sharp pang lanced through his forehead, right where his lightning bolt scar was hidden under his hair. It was a flash of searing cold, so intense his vision whited out for a second. In that blinding pain, he didn't hear Ragnarok's concerned grunt. He didn't see the Hogwarts schematic flicker, a brief, dark shadow passing over the image of the Forbidden Forest. He saw, in his mind's eye, a face, pale and serpentine, in a dark room far away. Red eyes slitting open in sudden, furious awareness. A high, cold voice hissing a single, intelligible word through the pain. Hogwarts. The pain vanished as quickly as it came, leaving a throbbing ache and a chill in his bones that the silvery cloak could not dispel. What was that? Harry gasped, leaning against the cart. Ragnarok's expression had turned grim, his black eyes sharp with alarm. An echo. A dark, familiar echo. It seems the change in the castle's allegiance has rippled through more than just the staff. He steadied Harry with a strong, bony hand. The connection between you and the castle is now active. It appears, others with old, bitter ties to that place may have felt the disturbance in the magic. He helped Harry into the cart, his grip firm. The timeline has moved up, young master. Your reconnaissance is no longer merely prudent. It is essential. Go, see your kingdom. And know this, the moment you set foot on those stones, you will be seen by more than just the eyes you can hide from. The cart lunged forward into the dark. This time, the journey felt different. It felt like falling towards a destiny that was now wide awake, and hungry. The cart did not travel. It translocated. There was no roaring wind, no spiraling track. One moment, Harry was in the echoing, schematic chamber deep under London, the grim face of Ragnarok the last thing he saw. The next, the world dissolved into a whirl of nonsensical color and pressure, his stomach left somewhere far behind. It was like being sucked through a keyhole made of crushed rainbows. He stumbled forward, the silvery cloak tangling around his legs, and found himself standing on a thick, midnight blue carpet woven with silver stars. The air was different. It was cool, dry, and tasted of old books, lemon polish, and a faint, sweet scent he couldn't name, like apples and wood smoke. The cart was gone. The goblins were gone. He was in a circular room. It was the most fascinating room he had ever seen. It was also the most terrifying, because it was unmistakably someone's room. Dumbledore's room. Or at least, it had been. The walls were lined not with stone, but with shelves that rose into the shadowy heights of a domed ceiling. They were crammed with books in strange bindings, with delicate silver instruments that whirred and puffed tiny clouds of smoke, with orbs of crystal that held miniature, swirling weather systems. A large, claw-footed desk sat near a tall, arched window that currently showed a view of inky black sky and a sliver of a crescent moon. On the desk, a stack of parchment lay neat and untouched next to a resting phoenix feather quill. But the room was changing. As Harry stood there, frozen, he watched it happen. A portrait on the wall behind the desk, a snoozing wizard in a frilly nightcap, gave a sudden snort and vanished, the frame emptying to reveal a tapestry of the Hogwarts crest. A small, spindly table holding a collection of questionable-looking sweets melted like wax and reformed into a stout pillar of stone topped with a glowing, ever-burning oil lamp. The very shape of the room seemed to be subtly adjusting, the proportions becoming more solid, more austere, less whimsical. The castle was redecorating. For him. A soft, musical chirp made him jump. On a perch by the window, a magnificent bird the color of flame and sunrise was preening its feathers. It had bright, black eyes that regarded him with an unnerving intelligence. The phoenix. Fox. The bird tilted its head, trilled again, and then, in a flash of fire so brief and heatless it was like a sunbeam, it vanished. Not fled. Departed. Even the phoenix, bound by no mortal contract, acknowledged the shift in ownership. The office was empty. The silence was profound. It was the silence of a great machine idling, waiting for a command. Harry could feel the castle around him, a vast, sleeping consciousness held in stone and enchantment. It was aware of his presence. It was curious. Master. The word didn't sound in the air. It resonated in the floor beneath his feet, a low, sub-audible hum. "I'm here," Harry whispered, unsure if he was speaking to himself. The hum intensified, pleased. A door he hadn't noticed, a narrow, wooden one, swung open silently on the far side of the room, inviting him out. This was it, his reconnaissance. Pulling the silvery cloak more tightly around himself, he walked to the doorway. As he passed the threshold, a gentle, cool sensation washed over him, like stepping through a waterfall of mist. He looked down at his hands. They were gone. His body was gone. He was a ripple of air, a shift in the light. The Founder's cloak was working. He was in a corridor at the top of a tower. A spiral staircase led down into the heart of the castle. Taking a deep, steadying breath of the enchanted air, Harry began his descent. The first thing that struck him was the aliveness of the place. At Privet Drive, the walls were inert, dead things, holding in heat or cold. Here, the stones themselves seemed to breathe. Tiny, fossilized patterns in the granite glittered with captive light. Portraits lined the walls, but they were mostly empty. Their occupants, he realized, were probably elsewhere in the castle, gossiping frantically about the day's unbelievable events. A few sleeping portraits snored in their frames, unaware. He heard voices before he saw anyone. They echoed up a staircase, sharp, anxious, human voices. Absolute pandemonium, Minerva. The staircases have stopped moving entirely. The first years will be lost for weeks. The portraits confirm it, Phileas. The gargoyle guardian simply turned to dust and was replaced. The headmaster's office is inaccessible. Albus is gone. His magical signature has been scrubbed from the wards. Harry crept down, peering over the edge of the spiral. On a landing below, two teachers stood in a pool of torchlight. The small, excitable man in the loud robes he'd seen ejected, Professor Flitwick. And the tall, severe woman, Professor McGonagall. Her face was drawn, her usual stern composure fractured by genuine shock. "But how?" Flitwick squeaked. "One does not simply fire Albus Dumbledore. The Board of Governors. The Board of Governors has no authority here," a new voice cut in, weary and deep. A massive man with a wild beard and hair, wearing a huge moleskin coat, trudged up the stairs from the direction of the entrance hall. Hagrid. Harry's heart gave a strange lurch. This was the man who had left him on the Dursleys' doorstep. He looked kind, but sorrowful, his beetle black eyes brimming with tears. "Got a missive from the ministry. Official seal of the Hogwarts estate proprietor. Not the headmaster. The proprietor. Says all previous administrative appointments are under review by the new ownership. Legals in a right twist. No one even knew there was a proprietor. New ownership." McGonagall whispered, her hand going to her throat. "Hogwarts cannot be owned, Hagrid. It's a school. A trust. Tell that to the castle," Hagrid sniffed. "The gates won't let me back in to tend the grounds without express, temporary permission from the estate manager." "Me. Been here 50 years. And the boy?" McGonagall asked, her voice tightening. "Harry Potter." Flitwick gasped. "You don't think. But he's a child. An incoming first year. Albus went to retrieve him personally tonight," McGonagall said, her lips a thin line. "He has not returned." The wards logged a massive, ancient magical signature at the boy's location, followed by a Gringotts key custodian intervention. "And now this." She gestured vaguely at the castle around them. "It is too large a coincidence. The Peverell line, it was always a footnote in the history books. A fairy tale about the Deathly Hallows. But if they were the secret stewards?" Harry held his breath, invisible on the stairs above them. They were piecing it together. The fear and confusion on their faces made his stomach twist with guilt. He hadn't meant to cause this chaos. "What do we do?" Flitwick asked, wringing his hands. "We do our jobs," McGonagall said, straightening her robes with a sharp tug. "The castle is still standing. The protective wards, according to the ministry scribes, are not just intact but have somehow reinforced themselves. The students will arrive on September 1st. Until we receive direct instruction from this mysterious proprietor, we maintain order as best we can. We teach our classes. We care for the students in our houses." Her voice was firm, but Harry saw the uncertainty in her eyes. She was a woman built on rules and hierarchies, and the entire hierarchy had just been vaporized. The teachers moved off, their footsteps echoing away into the castle's depths. Harry remained, a knot of conflict in his invisible chest. They weren't cruel. They were scared. They cared about the school. He hadn't considered that his claiming of a title would send ripples of fear through the lives of people who called this place home. He continued downward, his journey becoming a ghost's tour of an institution in quiet crisis. He passed the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey, a matronly witch, was nervously checking her stores of potions, muttering about unprecedented magical feedback in the healing charms. He drifted through the vast library, where Madame Pants was desperately trying to reshelve books that were fluttering around like startled birds, their bindings glowing with agitated magic. He saw classrooms where chalk wrote dissenting opinions on blackboards by itself, and suits of armor that had turned to face the walls, as if in mourning or protest. The castle wasn't just empty of Dumbledore. It was grieving, or confused, or both. He found his way to the entrance hall, a cavernous space of flagstones and towering oak doors. The great front doors were shut, but through a side archway, he could see the lawns stretching down to the lake, glittering under the starlight. The beauty of it stole his breath. It was wild and grand and open, the antithesis of a clipped, suburban square or a dark cupboard. As he stood there, mesmerized by the view of the black lake and the forbidden forest beyond, he felt a new pulse through the stones. This one was not curious or confused. It was warm, welcoming. It drew him away from the doors, down a short corridor to the right. He stood before an enormous, blank stretch of stone wall. Here, the castle hummed. Hear what? Harry murmured. In response, the stone rippled. Blocks slid and grinded with a sound like a mountain's sigh, rearranging themselves until a vast, arched doorway stood before him. Beyond it was not a room, but a courtyard under the open sky. It was small, intimate, overgrown with magical plants that glowed with soft, bioluminescent light. In the center stood a single, ancient oak tree, its branches spreading like a protective canopy. A stone bench circled its trunk. It was a space that felt private, sanctuary-like. It hadn't been on any map. The castle had made it for him. A place for the owner to sit, and think, and be alone. Tears, hot and unexpected, pricked at Harry's eyes. No one had ever made a space for him before. He was about to step into the courtyard when he heard them. Voices again, but these were young, sharp, and full of excitement rather than fear. They were coming from a nearby corridor leading, he guessed, to the dungeons. Father said it's a coup. A bloodline claim so ancient the ministry can't touch it. Dumbledore's been overthrown. It's brilliant. Harry knew that voice. It was drawling, arrogant, familiar from a single meeting in Madame Malkin's robe shop a lifetime ago. Draco Malfoy. Cautiously, Harry drifted toward the sound. A group of 4 or 5 boys, all wearing Slytherin robes, were huddled in an alcove. Draco, pale and pointy-faced, was holding court. My father is contacting the Board of Governors as we speak. If this new proprietor is who we think, a scion of an ancient house, then this is an opportunity. A chance to restore Hogwarts to its proper glory, without Dumbledore's mudblood-loving policies. Harry's blood ran cold. The words were ugly, venomous. Who do you think it is, Draco? A bulky boy with a dull face asked. It has to be a pure blood of the most significant lineage, Draco said, smirking. The Peverell line is connected to the Slytherin line, everyone knows that. Maybe it's a distant relative from abroad. Maybe it's, well, there are rumors the Dark Lord himself was interested in the Peverell legacy. He dropped his voice. Whoever it is, they've thrown the school into chaos. Chaos is good for us. It shows weakness. My father says we Slytherins must be the first to pledge our support to the new regime. Get in their good graces. We'll be rewarded. The other boys nodded, their faces eager. Harry felt a surge of disgust so strong it broke through his awe and his guilt. This is what they saw. An opportunity for power. For their brand of purity. They were vultures, circling what they thought was a carcass. He couldn't listen anymore. He turned away, the warm feeling from the courtyard utterly extinguished. He drifted aimlessly, his mind churning. The teachers were afraid and trying to hold things together. The students like Malfoy saw it as a power vacuum to exploit. And the castle was trying to please him, a lonely boy who had never owned anything. He found himself at the doors to the Great Hall. They were closed, but they opened for him without a sound. The sight inside made him stop dead. It was immense. 4 long tables ran its length, empty and polished, facing a raised staff table. The ceiling was enchanted to show the night sky outside, stars twinkling in a velvety black expanse. But that wasn't what held him. At the very front of the hall, on the wall behind the staff table, the usual banner bearing the Hogwarts crest was gone. In its place, something new was forming. Like liquid stone and light, a new piece of architecture was growing from the wall. It was a high-backed throne-like chair, carved from what looked like a single piece of grey Scottish granite. It was simple, severe, and powerful. On its back, the Hogwarts crest was carved, but above it, another, smaller symbol was etched, the triangle, circle, and line of the Deathly Hallows. And on the seat of the throne lay a single object, a sorting hat. But this hat looked different. It was no longer dusty and patched. It looked alert. The folds of its brim seemed sharper, and a faint, golden light emanated from its seams. As Harry stared, the hat twitched. Then, it turned, as if it had eyes under its brim. It didn't look around the hall. It looked directly at the spot where Harry stood, invisible under his cloak. A voice, ancient, dry, and amused, spoke not in the air, but directly into Harry's mind. "Well, well," it said. "This is a novelty. I've sorted founders, heirs, heroes, and villains. But I've never had the proprietor of the house sit for judgment before. Come to take your seat, young master." Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. The hat could see him. "The cloak is excellent, a true masterpiece," the hat continued conversationally. "But I am not an eye, boy. I am a mind. I feel the thoughts in the castle's stones, and right now, every stone is singing about you. You might as well be shouting your presence from the rooftops." I didn't mean to," Harry thought back, the mental communication feeling strange and slippery. "Intentions are fascinating things," the hat mused. "You didn't mean to own the castle. You didn't mean to cause a panic. You didn't mean for a throne to grow in the Great Hall. But here we all are. The question is, what do you mean to do now?" "I don't know," Harry confessed, the weight of it crushing him. "Everyone is scared or plotting. The castle made me a garden. Malfoy thinks it's a chance to be cruel. The teachers don't know what to do. I just wanted to go to school." "Ah," the hat said, and its tone softened. "The simplest and most complicated wish of all. To belong. To learn. You have the power to make this school into anything you wish. You could turn it into a fortress. A palace. A monument to yourself. Or, you could let it be a school. The trick is, you can't do it from the shadows." "I'm not ready," Harry thought desperately. "No one ever is," the hat replied. "Godric wasn't ready when he dueled the dragon. Rowena wasn't ready when she conceived the moving staircases. Readiness is something you claim, not something you wait for. The castle is waiting. The people in it are waiting. They are waiting for a voice. For a direction. Even if it's a small, 11-year-old voice saying, 'Carry on.'" Harry looked at the granite throne. It was intimidating. It was a symbol of everything he never wanted: to be singled out, to be stared at, to be responsible. "I can't sit there." "Then don't," the hat said, surprisingly pragmatic. "It's your chair. You can have it melted into cauldrons if you like. But you must lead. Even if that leadership is saying, 'Professor McGonagall, you're in charge until further notice.' The void you created by removing Dumbledore will be filled. The question is, by you, or by someone like young Mr. Malfoy's father." The truth of it was a cold splash of water. He had created this situation. Walking away now wouldn't fix it. It would make it worse. He took a step forward, then another, moving towards the staff table, towards the throne and the hat. As he moved, he let the silvery cloak slip from his shoulders. It pulled on the flagstones like melted moonlight. He became visible. The second he did, the castle's hum changed. It became a clear, resonant note of acknowledgement. The torches in the Great Hall flared brighter. The stars on the ceiling shimmered. The throne, for a moment, gleamed. And the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor McGonagall stood there, her wand drawn, having clearly felt the surge of magic and the change in the castle's focus. Behind her were Flitwick, Hagrid, and several other teachers, their faces alarmed. They all saw him at the same time. A small, skinny boy in oversized, non-magical clothes, standing alone in the vastness of the Great Hall, the Founder's cloak at his feet and the ancient sorting hat on the throne before him. Minerva McGonagall's eyes widened, taking in his face, his green eyes, the lightning bolt scar barely visible under his messy hair. Her sharp intake of breath was the loudest sound in the room. "Harry Potter," she breathed. Harry looked at her, then at the gathered, stunned faces of the Hogwarts staff. He felt more exposed than he ever had in his life. The cloak was off. The shadows were gone. The Sorting Hat's voice whispered one last time in his mind, gentle but firm. "Speak, proprietor." Harry opened his mouth. His voice, when it came, was quiet, but it did not shake. It carried in the silent, waiting hall. "My name is Harry Potter," he said. "And, I think we need to talk." The silence after Harry's words was a living thing. It stretched, taut and fragile, between the small boy at the front of the great hall and the cluster of stunned adults in the doorway. The torches flickered, casting dancing shadows that made the new granite throne seem to shift and breathe. Professor McGonagall was the first to break the spell. She lowered her wand, not all the way, but the tip ceased pointing directly at Harry's heart. Her face was a mask of professional composure, but the cracks were evident in the too bright gleam of her eyes behind her square spectacles, in the whitened knuckles gripping her wand. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice, usually so crisp and sure, held a tremor she couldn't quite suppress. "You will explain yourself. Immediately." It was the voice of a deputy headmistress addressing a wayward student. But the title was ashes now, and they both knew it. The castle gave a low, warning pulse through the stones, a gentle reverberation that made the flagstones hum under their feet. McGonagall flinched, almost imperceptibly. Hagrid took a great, shuddering step forward, his boots echoing. "Harry," he boomed, his voice thick with emotion. "Little Harry. Is it really you?" He looked enormous and lost, his beetle-black eyes swimming. "Ye look just like Dad, but y've got Lily's eyes." "Hagrid, be silent," McGonagall snapped, but her tone lacked its usual force. Harry stood his ground. He felt terrifyingly small. The cloak of invisibility was a puddle of silver at his feet, a reminder of the safety he'd just abandoned. The ring on his thumb felt like it weighed a ton. He forced himself to meet McGonagall's gaze. "I got a letter tonight," he began, his own voice sounding foreign to him. Clearer than he expected. 2 letters. One said I was accepted here. The other, he swallowed. The other said I own it. The castle. The land. All of it. A collective intake of breath hissed from the teachers. Flitwick squeaked, the Peverell claws. "It's true." "Preposterous," muttered a sallow-skinned man in black robes with a great hooked nose. His eyes were cold, black, and bored, but they held a sharp, calculating intelligence as they raked over Harry. Severus Snape. A child's fantasy. Or a goblin's convoluted joke. "The castle's behavior is no joke, Severus," said a witch with kind, misty eyes and a dreamy expression, "Professor Sprout. The greenhouses have been singing all evening. The mandrakes are harmonizing in a way I've never heard. They sense a profound change in the earth magic. The change," Harry said, drawing their attention back, "is that I'm here. And Professor Dumbledore isn't." He looked directly at McGonagall. "You said you need to maintain order until you get instructions. So here I am, giving them." The audacity of it hung in the air. An 11-year-old Muggle-raised boy, giving instructions to some of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain. Snape's lip curled, but McGonagall, after a long, searching look, did something extraordinary. She sheathed her wand inside her robes. It was a gesture of surrender, or at least, a ceasefire. "Very well," she said stiffly. "We are listening." All eyes were on him. The weight of their expectation was a physical pressure. The Sorting Hat on the throne seemed to lean forward, listening. Harry's mind raced. What were his instructions? He hadn't thought beyond this moment. The Hat's words echoed. "You must lead. Even if that leadership is saying, you're in charge." He took a deep breath. "First," he said, "the school stays open. Nothing changes for the students who are coming. They get their letters, they buy their supplies, they come here on September 1st. A ripple of relief went through the staff. The core purpose remained. McGonagall gave a tight, grateful nod. "Second," Harry continued, thinking of Malfoy's smug voice in the dungeon alcove. "No one gets special treatment. Not because of their family, or their blood, or because they try to pledge support to me. Everyone is here to learn. That's the rule." He glanced at Snape, whose expression had turned to stone. "That's the only rule that matters." "A noble sentiment," Snape drawled, his voice like oiled silk. "And utterly naive. The social dynamics of this school are not so easily dismissed by fiat, proprietor or not. Then they'll have to adjust." Harry shot back, a spark of the same defiance that had faced Dudley 1,000 times flaring in his chest. He wasn't sure where the words were coming from. This isn't a club for some people to feel better than others. It's a school. You said so yourself, Professor McGonagall. You teach classes. You care for the students in your houses. So do that. Just do it fairly. Sprout beamed. Flitwick looked thoughtful. McGonagall's posture softened a fraction. Third, Harry said, and this was the hardest part. He looked at the empty staff table, then at the throne. I'm not the headmaster. I don't know how to be. I need someone to run the school. The day-to-day things. So I'm appointing Professor McGonagall as the acting headmistress. McGonagall's hand flew to her chest. Mr. Potter, I couldn't possibly. You can, Harry interrupted. You already know how to do most of it. And you care about the school being a school. That's what I want. He wasn't sure if he had the authority to appoint people, but the ring on his hand grew warm, and a new piece of parchment, crisp and official, shimmered into existence on the staff table. A letter of appointment. The castle approved. McGonagall stared at the parchment as if it were a venomous tentacula. After a long moment, she straightened to her full height. The deputy's uncertainty fell away, replaced by a formidable, familiar resolve. I will accept, she said, her voice regaining its steel. On a provisional basis. And I will require regular consultation with the estate ownership. She couldn't quite bring herself to say, you. That's fine, Harry said, the first wave of dizzying responsibility lifting slightly. He had delegated. It was a thing adults did. And what of Albus? Hagrid burst out, unable to contain himself any longer. Where is he? Is he all right? The question brought a new chill to the room. Harry thought of Dumbledore on the doorstep, old and shocked, speaking of dark forces. He thought of the searing pain in his scar, the glimpse of red eyes. He's in London, Harry said quietly. He wanted me to go with him. I said no. The goblins said he couldn't interfere. He looked at their worried faces. He's not hurt, but he's not in charge anymore. The castle, it won't let him back in. I could feel it when I said it. The finality of that settled over them. It was one thing to hear a decree. It was another to feel the ancient magic of the place enforce it. Snape's black eyes were narrowed to slits. And what, pray tell, is your intended role, now that you have installed your government? Shall you take a suite of rooms? Hold court? Review our lesson plans? The sarcasm was a weapon. Harry felt it sting. He had no answer. He was an 11-year-old boy. What was his role? I'm a student, he said, the idea forming even as he spoke it. It was the only thing that made sense. The only thing he truly wanted. I start first year in September. I'll live in a dormitory. I'll go to classes. I'll try to learn. This caused the greatest stir yet. You cannot be serious, Flitwick exclaimed. The proprietor, sitting through first-year charms. It's unheard of. It is a security nightmare, Snape hissed. You will be a target. For flatterers, for fools, and for enemies you cannot yet comprehend. He's right, Harry, Hagrid rumbled, his face creased with concern. Ye can't just be one of the kids. Not now. Why not? Harry asked, and for the first time, real frustration edged into his voice. You all keep saying I'm just a child, I don't understand. So let me learn. If I have to own this place, then I need to understand it. Not from a throne, from a desk, like everyone else. He looked at McGonagall, pleading. You said the students will arrive. I'm a student. Let me arrive too. McGonagall studied him. She saw the desperate longing beneath the authority. The little boy who had been kept in a cupboard, now begging for a place at a table. Her stern expression melted into something more complex, more maternal. It is highly irregular, she said slowly. But the castle has admitted you as its master. Its magic will protect you as it protects all within its walls, perhaps more so. And it would be beneficial for the ownership to have a ground-level understanding of the institution. She was talking herself into it, finding the logical reasons for what her heart was already deciding. Very well. You will be enrolled as a first year. You will be sorted. You will abide by school rules, the same as any other student. Minerva. Snape protested. The decision is made, Severus, she said, and it was the acting headmistress speaking now. Mr. Potter will be a student. His unique status will be known to the staff, but it will not be broadcast to the student body. It would cause precisely the chaos we are trying to avoid. He will be Harry Potter, the boy who lived, nothing more. Is that understood? There were reluctant nods around the group. Snape looked furious but silent. Harry felt a surge of hope so powerful it was almost painful. He could be normal. Or as normal as he could ever be. He could have friends, lessons, a bed in a tower that wasn't a cupboard. There is, however, one condition, McGonagall added, her gaze sharpening. You will have private tutorials with me. Twice a week. We will discuss the estate's business, any issues that arise from your ownership. And you will learn the basics of wizarding law, custom, and history that you have missed. You cannot lead what you do not understand. It was a demand, but it felt like a lifeline. Yes, Professor, Harry said, and meant it. Then it is settled, McGonagall said, clapping her hands once. The sound was like a starting pistol. We have a month to prepare. There is much to do. Phileas, I need you and Professor Vector to examine the ward schematics. The castle has provided new ones that include the proprietor's command protocols. Pomona, consult with the castle's magic on the health of the grounds. Severus, your stores will need auditing under the new regime. Hagrid, you have temporary groundskeeping permission as of now. See to the Thestrals, they've been agitated. She was in her element, dispensing orders, restoring order. The staff, grateful for direction, began to disperse, shooting last, bewildered looks at Harry as they went. Soon, only Harry, McGonagall, and the Sorting Hat remained in the Great Hall. McGonagall walked towards him, her footsteps echoing. She stopped a few feet away, looking down at him. The sternness was gone, replaced by a weary, profound sadness. I do not know what game Albus was playing, leaving you in the dark, she said softly. I argued against it, for what it's worth. I thought you should be raised in the wizarding world, knowing who you were. She sighed. But this power you have stumbled into, it is real, and it is dangerous. You have dealt with your first crisis with more sense than many adults would have shown. Do not let it go to your head. I won't, Harry whispered. See that you don't. She looked at the throne, then at the hat. The hat spoke to you. Yes. It has never spoken to anyone outside of a sorting, she murmured, more to herself. This changes everything, and nothing. She seemed to shake herself. Come, I will show you to a set of rooms. You cannot stay in the dormitories until term begins. And you need proper clothes. She led him out of the great hall, not towards the towers or dungeons, but up a hidden staircase behind a tapestry that moved aside for her. They climbed to a small, comfortable suite of rooms near the headmistress's office, now her office. It had a sitting room with a fire, a bedroom with a 4-poster bed larger than his whole cupboard, and a window looking out over the Quidditch pitch. These will be yours when you are here on estate business, she said. For now, consider them your home. I will have house elves bring food and appropriate attire. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. And Harry, welcome to Hogwarts. She left, closing the door quietly behind her. Harry stood alone in the middle of the lavish sitting room. The fire crackled cheerfully. The bed looked deep and soft. He was the owner of a castle, and he had just been given a bedroom. The irony wasn't lost on him. He walked to the window, looking out at the moonlit grounds. He could see the forbidden forest, a dark, ragged line against the sky. For a moment, he thought he saw a shadow move at its edge, larger than any man, but when he blinked, it was gone. He was safe. He was home. He had allies, of a sort. He had a plan. But as he climbed into the enormous bed later, the unfamiliar softness swallowing him, the last thing he saw before closing his eyes was not the friendly fire or the starry sky, but the cold, calculating eyes of Severus Snape, and the hungry, eager face of Draco Malfoy. He had won a battle today. But he had a terrible feeling the war for Hogwarts had only just begun. And deep in the castle's lowest dungeons, in an office that smelled of pickling potions and resentment, Severus Snape dipped a quill in venom green ink and began to write a swift, concise report. It was not addressed to the ministry, or to the absent headmaster. The parchment was charmed to vanish once read, and it was headed with a single, stark word, Lord. The war, indeed, had other players. And they were now very interested in the child who owned the battlefield. The dream was a collage of sensation. The cold of the cupboard floor. The warm pulse of the ring. The searing, icy lightning of his scar. Red eyes glaring from a featureless face. A high, cruel laugh that seemed to come from the castle stones themselves. And through it all, the steady, rhythmic thump of something massive walking at the edge of a dark forest. Harry woke with a gasp, his heart hammering against his ribs. For one disorienting second, he didn't know where he was. The darkness was too soft, too quiet. There was no muffled blare of the television, no grinding snores from the next room. Then moonlight spilled through the tall window, painting silver stripes on an unfamiliar, velvet bedspread. Hogwarts. The reality washed over him, cold and exhilarating. He sat up, pushing the heavy covers back. The room was warm, but a chill lingered in his bones from the dream. He padded to the window. The grounds were still, the lake a sheet of black glass under the waning moon. The forbidden forest was an impenetrable wall of shadow. He saw nothing move, but the feeling of being watched, of a distant, malevolent attention now turned his way, clung to him like cobwebs. A soft pop echoed in the room. Harry spun around, his hands coming up in an instinctive, useless gesture of defense. A creature stood in the middle of the sitting room. It was about 3 feet tall, with bat-like ears the size of dinner plates and enormous, tennis ball green eyes that shone with tears in the firelight. It wore what looked like a clean, pressed pillowcase, embroidered with the Hogwarts crest. "Dobby is sorry, Great Master." The creature squeaked, its voice trembling. It bowed so low its long nose touched the carpet. Dobby did not mean to startle the great and powerful master. Dobby has come to bring the master breakfast in his new clothes. What are you? Harry asked, his fear subsiding into bewildered curiosity. Dobby is a house elf, sir. The elf said, straightening up but keeping its eyes fixed respectfully on Harry's feet. Most noble and ancient houses have them, sir. Dobby serves the Hogwarts houses, but the castle magic, it is singing a new song. It tells all the elves that the true master has come home. Dobby has been chosen to be your personal elf, Great Master Harry Potter, sir. It looked ready to burst with a mixture of terror and pride. You don't have to call me that, Harry said awkwardly. Just Harry is fine. The elf's eyes widened in horror. Dobby could not, sir. It would not be proper. The master is the master of the castle. The ring bearer. The Peverell heir. It wrung its long fingers together. Dobby has heard the stones whispering, sir. They are happy. They have been waiting. The simple, earnest words did something to the knot of anxiety in Harry's chest. The castle was happy he was here. This strange little creature was happy to serve him. It was a kind of acceptance he'd never known. All right, Dobby, he said. Thank you for breakfast. Beaming, Dobby snapped his fingers. A small table by the fire laden with a feast appeared: eggs, bacon, toast, sausages, porridge, a pitcher of pumpkin juice. Next to it, a set of clothes was laid out neatly on a chair: dark trousers, a few simple green and black sweaters, socks, underwear, and at the top, folded with reverence, black Hogwarts robes of fine, soft wool. They were plain, without the house crest yet. The robes will bear your crest after the sorting, Great Master, Dobby explained, following his gaze. The castle weaves them itself. Harry ate hungrily, the food tastier and more abundant than anything he'd ever had. Dobby watched, nodding approvingly, occasionally refilling his juice glass with another snap. As Harry finished, dressed in the new, perfectly fitting clothes, the feeling of fabric that wasn't threadbare or 4 sizes too big was a revelation. A firm knock sounded at the door. Enter, Harry called, his voice only wavering a little. Professor McGonagall stepped in. She looked more rested, her bun severe and tight, her emerald robes crisp. The acting headmistress. She surveyed the room, her eyes lingering on Dobby, who bowed deeply again. Your first tutorial, Mr. Potter, she said, without preamble. My office. Now, bring your ring. Her office was not Dumbledore's whimsical tower. It was a room off the first-floor corridor, large, orderly, and lined with bookshelves and filing cabinets. A tartan-covered cat slept in a basket by a window. A large, stern-looking wizard in a portrait gave Harry a piercing stare as he entered but remained silent. McGonagall sat behind a large oak desk and gestured for Harry to take the chair opposite. We will begin with the facts, she stated, placing her fingertips together. You are the legal proprietor of Hogwarts. The goblins of Gringotts have affirmed it. The castle's sentient magic has affirmed it. The Ministry, after a night of utter panic, is scrambling to find a legal precedent and has, for the moment, conceded the point. You are, for all intents and purposes, the owner of this land and all structures upon it. She said it like she was diagnosing a difficult illness. But, she continued, ownership is not the same as control. You are a child. You lack magical education, political knowledge, and life experience. You have, whether you intended to or not, placed yourself at the center of a vortex. There are forces that will seek to influence you, to use you, or to remove you. Like who? Harry asked, his mouth dry. The obvious first, Lucius Malfoy and his ilk, she said crisply. Powerful, wealthy pure-blood families who see this as a chance to reshape Hogwarts in their image, a fortress of pure-blood supremacy. They will flatter you, offer you alliances, gifts. They will try to make you a symbol of their cause. Harry thought of Draco's smug face. I won't let them. It is not always a matter of letting, McGonagall said. They are subtle. They have been playing this game for centuries. You are 11. Then there are those at the ministry, like Cornelius Fudge, who is terrified of anything that upsets the status quo. He will try to regulate you, to bind you with so many laws and committees that your ownership becomes a meaningless title. He may even try to have a ministry-appointed advisor installed at your side. Harry's stomach churned. It sounded exhausting. And then, McGonagall's voice dropped, and she glanced at the portrait, which pretended to be asleep. There are darker forces. Those who followed the Dark Lord, he who must not be named. Not all were caught. Not all are in Azkaban. Some of them are out there, and some of them are here. Here, Harry whispered. The world is not divided into good people and Death Eaters, Mr. Potter, she said, a profound sadness in her eyes. There are those who made compromises, who switched sides when it was prudent, who have buried their pasts. The fall of Albus Dumbledore, a symbol of the light, will have shaken something loose in them. They will be wondering what your rise means for their futures. Some may seek to curry favor. Others may see you as an obstacle to be eliminated. The cold from his dream returned. Red eyes in the dark. Professor Snape, Harry said, the name escaping before he could stop it. McGonagall went very still. Professor Snape, she said carefully, is a complex man. He was granted sanctuary here by Albus Dumbledore after the war. His past is checkered. But he has been a loyal head of Slytherin House and a competent potions master for a decade. The castle has not rejected him. That must count for something. She didn't sound entirely convinced herself. You must be watchful, Harry. Of everyone, including me. He looked up, shocked. I have my own biases, my own loyalties, she said frankly. To Albus. To the school as I have known it. I will do my best to serve Hogwarts, and that now means serving you as its proprietor. But my vision of what is best may clash with yours. You must learn to think for yourself. To question. That is why we are starting with this. She slid a heavy, leather-bound tome across the desk. It was titled The Founding Charters and Covenants of Hogwarts, with annotations on the Peverell stewardship. Your authority is not absolute, she explained as he opened it to pages of dense, moving script and intricate diagrams. It is bound by the original covenants set by the founders. You cannot, for example, sell the castle. You cannot deny entry to a magical child from Britain who shows sufficient ability, that is the core charter. You cannot deliberately weaken its defensive wards. Your role, as defined here, is steward and protector. Your power is meant to preserve the school's purpose, not pervert it. Relief, sweet and cool, flowed through him. There were rules, boundaries. He wasn't a tyrant. He was a steward. It was a word that felt better than owner. So I have to protect the school, he said slowly. And make sure it stays a school for everyone. Precisely, McGonagall said, and for the first time, something like approval touched her features. Now, the practicalities. The castle's magic responds to your will, channeled through the ring. But raw will is chaotic. You must learn focus, intention. The founders left exercises for their heir. We begin with the simplest, awareness. She had him place his hand, ring and all, flat on the cool wood of her desk. Close your eyes. Do not try to do anything. Just listen, feel. The castle is connected to you. Reach for that connection, not with your mind, but with your magic. It's the same part of you that made strange things happen when you were upset, I imagine. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of the cupboard light flickering. Of his hair growing back overnight. Of the glass vanishing at the zoo. He let the memories come, not with shame, but as data. That was his magic. Wild, untrained, emotional. He focused on the ring. On the solid, ancient feel of it. He thought not of commanding, but of asking. Show me. At first, nothing. Then, a faint vibration, up through the desk legs, through the floor. A low, rhythmic pulse that matched his own heartbeat. Then, whispers. Not words, but impressions. A flash of chill from the dungeons. A burst of warm laughter from a sunlit corridor 3 floors up where 2 house elves were polishing a suit of armor. A pang of sharp anxiety from the hospital wing. A deep, slow, contented sigh from the foundations, settled into the mountain bedrock. He was feeling the castle's mood. Its life. Good, McGonagall's voice came, soft. Now, gently, pull your awareness back. To this room. To the sound of my voice. It was harder than reaching out. The tapestry of sensation was intoxicating. But he did it, slowly, until the whispers faded to a comforting background hum. He opened his eyes. The world seemed sharper, more detailed. He could see the individual threads in McGonagall's tartan, the tiny chip in her inkpot. You will practice that daily, she instructed. It is the foundation. From awareness comes control. In time, you will be able to sense intruders, pinpoint areas of magical disturbance, even communicate simple intentions to the castle itself, to lock a door, to light a torch. But it requires discipline. The ring is a powerful amplifier. Without control, you could inadvertently remodel a wing. The lesson continued for 2 hours. She drilled him on the names of the founders, their principles, the basic hierarchy of the ministry departments that would now be pestering him. It was overwhelming, but it was solid. It was knowledge. It was power of a different, safer kind. As the tutorial ended, McGonagall sat back. There is one more thing. Your guardians. The Dursleys. Harry stiffened. I'm not going back. I am not suggesting you do, she said quickly. The arrangement is clearly terminated. However, legally, you are still a minor under Muggle law. Your status as a magical proprietor complicates things, but it does not erase them. We will need to establish a formal magical guardianship. I have taken the liberty of drafting a proposal for you to become a ward of Hogwarts itself, with myself as your magical guardian for day-to-day matters. The castle, as a sentient entity, would be your primary custodian. It is unorthodox, but given the circumstances, the ministry may accept it. Harry blinked. A ward of the castle. It sounded right. Yes, please. Very well. I will file the paperwork. She stood up, signaling the end of the session. Your next tutorial is in 3 days. In the meantime, explore. Use your cloak if you wish. The library is open to you. But avoid the Forbidden Forest. And, Harry, she met his eyes. The students who arrive in September will know you only as the boy who lived. They will stare. They will whisper. Some will want to be your friend because of it. Some will hate you for it. Your other title, we must keep it a secret for as long as possible. It is the only way you will have any semblance of a normal school life. Do you understand? He nodded. He wanted that secret more than anything. Leaving her office, the hum of the castle in his bones felt like a companion. He decided to follow her advice. He would explore. With the silvery cloak tucked under his arm, he wandered. He found the kitchens, a vast, bustling cavern where 100 house elves stopped their work to bow in unison, much to his embarrassment. He found a courtyard full of strange, whistling plants that tried to nibble his robes. He found a classroom where the desks were bolted to the ceiling and the chalk floated in the middle of the room, writing philosophical treatises on the blackboard by itself. He was in a long, 7th-floor corridor, examining a tapestry of trolls in tutus, when he heard the voices again. Angry, hushed. A disaster, Severus. The Dark Lord will see this as a direct challenge. The boy has thrown everything into chaos. Harry froze, pressing himself against the wall, his heart in his throat. It was Lucius Malfoy's voice, drawling and cold with fury. The Dark Lord is aware, came Snape's voice, smooth and low, from an alcove just around the corner. Harry couldn't see them. The disturbance in the magic was perceptible even from afar. He is intrigued. Intrigued. He should be furious. Dumbledore was our greatest enemy, and now he's been removed by a child. A child who, by all accounts, is now untouchable within these walls. The boy is not untouchable, Snape murmured. He is vulnerable, confused, swimming in power he cannot comprehend. He has installed Minerva, a known loyalist, but the structure is fragile. The castle protects him, yes. But the castle is not omniscient. And the boy must still eat, sleep, and walk its halls. A chill colder than any dungeon seeped into Harry's veins. What are you suggesting? Lucius Malfoy's voice was eager now. I am suggesting that the game has changed, Lucius, not ended, Snape said. The boy is a symbol. Perhaps a more potent one than Dumbledore ever was. The Master of Hogwarts. Imagine that symbol, persuaded to our cause. Or, failing that, removed in a way that cannot be traced to us, plunging the school into a leadership crisis the ministry could then solve by installing a more amenable administration. You would dare. Under the castle's nose. The castle is ancient magic, Lucius. Powerful, but predictable. It operates on rules, on covenants. There are always gaps in the rules. Find them. That is your task. Cultivate your son. Get close to the boy. Be the friendly face. I will handle the rest from within. And Dumbledore. Albus is neutered. He is a lion without a den. He is no longer the primary concern. The boy is everything. There was a rustle of robes. I will contact you through the usual channels. The Quidditch World Cup next month. There will be opportunities to speak. Footsteps began to move away. Harry, panic-stricken, fumbled for his cloak. He had to get away. As he shook it out, the edge of the fabric brushed against a suit of armor standing sentinel by the tapestry. The helmet gave a tiny, metallic clink. The footsteps stopped. Did you hear that? Lucius Malfoy's voice was sharp. Harry threw the cloak over himself just as Snape's black-robed form stepped into view, his wand drawn, his eyes sweeping the empty corridor. Those cold, black eyes passed over the spot where Harry stood, frozen, holding his breath. Snape's gaze lingered. He took a slow step forward. He was so close Harry could smell a mix of herbs and something bitter on his robes. Perhaps a ghost, Snape said softly, his eyes narrowing. Or perhaps the castle itself, listening. He raised his wand slightly. Hominum Revelio. A pale gold wave pulsed from his wand tip, washing over the corridor. It passed over Harry. Nothing happened. The spell, designed to reveal human presence, slid off the founder's cloak like water off stone. Snape frowned, lowering his wand. Nothing. The castle is unsettled. It makes noises. He turned back. Remember what I said, Lucius. The boy is the key. They walked away, their footsteps fading. Harry didn't move until long after the sound had vanished. Then, trembling violently, he slid down the wall to sit on the floor, the cloak wrapped tightly around him. The relief at not being discovered was swallowed by a tidal wave of terror. Snape was a Death Eater. Or he was still working for them. He was plotting against him. Malfoy was to be a friendly face. A liar. They thought he was just a confused child. A key to be turned. The warmth of the castle's hum felt distant now, drowned out by the cold, precise threat in Snape's voice. The boy is everything. Harry pulled the cloak tighter. The stones beneath him felt less like a sanctuary, and more like a chessboard. And he was the piece everyone was fighting over. He had just learned the first, most important lesson Hogwarts had to teach him, and it hadn't been in a tutorial. Trust no one. The trembling didn't stop for a long time. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, the silvery cloak a second skin, listening to the silence scream. Snape's words echoed in the hollow of his skull. The boy is the key. The boy is everything. They weren't just teachers or potential enemies. They were chess players, and he was the prize square on the board. The castle's hum, which had felt like a protective blanket, now felt like a current dragging him out to a deep, dark sea. He was safe as long as he stayed within its walls, but the walls themselves were now filled with whispering threats. Snape was here, inside, a viper in the heart of the den. He couldn't stay huddled on the floor. The paranoia was a physical taste, metallic and sour at the back of his throat. If he stayed still, the fear would root him there. He forced himself to stand, his legs wobbly. The cloak slipped from his shoulders, pooling around his feet, making him visible again. The act of shedding it felt like a decision. Hiding wouldn't help him understand. He needed knowledge. Not the broad history McGonagall was teaching him, but the sharp, specific, dangerous kind. He needed to know about the gaps Snape had mentioned. The rules of the castle's magic. The covenants. The library. It took him an hour to find it again, his sense of direction addled by panic. The grand doors were tall and imposing, but they swung open at his approach, as if the castle was pleased with his destination. The smell of old paper, leather, and dust washed over him. It was a cavernous space, with towering shelves that stretched up into gloom, ladders on rails, and hundreds of thousands of books. It was both thrilling and utterly daunting. Madame Pants, the librarian, was a thin, scowling woman who looked like she'd been pickled in disapproval. She peered at him over her spectacles as he entered. "The library is for the use of staff and students during term time," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry pages. "You are neither." Harry's mind went blank for a second. Then he remembered. He wasn't just a boy. He straightened his shoulders, a gesture that felt ridiculous, and met her gaze. "I'm Harry Potter. The castle let me in." Recognition, followed by a wave of profound confusion and a flicker of fear, crossed her pinched face. The news of the upheaval had clearly reached her. She'd seen the books misbehave. She looked at him, this small, serious boy, and then past him, as if expecting to see a phalanx of goblins or the ghost of a founder hovering at his shoulder. The castle gave a gentle, persuasive pulse through the nearest bookshelf. A volume on medieval wandlore shifted itself 2 inches to the left with a soft thump. Madame Pants flinched. "I see," she said, her tone losing its certainty. "The proprietor. Of course. The restricted section is, naturally, off-limits without a staff note." She said it by rote, but the defiance had leaked out of her words. "I'm looking for information on the founders' covenants," Harry said, trying to sound like someone who had a right to ask. "And the Peverell family. And the magical laws of inheritance and sentient edifices." Her eyebrows shot up. An ambitious reading list for a first year. The relevant sections are in the historical archives, aisles 9 through 12, and the magical jurisprudence alcove, aisle 23. You may summon a ladder. Do not damage the books. Do not bring food or ink near them. Do not breathe on them excessively. She turned and scurried away into her own private office, as if fleeing a natural disaster. Aisles 9 through 12 were a maze of towering, precariously stacked volumes. The titles were things like Godric's Grimoire, annotated, abridged, and the Hogwarts Charter, a copy of the possibly original text. The dust was thick enough to write in. He pulled a heavy, calfskin-bound tome titled The Founding Four, Myths and Legal Realities from a shelf. As he did, his ring brushed the spine. The book didn't just open. It sprang to life in his hands, pages flipping in a blur until it settled on a chapter headed, The Stewardship Clause, Peverell and the Perpetuity of Purpose. The text, which was in dense, archaic script, began to glow a soft gold. The complicated words seemed to shift, to simplify themselves at the edges of his vision, becoming comprehensible. It wasn't translation. It was clarification. The castle, through the ring, was helping him read its own rules. He read, cross-legged on the cold floor, dust motes dancing in a sliver of sunlight from a high window. He learned that the Peverell stewardship was not one of direct rule, but of ultimate arbitration and protection. The founder's magic was woven to obey the steward's will in matters of the castle's integrity and core purpose. He could command the walls to seal, the wards to strengthen, the very rooms to rearrange if the school's safety was at stake. But he could not, say, command the library to only stock books about Quidditch. That would violate Ravenclaw's principle. He read about the gaps. The covenants were principles, not exhaustive manuals. They guaranteed a magical child's right to entry, but said nothing about how they were treated once inside. They ensured the castle's defense against outside attack, but were quieter on internal, subtle threats, poison in a cup, a cursed object left in a corridor, words that twisted a young mind. The founders had assumed a benevolent, wise steward. They hadn't planned for a child, or for snakes already in the grass. His heart sank. Snape was right. There were gaps. He was about to close the book when a footnote, written in a different, messier hand, caught his eye. While the steward's authority is supreme within the bounds of the covenant, it is rooted in the steward's own magical core and intent. A steward unaware of his rights is like a king who has misplaced his crown. Influence may be exerted by those who understand the mechanisms of legacy magic, particularly through artifacts of shared provenance or blood. Artifacts of shared provenance. What did that mean? He moved to aisle 23, the legal section. Here, the books were drier, full of phrases like, Subclause 394b, and, Wizengamot ruling of 1567. He found a volume on sentient magical edifices and the law. It was mind-numbingly boring, but again, his ring prompted it to highlight relevant passages. He read about how places like Hogwarts developed a consciousness shaped by the magic poured into them over centuries. How that consciousness could be petitioned, or appealed to, by those with a legitimate, historical claim. A sick idea began to form in his mind. Snape and Malfoy had spoken of gaps and cultivating him. But what if the reverse was possible? What if he could understand the mechanisms enough to petition the castle against a specific threat? Not to fire Snape outright, that might violate some covenant of fair employment unless he could prove treachery, but to limit him. To watch him. It was a delicate, dangerous thought. He was 11. He knew nothing about magic. He was playing with spells he couldn't even pronounce. Frustrated, he shoved the law book back. It was too much. He needed something else. Something about the Peverells themselves. Not as stewards, but as people. What artifacts of shared provenance did they have? He returned to the history aisles, looking for genealogy or family histories. He found a thin, black volume tucked away behind a bulky history of Goblin Wars. Its title was stamped in faded silver, The Peverell Line, From Antioch to Obscurity. This book did not react to his ring. It felt cold, almost resistant. He opened it. The pages were brittle, the ink a rusty brown. It read less like history and more like a grim fairy tale. It spoke of 3 brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, who cheated death and were gifted powerful objects: an unbeatable wand, a stone to recall the dead, and a cloak of true invisibility. The Deathly Hallows. The cloak he now owned. The stone, the ring. He looked at the signet on his thumb. The triangle, circle, line. The symbol of the Hallows. Was the ring connected to the stone? Or was it just a family crest? The book was dismissive, calling the Hallows a metaphor for magical arrogance, and likely an allegory for the 3 branches of the Peverell family's decay. But at the very end, in a cramped, handwritten addendum, was a note that made his blood run cold. While the Hallows' literal existence is debated, the Peverell affinity for transcendent magic is not. Their bloodline carries an echo of that primal power. It is this echo that resonates with the founder's magic at Hogwarts, a school built upon transcendent ideals. This connection, however, is a two-way channel. A Peverell steward of significant strength may be perceptible to others who carry similar echoes of power born from prolonged exposure to certain transcendent, and often dark, arts. Harry's scar gave a sudden, vicious throb. Similar echoes. The Dark Lord. The book fell from his numb fingers with a loud slap that echoed in the silent library. He backed away from it as if it were a live serpent. It wasn't just about laws and gaps. It was about blood. About a connection he couldn't sever. Voldemort had tried to kill him as a baby. Had felt the connection even then. And now, with Harry coming into his inheritance, awakening the castle, was that connection louder? Was that why he'd seen those red eyes in his dream, felt that attention? Master Potter, you are unwell. The voice, soft and curious, came from behind him. Harry whirled, his heart hammering. A girl stood there. She wasn't a teacher. She looked to be around his age, perhaps a year or 2 older. She had bushy, brown hair that seemed to crackle with a life of its own, and large, front teeth. Her eyes were wide with intelligence and concern. She wore neat, plain robes, and she had a stack of books levitating obediently behind her. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his voice rough. "Hermione Granger," she said, and then, as if reciting from a pamphlet, "I've been granted early admission to Hogwarts due to extenuating circumstances. My parents are muggles, dentists actually, and they're on a crucial, non-reschedulable international conference all month, and Professor McGonagall said I could come early to acclimate since the castle was in a state of, well, unprecedented transition." She said it all in one breath. "I've been in the library since I arrived yesterday. It's the most wonderful place in the world. But you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you all right? You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. Your scar is exactly like it's described." Harry stared at her. The torrent of words was so normal, so utterly focused on books and facts, that it punctured the bubble of dread around him. Here was someone who didn't see a proprietor, or a key, or a symbol. She saw a boy with a famous scar who dropped a book. "I'm fine," he managed. "Just too much reading." Hermione's eyes fell on the open Peverell book on the floor. She floated her own stack down and picked it up with careful hands. The Peverell line, she read, her brow furrowing. That's advanced reading. Esoteric, really. Mostly considered mythological. Are you interested in genealogy? Something like that, Harry said, watching her. She seemed harmless, eager, brilliant, a muggle born. Someone like him, in a way. Someone who wouldn't know about pure-blood politics or Death Eater plots. It's fascinating, isn't it? She said, her eyes lighting up. The way magical history intertwines with legend. I've been cross-referencing the accounts of the founders in Hogwarts, a history with the personal diaries in the restricted section. Professor McGonagall gave me special permission, you see, and there are several oblique references to a silent partner in the founding, a magical anchor. Most scholars dismiss it as poetic license, but if you apply a comparative analysis with Goblin Treaty law of the period. She was talking about his secret, and she didn't even know it. She was piecing it together through sheer academic zeal. An idea, reckless and bright, flashed in Harry's mind. He couldn't trust Snape. He couldn't fully trust McGonagall not to be swayed by her old loyalties. He was drowning in secrets. But Hermione Granger loved answers. She loved rules and books and facts. She was a force of pure, undiluted curiosity. What if he didn't need a soldier? What if he needed a researcher? Hermione, he interrupted her gently. You said you like puzzles. Gaps in history. She stopped, blinking. Well, yes. It's the most thrilling part. Harry took a deep breath. This was a risk. But every path was a risk now. What if I told you there was a puzzle here? A big one. About the castle. About why everything is changing. And it's not in the books. Not clearly. Her eyes widened, not with fear, but with unadulterated excitement. A real mystery. At Hogwarts. Is it dangerous? It might be, Harry said honestly. And you can't tell anyone we're looking into it. Not even Professor McGonagall. Hermione's expression became solemn, professional. She drew herself up. A confidential inquiry. I understand. The pursuit of knowledge sometimes requires discretion. What is our first hypothesis? Harry felt a strange, warm flicker in his chest. He had an ally. A secret one. Our hypothesis, he said, lowering his voice, is that the castle's magic has rules, but those rules have loopholes. And that certain people might try to use those loopholes to influence things. To influence me, we need to find the loopholes first. We need to understand the rules better than anyone else. Hermione nodded, her mind already racing. A legal and historical deep dive. Primary sources. We'll need the original charter, not copies. And any personal correspondence of the founders that references contractual limitations. And we should study the castle's observable behavior, its a sentient entity, its actions are data. She was already planning, her earlier nervousness gone, replaced by fervent purpose. Harry had just handed a born swat the ultimate homework assignment. There's something else, Harry said, the memory of the cold book in his hands returning. The Peverells. And you know who. The book said something about echoes. About connections. Hermione's excitement tempered into serious concern. That's dark arts theory. Very advanced. But, the restricted section has several treatises on magical resonance and bloodline curses. She bit her lip. Harry, this isn't just a puzzle anymore. This is. I know, he said quietly. That's why I need help. She met his gaze, and in her brown eyes, he saw no pity, no hero worship. He saw determination. A challenge accepted. All right, she said. We start tomorrow. Meet me here after breakfast. I'll have a research plan. As she gathered her books, levitating the Peverell volume back onto its shelf with a precise flick of her wrist she already had wandless control, Harry felt a fraction of the crushing weight lift. He wasn't alone. He left the library, the castle's hum a little less ominous. He had a direction. He had a first, fragile alliance. But as he walked back to his rooms, passing a window that looked out over the twilight grounds, he saw it again. A movement, at the very edge of the forbidden forest. Not a shadow this time. It was a man. Tall, ragged, standing perfectly still, staring up at the castle. Even from this distance, Harry could see the matted hair, the hollow cheeks, the desperate, fixed intensity of his gaze. It was a look of longing, of hunger, of a terrible, gnawing hope. And on the wind that rattled the windowpane, Harry could have sworn he heard a single, whispered word, carried on a voice broken by years and madness. Harry. The man vanished into the trees. Harry stood frozen, the brief warmth from the library snuffed out. The castle's walls felt strong. His new ally felt smart. But out there, in the gathering dark, were eyes of red and eyes of desperate longing, and they were all fixed on him. The puzzle had many pieces. And some of them were already moving in the dark. The ragged man's whisper clung to Harry like the damp of the dungeons long after the figure had melted back into the trees. Harry, it hadn't been a shout, or a curse. It had been a plea, a sound so full of raw, broken need that it cut through the glass and stone between them. It was more terrifying than any threat. He didn't sleep. He lay in the enormous bed, the luxurious sheets tangling around him, and stared at the canopy. Every rustle of a tapestry in the corridor, every sigh of the ancient pipes, became the footfall of the ragged man, somehow inside the walls. The castle's hum, his constant companion, now felt like a mask over a deeper, more troubled silence. What else was out there, watching, waiting? At first light, he dressed and went straight to the library. The castle felt different in the pale morning. The usual, sleepy contentment was laced with a new, watchful tension. Portraits eyed him with unusual intensity as he passed. A suit of armor he'd passed yesterday facing north was now facing south, its helmet tilted as if listening down the corridor he'd just come from. Hermione was already there. She had claimed a large, isolated table in a back corner, hidden behind a fortress of stacked books. 3 large, floating parchment scrolls were covered in her neat, meticulous handwriting, connected by lines and arrows. She looked up, her eyes bright but underscored by shadows. She'd been up even earlier. "You saw him too," she said without preamble, her voice low. Harry's stomach dropped. "You saw the man in the forest. From the Gryffindor Tower windows last night. I couldn't sleep. I was reviewing my notes on ward theory when I felt a pull. A wrongness." She shivered. He just stood there, staring. It was awful. "Who is he?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, sinking into the chair opposite her. "But he knew my name." Hermione's eyes widened. She pulled one of the scrolls towards her. "I've started a catalog. Subject 1, the castle's reactive behavior. Since your arrival, there have been 17 documented alterations to the physical structure, the throne, the griffin, your courtyard, the realignment of certain portraits and armor. All are defensive or accommodating in nature." She pointed to another scroll. Subject 2, the covenants. "I've located a copy of the original charter in the restricted section. It's not a single document, it's a magical concordance, woven into the foundation stone. The copy is just a shadow, but it's clearer than the books. The gaps are less about omission and more about interpretive scope. The castle's sentience is meant to fill them, guided by the steward's will. But its interpretation can be influenced by strong, persistent magical arguments." "Arguments?" Harry asked, lost. "If someone repeatedly performs a specific magic within the castle, or makes a compelling enough case through ritual or legacy, the castle's consciousness might begin to accept it as normal, as part of the school's fabric. Over time, that could subtly warp its protections. Snape was hinting at that, I think. A slow poison." The clinical way she said it made it more frightening. This wasn't a duel, it was a siege of ideas. "And subject 3, Harry nodded to the last scroll. Hermione's expression grew graver. "The Peverell resonance. It's not just a historical footnote, Harry. I found a passing reference in Magical Theorems of Sympathetic Vibration by Bertrand the Baffled. He posits that powerful, traumatic magical events can create permanent, resonant echoes, in both places and bloodlines. The killing curse that hit you. It didn't just leave a scar. It left an echo. And your family line already had one, from the Hallows. You're a tuning fork for very old, very powerful magic. And so is," she couldn't say the name. "Voldemort," Harry finished for her, the name feeling strange and heavy on his tongue in the quiet library. Hermione flinched but nodded. "If he's out there, even weakened, he might be able to sense the change in you. The awakening. The book you found said, prolonged exposure to certain transcendent, and often dark, arts. What is more transcendent and dark than creating Horcruxes?" What?" Harry asked. Hermione paled. I read about it in Secrets of the Darkest Art, a book so restricted it's kept in the headmistress's office. I only saw the title when Professor McGonagall was fetching another document. It's a method of achieving a form of immortality by fracturing one's soul. It's the worst kind of magic. Theory suggests it would create a profound, corrupt resonant echo. She looked at him with dawning horror. Harry, if he did that, the connection between you might be more than just the killing curse. It might be an echo of his soul calling to an echo of a hallow. The air in the library grew thin. Harry's scar gave a dull, persistent ache, as if agreeing with her. So the man in the forest, Harry began, could be unrelated, or he could be drawn to the same resonance. A predator, or, she bit her lip, a victim of it. Their research was suddenly no longer an academic exercise. It was a race to understand a target painted on Harry's back. We need to know who he is, Harry said, a new determination hardening inside him. Fear was a luxury. Information was a weapon. How do we find out? The castle might know, Hermione suggested. You said you practiced awareness. Could you ask it about intruders on the grounds? It was a leap from feeling the castle's mood to interrogating it. But he had to try. He placed his hand flat on the old wooden table, feeling the grain beneath his palm. He closed his eyes, ignoring the distant sound of Madame Pants shushing a particularly loud book. He focused on the ring, not as a symbol of power, but as a key. A question formed in his mind, not in words, but in intent, the man at the forest's edge. Who is he? Show me. He pushed the question down through his hand, into the table, into the stone floor below. The castle's hum shifted. The comforting background noise focused, became a stream of sensation directed at his query. He saw flashes, the black lake, calm. The Quidditch pitch, empty. The greenhouses, peaceful. The forbidden forest, a wall of tangled, ancient magic, resistant to the castle's sight. It was a blind spot, a place of older, wilder power where the school's dominion frayed. But at the edge, where the wards of Hogwarts met the primordial magic of the forest, he felt a lingering imprint. Not an image, but a feeling, desperation, loneliness, a love so fierce it had curdled into obsession, and a guilt that was a bottomless pit. And clinging to it all, the cold, metallic scent of Dementors, though none were near. He pulled back, gasping, his eyes flying open. He's hurt. In his mind, he's been around Dementors. And he's looking for me. Not to hurt me, I don't think. To find me. Hermione was writing frantically. An escaped prisoner. From Azkaban. That would fit the description. But why would an Azkaban escapee be looking for you? The answer came from behind a towering bookshelf, in a voice like dry leaves. Because he believes you are the reason he was imprisoned. They both jumped. A ghost drifted into view, not the pearly white of nearly headless Nick, but translucent and gray, wrapped in tattered, ancient robes. His eyes were sad and knowing. Sir Nicholas? Hermione asked, recognizing the Gryffindor ghost. No, child, the ghost said, giving a slight, mournful bow. I am the Grey Lady. Helena Ravenclaw. I do not often frequent the library, but the castle's unease, it draws us all. And your question stirs old memories. The ghost of Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. Harry stared, awestruck. You know who he is? Harry asked. I know the taste of his despair, the Grey Lady whispered, her form wavering. It has lingered at the forest's edge for days. It is the despair of a man betrayed by all he held dear. His name is Sirius Black. The name meant nothing to Harry. But Hermione gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Sirius Black. The mass murderer. He betrayed your parents to he who must not be named, Harry. He killed a street full of muggles and another wizard. He's the one who escaped from Azkaban. Everyone's talking about it. The words hit Harry like physical blows. Betrayed your parents. Mass murderer. This broken, whispering man was the reason he had no family. The reason he grew up in a cupboard. A cold, black fury rose in him, so intense it made the library's torches gutter. The books on the nearest shelves shuddered. The Grey Lady floated back a pace. He seeks you, she murmured, to finish the job. To wipe out the last of the Potter line. It is the obsession that sustained him through Azkaban. The one thing the Dementors could not take. The logic was horrifying and perfect. The pleading whisper wasn't a plea for help. It was the call of a hunter to his prey. Harry stood up, his chair scraping loudly. The distant, watchful feeling of the castle sharpened, attuned to his rage. He can't get in. The wards are strong, the Grey Lady agreed. But a man with nothing left to lose, sustained by hatred and madness, he may find ways the wards do not anticipate. The forest has secrets. There are passages, old things, forgotten things. The castle does not know all of them. We have to tell Professor McGonagall, Hermione said, her voice tight with fear. No. The word came out of Harry sharper than he intended. Both Hermione and the ghost looked at him. If we tell her, she'll lock me away. Put me under guard. I'll be a prisoner in the castle. I won't be able to do anything. To learn anything. He looked at Hermione, the fury banking into a hard, cold resolve. We know his name. We know his goal. That's an advantage. We use it. Harry, he's a dangerous killer. So is Snape, probably, Harry shot back. And he's inside. Black is outside. I'd rather know where the snake is than wonder which of the portraits it's hiding behind. He turned to the Grey Lady. Can you watch? Tell me if he comes near again. The ghost looked conflicted. I am bound to the castle, child. I cannot venture far into the forest. But I can watch the edge. I can listen. His despair is a loud song in the world of spirits. I will hear it if it draws close. Thank you, Harry said. The Grey Lady gave him one last, inscrutable look. Your mother had the same fierceness. It is a sword that cuts both ways. She drifted away, fading through a bookshelf. The library felt colder after she left. Hermione was staring at him, a mixture of terror and awe on her face. You're not going to do anything stupid, are you? I'm going to learn, Harry said, the decision solidifying. Faster. I need to understand this power. Not just to own a castle, but to defend it. To defend myself. You're going to help me. We're going to find every loophole, every weakness, and we're going to plug them. Starting with the forest. How? The castle can't see into the forest clearly. But it knows its own boundaries. We need a map, not of the castle, but of the edge. Every tree, every rock, every possible place someone could hide or cross. If the castle can't give it to us, we'll make it ourselves. It was a monumental task. But Hermione's eyes, after a moment's doubt, lit with the challenge. Cartography. Applied ward mapping. We'll need surveying spells, which are newt level, but the theory is in magical geometries. As she began muttering about reference texts, Harry's mind was elsewhere. Sirius Black. The name was a poison in his blood. The man's whispered plea now sounded like a taunt. His second tutorial with McGonagall that afternoon was a study in forced normality. He sat through a lecture on the structure of the Ministry's Department of Magical Education, all the while feeling the new, jagged piece of knowledge, black, traitor, murderer, coming for you, grating inside him. McGonagall noticed his distraction. You are pale, Mr. Potter. Is the material too dense? No, Professor, he said, pulling his focus back. I was just thinking about boundaries. How far do the castle's wards actually extend? Into the forest? Over the lake? She looked at him curiously. A practical question. The wards form a dome, approximately. They extend 100 yards into the forest, 50 over the lake, and several miles into the air. The forest's innate magic resists further penetration. It is why the Forbidden Forest is forbidden. It is a liminal space, only partially under the school's control. Why do you ask? I was just wondering how safe it really is, Harry said, which was true. No place is perfectly safe, McGonagall said, a shadow passing over her face. But Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain for a magical child. You must trust in that. Harry nodded, but he didn't trust. He couldn't. That night, after another meal brought by a worried-looking Dobby, Harry stood again at his window. The forest was a black maw under a cloudy sky. No sign of the Ragged Man. But he was out there. He took the Founder's cloak from its chest. He didn't put it on. He laid it on his bed, then placed the Peverell ring beside it. 2 hallows, or pieces of them. He remembered the book's words, artifacts of shared provenance. Tentatively, he picked up the ring. He focused not on the castle, but on the cloak. On the idea of unseen. Of passing through boundaries. He willed the connection, the shared history. The ring grew warm. The silvery fabric of the cloak shimmered, and for a second, he saw not just a cloak, but a pattern of ancient, intricate runes woven into its very threads, glowing a soft blue before fading. The cloak wasn't just a tool. It was a testament, a promise of protection from death itself. And it was his. A new thought, reckless and clear, formed. He couldn't wait for Black to find a gap. He couldn't just study boundaries. He had to test them. To know what he, and his artifacts, could do. He would not go into the forest. That was suicide. But he would go to the edge. Invisible. He would see what the castle saw. He would feel what it felt. And he would learn if the whispers in the stone could tell him how to keep the darkness out. Slipping the ring back on his thumb, he swirled the cloak around his shoulders and vanished from the sight of the room. He was a ghost moving through his own haunted house. He drifted down staircases, through deserted common rooms, past the silent great hall with its empty throne. He followed the pulse of the castle's awareness, a current leading him to the nearest exit to the grounds. He stepped out into the cool night air. The wards tingled over his skin, a blanket of static that recognized him and parted. He walked across the dewy grass, towards the tree line. The castle's hum grew fainter with each step, replaced by the chirp of crickets and the rustle of leaves. The forest loomed, a wall of deeper darkness. He stopped 10 feet from the first twisted oak. This was the boundary. He could feel it, a subtle shift in the air, a line where ordered magic met wild magic. He knelt, invisible, and placed his hand on the ground. "Show me," he asked again, pushing his will towards the edge. This time, the information came not as feeling, but as sound, 100 layered whispers from the soil, from the roots, from the stones. The history of the boundary. Student laughter from decades past, echoing where they dared each other to touch the trees. The solemn tread of centaur hooves, just inside the line. The frantic scramble of a acromantula decades ago, driven back by fiery spells. And newer sounds. The crunch of a desperate man's footsteps, circling, always circling. The ragged draw of breath. The constant, silent scream of his mind. Sirius Black was a scar on the edge of the world. Harry also heard something else. Fainter, older. A trickle of water underground. A fault in the rock, a tiny, natural tunnel that ran from deep in the forest to just behind the greenhouses, where it was capped by a slab of stone and a tangle of magical ivy planted by some long-ago herbology professor. A forgotten path. A gap. His breath caught. The castle knew of it, but it was a natural feature, not a breach. The ivy was supposed to seal it. But ivy could be cut. He had found a loophole. As he focused on the sound of the hidden water, a new whisper rose, drowning out the others. It came not from the earth, but from the air before him. Cold, high, and full of a malice so pure it froze the blood in his veins. "Little master, stepping into the wild." Harry jerked his hand back as if burned. The voice was not Sirius Black's. It was the voice from his dream. The voice that had hissed Hogwarts. He scrambled to his feet, staring into the impenetrable black of the forest. He saw nothing, but he felt it. A presence, vast and hungry, coiled in the deep woods. It had felt his probe. It had tasted his magic, his resonance. And it was interested. The cloak seemed to thin around him. He was no longer sure it could hide him from that. He turned and ran, invisible feet silent on the grass, back towards the castle's glowing windows. The comforting hum of the wards felt like a lifeline. He didn't stop until he was back in his room, the door locked, the cloak discarded on the floor. He stood, panting, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He had gone seeking a man and found a monster. He had a map now, in his head. A map with 2 marks on it, a hidden tunnel, and a sleeping dragon. And he was the only one who knew about either. Sleep was impossible. The high, cold voice from the forest coiled in his mind like a venomous serpent. It wasn't just a sound. It was a presence, a weight of ancient malice that made the darkness of his room feel suffocating, alive. He lay rigid, the sheets clutched in his fists, straining his ears for any whisper that wasn't the castle's steady breath. The hidden tunnel behind the greenhouses felt like an open wound in the school's defenses, a secret he now carried alone. By dawn, exhaustion had sanded the sharp edges off his fear, leaving a gritty, determined resolve. He couldn't tell McGonagall about the voice. She'd lock him in a tower and throw away the key. But the tunnel, that was a physical problem. It could be fixed. He needed to see it. He met Hermione in the library as the first gray light filtered through the high windows. She took one look at his shadowed eyes and paled. "What happened?" "I found a gap," he said, his voice hoarse. "A real one. A tunnel from the forest. And I heard something else. In the trees." He told her everything, except the visceral, personal terror of the voice. He described it as a dark magical presence, which was true, if inadequate. Hermione listened, her expression growing more grave with each word. She didn't scold him for going out. She just opened a fresh scroll of parchment and began taking notes. A subterranean aqueous conduit, likely a natural limestone fissure, she murmured. Herbological ceiling, ivy of Odessa, perhaps, magically reinforced. If it's degraded, it's a critical vulnerability. We need to inspect it. Today. We can't just go poking at it, Harry said, though he wanted to. If someone's watching, then we observe from a distance first, Hermione said, with flawless logic. We need a vantage point. The Ollery Tower has a view of the back of the greenhouses and the forest edge. We'll go after breakfast, under your cloak. We'll take notes, then decide. Her calm, procedural approach was an anchor. She wasn't dismissing the danger, she was systematizing it. It made the monster in the woods feel slightly more like a problem to be solved, and less like a fate to be endured. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a surreal experience. The staff table was only half full, the teachers eating in preoccupied silence. The 4 long house tables stood empty, awaiting the influx of students in a few weeks. The throne at the head of the hall was a stark, gray silhouette. Harry ate at the end of the Gryffindor table, feeling hundreds of empty benches press in on him. Hermione sat across from him, a stack of books beside her plate, already reading a tome titled Geomancy and Ward Weaving. Professor McGonagall approached as they were finishing. Mr. Potter, your 3rd tutorial is this afternoon. We will be discussing the practical applications of the stewardship, focusing on low-level environmental adjustments. Meet me in the astrology tower at 2. Her eyes flicked to Hermione. Miss Granger, I trust you are finding the library adequate. Oh, yes, Professor. Hermione said, snapping the book shut. It's utterly brilliant. I've already started an independent study on comparative ward theory. HMPH. See that your independent study does not lead you into areas beyond your current safety level. McGonagall's gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, as if sensing the new tension in him, before she swept away. She knows something's up, Harry muttered. She's observant. But she doesn't know what, Hermione said, gathering her things. Come on, Ollery. The climb to the top of the Ollery was steep and smelled strongly of feathers and droppings. A few school owls snoozed on perches. At the top, a large, arched opening looked out over the rear of the castle. Hermione pulled a small, brass telescope from her bag. It's a collapsible, omni-focus model, standard issue for first years, but I've calibrated the runes for enhanced clarity, and trained it on the spot Harry described. The greenhouses glinted in the morning sun. Behind Greenhouse 3, the land sloped down towards the forest. It was a tangle of overgrown magical shrubbery and rocky outcroppings. I see it, Hermione whispered, her eye glued to the telescope. The ivy mound. It looks too uniform. Like a deliberate covering. There's a depression in the earth leading from the forest line right to it. A water runoff path, now dry. She handed Harry the telescope. Through the magnified lens, the innocent-looking mound of dark green ivy looked suddenly sinister. He could see where the tendrils were thicker, woven together in patterns that hinted at fading enchantment. At its base, partly obscured by ferns, was a darker patch, shadow, or an opening. Can we get closer? Harry asked. Not without being seen from the castle windows, Hermione said, chewing her lip. But, if we had a reason to be near the greenhouses. A botanical interest. Professor Sprout is usually in Greenhouse 1 in the mornings, repotting. A gleam entered her eye. We could ask for a tour. Express interest in herbology. It's a credible cover. It was a good plan. Simple. Believable. Half an hour later, they stood in the humid, earthy air of Greenhouse 1, surrounded by puffopods and viciously snapping fanged geraniums. Professor Sprout, a kind-faced witch with dirt smudged on her cheeks, was delighted to have eager, early visitors. Wonderful. Wonderful. So keen to get started. Hogwarts has the finest collection of magical flora outside of the Amazonian wizarding enclaves. She bustled around, showing them flutterby bushes and explaining the proper way to water a mandrake. Hermione asked intelligent, earnest questions, her performance flawless. As Sprout demonstrated the repotting of a particularly squeaky shrivelfig, Harry casually wandered towards the back of the greenhouse, which had a door leading to the space between the glass buildings. Professor. Is it all right if I look at the outside specimens? The ivy looks interesting. Oh, the ivy of Odessa. Yes, yes, go ahead. Just don't touch the venomous tentacula behind greenhouse 2, it's having a mood. Harry slipped out, Hermione following with an apologetic smile to Sprout. The air between the greenhouses was cooler. They quickly made their way to the back of greenhouse 3. Up close, the ivy mound was enormous, a great, shaggy wall of vegetation. The magical signature was faint, a ghost of intention like a forgotten whisper. Harry reached out, not with his hand, but with the ring. He sought the pattern, the crumbling spellwork. A vision flashed, brief and sharp. A wizard in old-fashioned robes, his face earnest, weaving his wand in complex patterns, urging the ivy to grow and bind and forget. The spell had been strong once. But centuries of rain, forest magic, and simple neglect had worn it thin. At the base, behind a curtain of leaves, was a narrow, dark opening, just large enough for a man to crawl through. The smell from it was of damp stone and leaf mold, and something else, a faint, metallic tang of despair. Sirius Black's scent. It's here, Harry breathed. It's open. Hermione pulled out a small notebook and began sketching the ivy's weave, muttering about sympathetic decay of binding matrices. Then she froze, her quill halting. Harry, look. She pointed to the ground near their feet. Half hidden in the mud was a footprint. It was large, made by a bare foot or a worn boot. It pointed towards the tunnel. He's already been here, Hermione whispered, her academic detachment finally cracking into real fear. He's scouted it. The world seemed to narrow to that muddy impression. The whispering madman wasn't just circling the forest. He was testing the fences. And he'd found the weak spot. We have to seal it, Harry said, his voice low and urgent. Now, before he decides to use it. We don't have the magic, Harry. This requires advanced herbology and charm work. We need to tell Professor Sprout, or Professor McGonagall. And say what? That we just happened to find a secret tunnel while on a tour. They'll want to know how we knew to look. They'll figure out I was out here last night. He shook his head. There has to be another way. The castle, maybe I can ask it to fix itself. He placed his hand on the ancient stone base of the greenhouse wall, feeling the connection to the greater foundation. He pushed an image into the stone. The tunnel, the fraying ivy, the need for it to be sealed. Protect. The castle's awareness stirred. He felt its attention brush over the site. A sense of recognition, and then frustration, flowed back. The intent was understood, but the mechanism was not. The castle's magic was vast, but not infinitely versatile. It could strengthen existing wards, repel direct attacks, even reshape its own stones. But delicately repairing a specific, failing botanical charm planted by a wizard centuries ago. That was a task for a witch or wizard. The castle sent back a feeling of constrained power, like a giant asked to do needlepoint. It can't, Harry said, opening his eyes, despair washing over him. It's not built for that. Hermione was staring at the ivy, her mind racing. Then we need to do it the non-magical way. Temporarily. Something to block it, too. Alert us if it's disturbed. We can't reweave the charm, but we can put a rock in the hole. It was crude, but it was something. They worked quickly, their hearts pounding, glancing back towards Greenhouse 1. Using broken branches in their hands, they dug a large, heavy-looking stone from the soft earth and, with great effort, rolled it in front of the low opening. It didn't fill it completely, but it would be a noisy, difficult obstacle. Then, Hermione, with a cleverness that astounded Harry, rigged a simple alarm. She carefully balanced several dry, brittle twigs against the stone. If it was moved, they would snap with a sound loud enough to hear from the greenhouse. It won't stop a determined wizard, she said, wiping her muddy hands on her robes. But it will slow him down and tell us he's here. It felt pathetically inadequate, but it was action. It was a stand. Their return to the castle was silent, both lost in thought. They had just set a trap for a murderer. The weight of it was a cold stone in Harry's gut. The afternoon tutorial in the astrology tower felt like it was happening to someone else. McGonagall had him practice minor environmental commands. He focused his will through the ring and made a dusty telescope polish itself. He caused a stack of star charts to sort themselves by celestial season. It was small, precise magic, a world away from monstrous voices and hidden tunnels. "Control, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, watching as he made a model of the solar system rotate slowly above a table. Precision. The stewardship is not about raw force. It is about nuanced understanding. You are learning to whisper to the castle, not shout. If only you knew what's whispering back, Harry thought. As the lesson ended, McGonagall cleared her throat. There is another matter. You will have noticed the increased presence of ministry owls. The Board of Governors, in conjunction with the Department of Magical Education, has requested, demanded, a meeting with the proprietorial entity of Hogwarts. They wish to understand the situation and to discuss the upcoming school year. Harry's blood ran cold. A meeting with me, with you, she confirmed, her lips thin. They are insisting. It is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon in the headmistress's office. I will be present, as will a representative from Gringotts, likely your account manager, Ragnarok. It will be formal and contentious. Lucius Malfoy is the chair of the board. The name was a punch. Malfoy, Snape's co-conspirator, the man who wanted to cultivate him. What did they want? They want assurances. They want influence. They want to know if a child is truly going to be allowed to dictate the future of the premier magical school in Europe. Some will want to impose a regency. Others may try to legally challenge the inheritance. You must be prepared. You must appear, in command. Not of magic, but of yourself. She was teaching him politics. The most dangerous magic of all. That night, after another tense dinner, Harry retreated to his rooms. He tried to read the material Hermione had left for him, notes on ward theory, but the words blurred. All he could see was Lucius Malfoy's cold, handsome face, and the muddy footprint by the tunnel. A soft pop announced Dobby's arrival. The house elf looked even more anxious than usual, his ears drooping. "Great Master Harry Potter, sir," Dobby squeaked, wringing his hands. Dobby is hearing things. Bad things. Harry sat up. "What things, Dobby?" The bad wizard with the slippery voice and the cold eyes. "He is in the dungeons, talking to a shiny, cruel man in a painting." Dobby was cleaning the sconces, sir, invisible-like. "They is talking about the meeting tomorrow. The shiny man in the painting, he is saying, the boy must be seen to be unstable. A danger to himself and the school. The curse of his heritage. The slippery voice wizard, he is saying, the memories can be arranged." A touch of confusion. A glimpse of madness. Dobby's eyes were huge with terror. "They is plotting against the great master. They is saying they will make you look cursed. Snape. And a portrait, likely of one of Malfoy's ancestors, placed in the Slytherin dungeons. They were planning to discredit him. To make the board see him as a liability, touched by the Dark Lord's curse, unfit to own a teacup, let alone a castle." The cold fury returned, but this time it was clean, sharp, focused. They wanted to play with memories. With perceptions. He looked at Dobby. "Thank you, Dobby. That was very brave." Dobby is wanting to help the great master. Dobby could cause a diversion. Drop a potion on the slippery wizard's head. "No," Harry said, a plan forming, cold and clear. "No diversions. Let them try." He felt the ring, heavy on his thumb. The castle's hum was a steady drumbeat. The castle knows its master. Tomorrow, they'll learn that too. He spent the next hour not studying ward theory, but thinking about the Founder's vault. About the objects on their plinths. Godric's oath. For the defense of the innocent. He didn't have the sword. But he had the oath. The principle. The next morning, he sought out Hermione before the meeting. He found her in the library, surrounded by law books. "They're going to try to make me look mad," he told her bluntly. "Snape and Malfoy. They're going to suggest the connection with Voldemort has damaged me." Hermione's face hardened. "We need evidence. Counter-arguments. Testimonials to your stability." "No," Harry said. "I'm not going to defend myself. I'm going to remind them what I am." He didn't explain further. He didn't know how. At 2 o'clock, he walked to the headmistress's office. He wore his simple Hogwarts robes, the ring openly displayed on his hand. McGonagall met him at the door, her expression stern, but he saw the worry in her eyes. "Remember," she murmured. "Calm. Clear. You are the steward. The castle stands with you." The office was crowded. Lucius Malfoy stood by the fireplace, his platinum hair perfect, his face a mask of polite concern. Around a large table sat other governors, witch and wizards who looked variously curious, alarmed, or greedy. In a corner, draped in shadow, stood Severus Snape, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. And beside McGonagall's desk, perched on a high stool, was Ragnarok the Goblin, his claws tapping a slow, impatient rhythm on the wood. "Ah, the young master," Lucius Malfoy drawled, his eyes sweeping over Harry with dismissive scrutiny. "How good of you to join us. We are all so eager to understand the unique circumstances that have brought us here." The meeting began with tedious formalities. Then Lucius leaned forward. "Our primary concern, of course, is the stability and safety of Hogwarts. Recent events have been traumatic. The sudden removal of a beloved headmaster. The manifestation of unusual architectural changes." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "And we must address the elephant in the room. The boy's own history. The cursed scar. The known, lingering connection to the Dark Lord. Can we, in good conscience, entrust the welfare of hundreds of children to someone who may be psychologically vulnerable? Who may be a conduit for darker forces?" It was worse than Harry expected. More direct. More venomous. One of the other governors, a witch with a kind face, spoke up. "Lucius, that is a terrible accusation. The boy is a victim. A victim who now holds ultimate power," Lucius countered smoothly. "A dangerous combination. We have expert testimony." He gestured to Snape. "Professor Snape, as a master of the mind arts and a witness to the boy's recent, erratic behavior." Snape unfolded himself from the shadows. His voice was soft, deadly. "I have observed Mr. Potter exhibiting signs of profound magical disturbance. Fugue states, night terrors, an unhealthy fixation on the forest, a known reservoir of dark magic. It is the classic presentation of a mind grappling with a parasitic, magical legacy. I fear for his well-being. And for the well-being of any who share a roof with him." The words were lies, but spoken with such conviction they sounded like diagnosis. The governors shifted uneasily. McGonagall was furious. "This is outrageous slander, Severus. You have no—" "It is a valid concern, Minerva," Lucius interrupted. "Perhaps a period of evaluation is necessary. A regency, held by the board, until the boy is of age and proven sane." Ragnarok hissed, a sound like steam escaping. "The Goblin Nation recognizes the Peverell stewardship. It is not subject to your human notions of sanity. The magic has accepted him." "Magic can be fooled," Lucius said dismissively. Harry had listened, his heart a cold, hard stone in his chest. He let the fear, the outrage, the betrayal wash over him, and then he let it go. He thought of the Founder's vault. Of the quiet power of the objects. Of the castle's trust. He wasn't an orphan in a cupboard. He wasn't just a boy with a scar. He was the steward. He stood up. He didn't slam his hands on the table. He didn't raise his voice. He simply looked at Lucius Malfoy. "You're afraid," Harry said, his voice clear in the sudden silence. "You're not afraid I'm mad. You're afraid I'm not. You're afraid the old order, where your gold and your name meant you could whisper in corners and shape the world to your liking, is over." Lucius's mask cracked, revealing sheer, incredulous fury. "How dare you?" "I dare," Harry cut him off, "because this castle dares with me." He lifted his ring hand. He didn't channel a command. He simply offered the symbol to the room, and to the castle around them. "You want to see stability. You want to see sanity." He closed his eyes. He didn't think of spells or loopholes. He thought of the purpose. Of the promise carved into the foundation stone, a sanctuary of learning for all. He poured that feeling, clean and strong, through the ring. The office reacted. The stone walls, for a moment, became translucent, and within them, the four glowing forms of the Founder's artifacts shimmered: the sword, the diadem, the cauldron, the locket, before fading. The portraits on the walls, all former headmasters and headmistresses, stopped their muttering and sat up straight, their faces turning not to Harry, but to the empty frame where Dumbledore's portrait would have been, which remained conspicuously, pointedly blank. The very air grew still and heavy with ancient, approving magic. From the window, a single, radiant phoenix song echoed, Fox, somewhere on the grounds, offering a chorus. It lasted only seconds. But the effect was absolute. The kind-faced witch gasped. Another governor dropped his quill. Lucius Malfoy had gone pale. Snape's black eyes were wide, his sneer frozen into something like shock. The castle had spoken, not with a shout, but with a show of legacy. It had affirmed its steward. Harry opened his eyes. He looked at the board. The school is stable. It is safe. It is open. And I am its steward. The discussion, he said, echoing McGonagall's own tone, is over. He turned and walked out of the office, the stunned silence ringing behind him. He didn't feel triumphant. He felt tired. And alone. He had won the battle. He had faced down the wolves in the office. But as he walked the corridor, the echo of the Phoenix song faded, replaced by a distant, echoing snap from far away, carried on the castle's awareness to his ring. The sound of a brittle twig breaking. The alarm at the tunnel. The wolf at the door was already here. The sound was a tiny fracture in the world. A brittle, final snap that echoed not in the stone corridor around him, but in the very core of the ring on his finger. It was a whisper of violation, a seismic tremor along the fragile tripwire of their makeshift alarm. Harry froze mid-step, the polished floor of the corridor seeming to lurch beneath him. The confident afterglow of facing down the board evaporated, leaving only cold, sharp dread. The tunnel. He turned and ran, not towards the safety of his rooms, but towards the library. His footsteps echoed too loudly in the empty halls, a frantic drumbeat against the castle's steady hum, which now felt agitated, a watchful beast sensing a predator at the edge of its den. He burst through the library doors, ignoring Madame Pance's scandalized shush. Hermione was at their usual table, but she wasn't reading. She was staring at a small, charmed piece of parchment, a twin to the one she'd left near the tunnel, now showing a faint, glowing X, where the stick had broken. She looked up, her face pale. "You felt it too. We have to go," Harry panted, his chest tight. "Now, Harry, we can't. If he's there, we need to know," Harry insisted, his voice low and fierce. "We need to see if he got through. We can't just wait. We have the cloak." The logic was desperate, but Hermione saw the necessity. Knowledge was their only weapon. With a trembling nod, she gathered her things, including her wand, a sleek, vinewood stick she held with a white-knuckled grip. They moved like ghosts under the silvery cloak, a three-legged race of fear and urgency. The castle seemed to sense their purpose, staircases shifted to offer shorter routes, and the portraits along their path feigned sleep or looked resolutely away. The castle was an accomplice in their recklessness. The grounds were bathed in the long, ominous shadows of late afternoon. They skirted the edge of the greenhouses, hearts hammering. The cheerful humidity of the plant life felt like a mockery. As they approached the back of Greenhouse 3, the world narrowed to the mound of ivy. Their stone was still there. But it had been moved. Not rolled aside, but shifted a good foot to the left, leaving a dark, yawning gap just wide enough for a thin man to squeeze through. The dry twigs they'd balanced were scattered, snapped into pieces. And in the soft earth, leading from the tunnel mouth into the shadow of the greenhouse, was a fresh trail of footprints. Harry's blood turned to ice. He wasn't circling anymore. He was inside. Hermione stifled a gasp, her hand clamping over her mouth. Her eyes were huge with terror. She pointed her wand at the footprints, her lips moving soundlessly in a detection spell she'd clearly just read about. A faint, silvery mist drifted from her wand tip, settling over the prints. It glowed a sickly, desperate gray, the color of the memory of despair they'd felt before. "He's here," she breathed, the words barely audible. "On the grounds. Right now." A new, more immediate terror seized Harry. The castle's wards hadn't kept him out. The ancient magic had been bypassed by a forgotten crack in the earth. Sirius Black was somewhere within the perimeter, a madman loose in the labyrinth. "The castle," Harry whispered, pressing his hand against the greenhouse wall. He sent a frantic, pulsed warning: intruder. Human. Male. Desperate. Find him. The castle's consciousness surged, a wave of alertness rippling through the stones, the paintings, the very air. He felt its search, 1,000 unseen eyes blinking open, a million magical threads stretching taut. It was looking. But the grounds were vast, filled with 1,000 hiding places. The boathouse, the covered bridges, the stands of the Quidditch pitch, the network of greenhouses themselves. A feedback of sensations flooded Harry. The peaceful sleep of the giant squid in the lake, the rustle of bowtruckles in a nearby tree, the agitated pulse of the mandrakes in their pots. And then, a sharp, discordant note, a patch of cold, swirling despair near the whomping willow on the far side of the grounds. The trail was already going cold, dissipating in the open air. "He's moving," Harry said, pulling his hand back. "Towards the tree. But the castle can't get a lock. He's slippery. We have to tell someone now, Harry." Hermione's whisper was strangled. He could be anywhere. He could be heading for the castle itself. She was right. Their secret was over. People were in danger. But as they turned to run back, a figure stepped out from behind Greenhouse 2. It was not Sirius Black. It was Severus Snape. He moved without sound, his black robes blending with the deepening shadows. His face was a pale, grim mask, his wand held loosely but ready at his side. His eyes, like chips of obsidian, swept over the area, the moved stone, the scattered twigs, the footprints, before settling on the seemingly empty space where Harry and Hermione stood frozen. A crude alarm, Snape said, his voice a soft, oily ripple in the quiet. Predictably obvious. I felt the disturbance in the castle's attention. A child's attempt at security. He took a step closer, his gaze piercing the gloom. You can remove the cloak, Potter. Your breathing is atrocious. Heart sinking, Harry let the silvery fabric slip from their shoulders. They materialized before Snape, two guilty, frightened children. Snape's lip curled. And Miss Granger, the overachiever. I might have known. Exploring beyond your limits. You found the tunnel. And you found that someone else has used it. His eyes flicked to the gap. Black. You knew. Harry accused, anger momentarily overriding his fear. I suspected. The forest's magic has been agitated. The wards reported persistent probing at weak points. This, he gestured dismissively at the ivy, was always the most likely. I have been monitoring it. He said it as if they were foolish children who had stumbled into his private laboratory. Then why didn't you seal it? Hermione burst out, her fear sharpening into outrage. You let him get in. Snape's gaze turned icy. To catch a serpent, Miss Granger, one must allow it to enter the trap. My surveillance was in place. Your amateur interference has likely spooked him. He knows the breach is discovered. He looked at Harry, a calculating gleam in his eye. But this presents an opportunity. The proprietor, discovering a deadly threat to his school. A test of your much-vaunted stewardship. Harry understood. Snape wasn't going to help. He was going to watch. To see if Harry would fail. We're telling Professor McGonagall, Harry stated, trying to sound firm. By all means, Snape said, with a slow, nasty smile. Run along. I will secure the area. He made no move to follow them, simply watched as they stumbled back, clutching the cloak. They ran, no longer caring about stealth. They burst into the entrance hall, startling a group of gossiping portraits. Professor McGonagall, Harry yelled, his voice cracking. She appeared at the top of the main staircase moments later, her face alarmed. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, what is the meaning of this? Sirius Black, Harry gasped, skidding to a halt at the foot of the stairs. He's in. He used a tunnel behind the greenhouses. He's on the grounds. All color drained from McGonagall's face. For a second, sheer, undiluted horror replaced her usual composure. Then, the headmistress slammed down over her features. Show me. Now. As they hurried back out, McGonagall sending urgent Patronus messages, Silvery Cat streaking away to find other staff, Harry told her everything. About finding the tunnel, the footprint, the alarm. He omitted only the voice from the deep forest and Snape's knowing presence. He said they'd been studying magical plants and stumbled upon it. They reached the spot. Snape was still there, now standing with an air of detached observation. The stone had been moved fully aside. The tunnel mouth was a black pit. Severus, McGonagall snapped. What do you know? I arrived shortly after the children, Minerva, Snape said smoothly. Clearly, Black has penetrated our perimeter. A grave failure. His eyes flicked to Harry. Though perhaps an expected one, given the transitional state of our defenses. McGonagall ignored the barb. She pointed her wand at the tunnel. Revelio Intrusio. A complex web of light shot from her wand, mapping the passage. It stretched back over 50 yards into the forest. Seal it. Now. Petrificus totalis terram. The earth around the tunnel rumbled. Stone and soil collapsed inward, packing the entrance with final, grinding force. The gap was gone, filled with solid earth. That will not undo the fact that he is already inside, Snape murmured. Then we find him, McGonagall said, her voice like steel. All staff, to me. We sweep the grounds. Students, you too, to the castle. To the Great Hall. Now. Do not stop for anything. They were shepherded back, their mission over, their secret exposed. The castle was suddenly alive with urgency. Teachers emerged from doorways, wands lit, faces set. The air crackled with defensive spells. The great hall, so empty before, now felt like a cage. They were its only occupants. The towering walls seemed to press in, the empty throne at the end a mocking symbol of Harry's powerless power. He owned the castle, and a murderer was hiding in its shadow. "I'm sorry," Hermione whispered, her arms wrapped around herself. "I should have insisted we tell sooner." "It wouldn't have mattered," Harry said, staring at the enchanted ceiling where clouds now raced across a darkening sky, mirroring the turmoil below. Snape knew. He was waiting. He wanted this to happen. But why? "To prove I can't protect anything," Harry said, the truth bitter on his tongue. "To show the board, to show everyone, that the child owner is a liability." Hours crawled by. Teachers returned in shifts, reporting nothing. No sign. Black had vanished like smoke. The castle's intensified search had found traces, a torn piece of filthy robe caught on the whomping willow's aggressive branches, the lingering chill of despair near the gamekeeper's hut, but no man. As night fell, McGonagall entered the great hall, her face drawn. "He is gone, or so deeply hidden even the castle cannot find him. We have reinforced the wards over the tunnel breach. The forest's edge is being patrolled by the centaurs. They have agreed, for now, to watch." She looked at Harry, her exhaustion plain. "You will have a guard, Mr. Potter. At all times. Starting tonight. Professor Flitwick will be stationed outside your rooms. A guard. A babysitter." Snape had won this round. Flitwick, looking uncharacteristically solemn, escorted Harry to his suite. The cheerful charm master now seemed like a jailer. "Nothing will get past me, Harry, not to worry," he said with forced brightness, taking up a post outside the door. The door closed. Harry was alone. The silence was absolute, and in it, he heard the echo of the snapping twig, saw the shifting stone, felt the crawling certainty that Black was not gone. He was here, waiting, watching, and he wasn't the only one. Harry stood in the center of his sitting room, the fire crackling uselessly against the chill inside him. He looked at the ring. He had used it to impress the board, to feel the castle's presence. But it hadn't sealed a tunnel. It hadn't found a killer. He had been thinking like a child playing at ownership. Snape was right. It was a test. And he was failing. A slow, cold resolution began to form, hardening in his gut. He couldn't just sense the castle. He couldn't just ask it to look. He had to use it. To wield it. Not for pretty displays, but for defense. For hunting. He walked to the window, looking out at the night. Somewhere out there, a man haunted by Dementor's chill was hiding. And somewhere deeper, something older and colder was listening. He placed his palm against the cold glass. No more waiting, he thought, pushing the intent through the ring, into the castle's heart. He is a stain on my home. Find him, not just look. Hunt. Show me every stone he has touched. Every shadow he has worn. I am the steward. This is my command. The castle's hum changed. The gentle, watchful pulse sharpened into a focused, predatory thrum. The magic shifted, no longer a blanket of awareness, but a net of intent. He felt it reaching out, not just seeing, but seeking, tasting the air for the unique, desperate residue of Sirius Black. For a long moment, nothing. Then, a faint, prickling sensation traced a path across his mind's eye, a ghostly map of the grounds. A cold spot, faint, almost faded, moving in a slow, pained circuit around the outskirts of the forbidden forest, just beyond the ward line. But then, another. A newer, brighter chill. Inside the ward line. Not on the grounds, but under them. A secret place. A room, forgotten, buried. The chill pulsed from a spot on the map near the Whomping Willow. A place the castle had always known was there but had never considered a threat, a part of its own body, long sealed off. The shack. And the trail didn't end there. A thin, icy thread connected that hidden room back, into the castle itself. A passage. A one-way route. Sirius Black wasn't on the grounds. He was in the very bowels of the castle, in a secret room that belonged to it. And he had a way in. Harry's breath fogged the glass. He had his answer. The castle, asked to hunt, had found its prey. But as the magical net tightened, focusing on that icy thread, a second presence brushed against the edge of the search. A deeper, vaster cold from the heart of the forest. It felt the castle's aggressive probe. It stirred. The high, cold voice slithered into his mind, not a shout, but a whisper of infinite malice. You learn to reach. Good. Reach further, little steward. I am here. And I am waiting. The connection snapped. Harry staggered back from the window, clutching his head, his scar blazing with fresh, icy fire. He had found the snake in the cellar. And he had awakened the dragon in the dark. The icy fire in his scar receded, leaving a throbbing ache and a phantom echo of that voice coiled in the base of his skull. Harry stood panting in the middle of his room, the castle's aggressive, hunt mode fading back to its usual watchful hum. It had been given a command, and it had obeyed, but the cost was a flare of attention from the deepest dark. He knew two things now with crystalline, terrifying clarity. Sirius Black was not a phantom at the edge of the woods. He was in the shack, a hidden room within the castle's own extended body, connected by a secret passage. And he who must not be named was not a story, or a ghost. He was a consciousness, aware, interested, and now aware of Harry's own growing awareness. The guard outside his door, the sealed tunnel, the sweeping teachers, it was all theater. The real threat was nested inside the problem, a hidden knot of past and present. Danger. He couldn't tell Flitwick. He couldn't tell McGonagall. Not yet. They'd storm the shack, and Black would either die or be taken to Azkaban, and the secret of the passage, how he got into the castle proper, might be lost. And the other, darker attention, how could he explain that? They'd think the madness Lucius Malfoy hinted at was real. He needed to see. He needed to understand the connection. The castle had given him a map in his mind, now he had to learn to read it. He waited until the deep watch of the night, when even the portraits seemed to doze. He pulled the silvery cloak over himself and stood before his door. A gentle, focused thought through the ring, the guard sleeps. Deeply, safely. He felt the castle's magic bend, not with a dramatic spell, but with a subtle persuasion. On the other side of the door, Professor Flitwick's steady, waking alertness softened into the regular, deep rhythms of natural sleep. Harry eased the door open. Flitwick was slumped in a conjured armchair, tiny chest rising and falling, a soft snore whistling through his mustache. He'd remember nothing but a sudden, heavy drowsiness. Harry moved like a wisp of night through the corridors. The castle helped him, dimming torches as he passed, muffling his footsteps on the stone. He was not breaking rules, he was exercising a privilege so ancient it was the rule. His destination wasn't the main entrance. The map in his mind led him downwards, through seldom used passageways near the kitchens, to a stretch of blank wall in a cellar used for storing barrels of pumpkin juice. The air was cool and smelled of earth and wood. He placed his hand on the damp stone. "Show me the way. The old way." The stone shivered. A line of faint, silver light, like a seam of mica, appeared in the wall, tracing the outline of a narrow door that hadn't been opened in decades. With a grind of forgotten mechanics, it swung inward, revealing a descending staircase hewn from raw bedrock. The smell that wafted up was of dry earth, rats, and that unmistakable, metallic despair. The passage to the shrieking shack. He knew he shouldn't go. Every instinct screamed it. But the map was pull, the need to know was a compulsion. He had to see the lair. He started down. The tunnel was long, low, and claustrophobic. Roots brushed his hair. The only light was a soft, phosphorescent glow from strange fungi growing on the walls, the castle's way of lighting the path for its steward. After what felt like an hour of slow, cautious progress, the tunnel began to rise. He saw a sliver of dim, gray light ahead, moonlight through broken floorboards. He was beneath the shrieking shack. A final trapdoor, half-rotted, led up into the main room. He didn't push it open. He knelt, and through a wide crack in the wood, he looked. The room was a snapshot of violent history frozen in dust. Furniture was shredded, claw marks gouged the walls and floor. It looked like the aftermath of a werewolf's rage, which, he would later learn, was exactly what it was. But now, it was a nest. In a corner, relatively clear of debris, sat a man. Sirius Black was barely recognizable from the wanted posters. Those showed a handsome, arrogant man with a cruel smile. This man was a skeleton draped in filthy, hanging skin. His hair was a matted, greasy curtain. His eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, were fixed on a small, tarnished mirror in his hand. He wasn't looking at his own reflection. He was staring through it, into some private hell. But his hands were moving. With a shocking, delicate precision, he was using a stolen bit of charcoal to draw on the dusty floor. Harry squinted. It was a map. A beautiful, intricate map of Hogwarts. Not the castle as it was, but as it had been. Harry saw the Ollery with an extra turret, a since-collided bridge, the outline of a forgotten garden. Black was drawing from memory with an artist's skill. And in the center of the map, he was sketching not the castle, but a face. A man with glasses and messy hair, laughing. James Potter. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Black's charcoal stopped. His head snapped up. Those desperate, haunted eyes swept the room, not seeing Harry through the cloak and the crack, but sensing something. A change in the air. Prongs. The word was a dry croak, barely audible. It was filled with a hope so pathetic it was agonizing. He stared at the drawing of his dead friend. No, no, he's gone. He's gone because of me. The hope shattered into familiar despair. He curled in on himself, a low, animal moan escaping his lips. This wasn't the furious, murderous predator Harry had imagined. This was a ghost haunted by its own guilt. But the Grey Lady's warning echoed. Obsession could be a weapon too. This broken man believed Harry was the last piece of his friend to destroy. As Harry watched, Black's weeping subsided. He wiped his face with a torn sleeve, leaving grimy streaks. Then his expression changed. The despair hardened into a frantic, focused intensity. He looked at his map, then at the tunnel entrance hidden under a rug near the fireplace, the one that led back to the castle. His eyes narrowed with calculation. He began to whisper, not to himself, but as if rehearsing. Not a child, a symbol. The last piece. He has to understand, he has to see, before they make their move. Snape is watching, the Dark Lord is stirring, the boy is the key to everything. Harry's blood ran cold. Black's words were a fractured mirror of Snape's. The boy is the key. But the tone was different. Not manipulation. A desperate, urgent need to communicate. Black suddenly stiffened, his head cocked like a dog hearing a distant whistle. He scrambled to his feet, kicking dust over his drawing. They're coming closer, he muttered. The Dementors, they feel me. Even here. He cast a last, longing look at the tunnel to the castle, then turned and slipped out through a broken window frame with unnatural silence, melting into the moonlit grounds towards the forest. He was gone. Harry remained under the floorboards, his heart pounding. The image of his father's laughing face drawn in the dust was seared behind his eyes. The man who drew it was supposed to have betrayed him. But the man who drew it was also being hunted by Dementors, was hiding from Snape, and was whispering about the Dark Lord stirring. Nothing was simple. Nothing was as it seemed. He retreated back through the tunnel, the castle sealing the stone door behind him. When he returned to his room, Flitwick was still peacefully asleep. Harry sat on his bed, the cloak in a heap beside him. He had gone looking for a monster and found a shattered man drawing pictures of his dad. He had tried to hunt a threat and instead alerted a greater one. He was drowning in pieces of a puzzle where the edges didn't fit. The next morning, he went to the library. Hermione was already there, her face pale with sleeplessness. "I heard the teachers talking," she said in a hushed voice. "They found traces near the Whomping Willow. They think he might be using the shack. They're going to search it today." "They won't find him," Harry said quietly. "He was there. He's gone now. Back to the forest." He told her what he'd seen, leaving out only the visceral touch of Voldemort's mind. He described the map, the drawing, the whispered words. Hermione listened, her analytical mind wrestling with the emotional contradiction. "He's clearly mentally unwell, Harry. The trauma of Azkaban, he could be constructing an alternate reality where he's the victim. The drawing could be part of his fixation. But what he said about Snape, about the Dark Lord stirring. He's paranoid, but what if he's paranoid about real things? Even a broken clock is right twice a day," Hermione murmured, quoting a Muggle saying. "But we can't trust him. He's a convicted murderer." She leaned forward. "The passage, Harry. Did you see where it leads in the castle? A cellar near the kitchens. It's sealed with magic only the steward can open. He must have found another way in, or he knew about it from before." A terrible thought occurred to him. My dad. They were friends. Best friends. He would have known. Hermione's eyes widened. "You think he's using your father's old secrets?" "I think," Harry said slowly, "everyone is using something from the past. Snape is using his Death Eater knowledge. Malfoy is using his family's influence. Dumbledore is using his old plans. And Black, he's using his memory of my dad." He looked at his hands. "I need my own weapons. Not just a ring and a cloak. I need knowledge no one else has. He made a decision. The Founders' Vault. Ragnarok said there were objects. Tokens. I need to see them again. Not just look. Understand. Getting back to Gringotts unnoticed was impossible. But he didn't need to go to the vault. The vault, in a sense, had come to him. The castle was the extension of the Founders' will. Their tokens were principles woven into its stone. That afternoon, he skipped his scheduled tutorial. Instead, he went to the 4 house common rooms, one by one, under his cloak. In Gryffindor Tower, by the roaring fireplace, he focused on Godric's principle, defense of the innocent. He felt the tower's magic, brave, warm, protective. It wasn't about attack, it was about shelter. About the strength of the walls. In the Ravenclaw common room, airy and full of light and strange instruments, he sought Rowena's pursuit of the unknowable. The magic here was quick, curious, analytical. It liked puzzles, secrets, the revealing of truth. The Hufflepuff basement, warm and welcoming with its round doors and growing plants, hummed with Helga's nourishment of all. It was a magic of growth, loyalty, steadfastness. The strength of the foundation. Finally, he went to the Slytherin dungeons. The entrance was a blank stretch of wall. He placed his hand on it, the ring cold. I am the steward. All houses are mine. The wall slid open, revealing a low-ceilinged room of greenish light and leather armchairs. The magic here was different. Cool, sharp, proud. Salazar's preservation of the few. It was about survival, about the protection of one's own, about cunning as a shield. It wasn't inherently evil. It was severe, exclusive. He stood in the empty Slytherin common room, feeling the 4 distinct strands of magic that made up Hogwarts. They were not separate. They were a braid. The castle's strength was in their union. His stewardship was not about choosing one, but about balancing all 4. A voice, smooth and cold, spoke from the doorway behind him. A rare privilege, Potter. To see the inner sanctum of the house you will almost certainly not be sorted into. Snape stood there, blocking the entrance. He had not seen Harry, the cloak was still on, but he had felt the entrance open. He could sense him. The castle allows you passage, Snape continued, gliding into the room, his black eyes sweeping the space. But it does not make you invisible to those who understand its more subtle vibrations. Your magical signature is distinctive. A flare of arrogant curiosity in a place of self-preservation. Harry remained still, holding his breath. You visited the shack last night, Snape said softly, and it wasn't a question. The castle's magic surged towards it. A clumsy command. You found Black Nest. And you found it empty. He took a step closer. You are playing a game with pieces you do not comprehend. Black is a rabid dog. He will tear out your throat given the chance, no matter what pathetic pictures he draws in the dust. So Snape had been watching the shack too. Of course he had. Your father, Snape hissed, the name like poison, thought he understood secrets. He and his friends. They mapped this castle. They knew its passages. They used them for their childish games. And one of those friends is now using that knowledge to kill you. Sentiment is a weakness, Potter. Your father's sentiment for his friends got him killed. Do not repeat his mistake. The hatred in Snape's voice was real and personal. But beneath it, Harry heard something else, a warning. A brutal, ugly warning. Snape turned to leave. The Board of Governors is demanding a security plan. Your little demonstration of stewardship has bought you time, not trust. They want results. Find Black, or be prepared for them to find a way to remove you. The castle cannot protect you from politics. He swept out, the wall ceiling behind him. Harry stood alone in the greenish gloom. Snape's words and Black's drawings warred in his head. Sentiment and cunning, protection and betrayal. He pulled the cloak off. He needed to see clearly. He walked to the center of the Slytherin common room and knelt. He placed both hands on the cold stone floor. He didn't think of one founder. He thought of the braid. The 4 principles, united. Show me not the threat, he asked the castle. Show me the pattern, the connections. The magic of the 4 houses flowed into him, through the ring. It was no longer a simple hum. It was a symphony, complex and sometimes discordant. He saw the map of Hogwarts not as a drawing, but as a living web of light. He saw the passage from the cellar to the shack like a faded silver thread. He saw other threads, dozens, hundreds, secret ways known to few. The one-eyed witch statue, the mirror on the 4th floor, the vanishing step that wasn't a prank but a door. And he saw people as points of light. The bright, fierce cluster of teachers in the staff room. The lonely, desperate gray pulse that was Sirius Black, moving at the forest's edge. The cold, calculating silver-green light that was Snape, standing just outside the Slytherin common room wall, waiting. The oily, gold-tinged light of Lucius Malfoy, far away in London but connected by a thin, poisonous strand to Snape's. And at the very edge of the web, in the forest's deepest heart, a knot of pure, black nothingness that drank the light around it. The presence, watching the web, touching none of the threads yet, but pulsing with a slow, patient hunger. And one thread, fine as spider silk and burning with cold fire, led from that knot of darkness, directly to him. To his scar, a connection not of the castle's making, but of old, dark magic. This was the map, not of places, but of power. Of loyalty and betrayal, of love and hate, of protection and hunger. He was not just the owner of a castle. He was the nexus of a war he hadn't even known was being fought. He opened his eyes. The symphony faded to a murmur. He knew what he had to do. He couldn't hide. He couldn't just defend. He had to understand the players. All of them, even the broken one drawing in the dust. Especially the cold one giving ugly warnings in the dark. He had to learn to read the map in his mind. And then, he had to start moving the pieces. The map of light and shadow lingered behind Harry's eyes for hours, an afterimage of a truth too vast to hold. He moved through the rest of the day in a daze. Lunch in the Great Hall was a silent affair with Hermione, both picking at their food, the weight of unshared revelations hanging between them. He saw Professor Flitwick, awake and cheerful, with no memory of his unnatural sleep. He saw Snape gliding past, his black eyes meeting Harry's for a fraction of a second, a look that was neither threat nor acknowledgement, but simple, cold notation. You are here. I am watching. The symphony of the castle was no longer just a feeling, it was a language he was beginning to decipher, and it was shouting. He needed to practice. Not grandiose commands, but precision. The kind Snape mocked him for lacking. If he was the conductor of this tangled orchestra, he needed to know how to cue a single violin, not just demand the entire brass section play louder. After lunch, he told Hermione he needed to be alone to practice stewardship. She nodded, her own mind clearly buzzing with legal precedents and ward theory, and retreated to the library. Harry went to the one place that felt both neutral and deeply connected, the courtyard the castle had made for him. The private, overgrown square with the ancient oak. Sunlight dappled through the magical, glowing leaves. The air was still and peaceful. Here, the castle's hum was a gentle, supportive baseline. He sat on the stone bench circling the tree trunk and placed his hands flat on the cool stone. He closed his eyes. Show me one thread, he thought, focusing his will into a fine point. Just one. The simplest. The symphony dimmed. The overwhelming web of connections faded into the background. His awareness swept through the castle like a searchlight, narrowing, focusing. He wasn't looking for people or dangers. He was looking for a thing. A single, inanimate object with a simple story. His mind's eye landed on a lost item. A first year's textbook, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, lying forgotten under a moving staircase that had shifted and stranded it 3 days ago. The book was lonely, out of place, a little sad. A simple problem. Harry didn't command the staircase to move. He didn't will the book to fly. He thought of Helga's principle, nourishment of all. A lost book was not being nourished. Its purpose was unfulfilled. He poured that feeling, a sense of gentle correction, of putting a wrong thing right, through the ring and towards the book. In a distant corridor, the trapped staircase gave a soft, almost embarrassed groan and shifted 6 inches to the left. The textbook, with a faint rustle of pages, slid free. At that moment, a house elf named Mipsy, on her way to dust the gargoyles, felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to take a different route. She rounded the corner, saw the book on the floor, tutted, picked it up, and headed towards the lost and found cupboard in the entrance hall. A tiny, perfect correction. No drama. No wasted power. Just the castle, through his intent, smoothing a wrinkle in its own fabric. A wave of profound satisfaction, not his own, but the castle's, washed back to him. It liked being used this way. For care. For order. He practiced for 2 hours. He found a cracked window pane in a dusty classroom and asked the castle to mend it, thinking of the strength of Gryffindor's walls. The silicon and magic in the glass knit itself back together without a sound. He found a patch of magical fungi in a damp corner that was secreting a mild hallucinogenic spore and, channeling Ravenclaw's pursuit of balanced knowledge, encouraged it to redirect its growth towards a more useful, luminescent variety. Each act was small, precise, a note played perfectly in tune. The castle responded eagerly, its magic flowing through him like a willing instrument. He wasn't fighting it or forcing it. He was collaborating with it. This, he realized, was the true power of the stewardship. Not dominion, but symbiosis. As the afternoon waned, he grew bolder. He turned his attention to the points of light on his internal map, the people. He knew he couldn't control them, shouldn't even try. But could he? Listen. Focusing on the bright, clustered light of the staff room, he gently extended his awareness, not to spy, but to sense the mood. He was met with a cacophony of worry, frustration, and determined professionalism. McGonagall's was a sharp, silver spike of anxiety overlaying a deep bronze of duty. Sprout's was a warm, green pulse of concern for her plants and students. Flitwick's a quick, blue chime of strategic calculation. He skirted around the cold, silver-green light of Snape, a fortress of occlumency that felt like trying to peer through polished obsidian. Then, tentatively, he reached for the lonely, desperate gray pulse at the forest's edge. Sirius Black. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. It was a hurricane of pain, guilt, yes, but also a howling, protective rage, and beneath it, a thread of clarity so sharp it was painful. Black wasn't just a ball of madness. There was a point in the storm. A fixed, desperate idea: protect the boy. Warn him. They're coming. From inside and out. The connection was so intense, so full of raw, unvarnished emotion, that it felt like touching a live wire. Harry jerked his awareness back, his heart pounding. Black's mind was a tortured landscape, but the core intention, it didn't feel murderous. It felt frantic, like a man trying to shout a warning through a wall of glass. This changed everything. And nothing. A feeling wasn't proof, but it was data. He pulled his consciousness fully back into the sun-dappled courtyard, breathing heavily. The sun was lower, painting the stones in long, golden shadows. He had learned more in one afternoon of focused practice than in all his previous days of shock and reaction. He was about to get up and find Hermione when a new point of light on the very edge of his perceived map flared, bright and official. It was at the main gates. And it was coming closer, accompanied by a smaller, familiar, fierce golden spark. Ragnarok. And with him, another goblin, and a witch in severe magenta ministry robes. The Board of Governors, or their representative, had arrived. His time for practice was over. He met them in the headmistress's office. McGonagall was behind her desk, her posture rigid. Ragnarok stood beside her, a monument of grim neutrality. The ministry witch, introduced as Dolores Umbridge from the Department of Magical Education, was examining the office with small, overly bright eyes, a simpering smile plastered on her wide, pale face. "Ah, the young proprietor," she said in a high, girlish voice that felt like being coated in syrup. "How perfectly unusual to meet you. Miss Umbridge is here at the behest of the board and the ministry to assess Hogwarts' readiness for the new term," McGonagall said, her tone implying that assess was a synonym for interfere. "Oh, yes," Umbridge giggled, a sound like breaking glass. "Such unprecedented circumstances. A change in leadership. Security concerns. We must ensure standards are maintained. For the children." Her eyes lingered on Harry with a look of profound distaste she couldn't quite hide beneath the smile. "I understand you've taken up residence here already." "How quaint. The castle is his property, Madam Umbridge," Ragnarok grated. "His residence is a legal inevitability." Of course," she said, waving a stubby hand. "But governing is another matter. The board is quite concerned about the practicalities. They have drafted a proposal." She placed a thick, official-looking parchment on McGonagall's desk. "A board of regents. A committee of experienced witches and wizards, myself included, in a liaison capacity, to oversee all major decisions regarding the school's operation, curriculum, and security." The proprietor, she said the word as if it were a dirty joke, would, naturally, retain a ceremonial role and be consulted. It was a coup, a polite, bureaucratic seizure of his authority. Lucius Malfoy's doing, wrapped in ministry red tape. Harry felt a hot surge of anger, but he clamped down on it. Shouting wouldn't help. The symphony of the castle whispered in his bones. He thought of Salazar's cunning. Preservation of the few. In this case, the few was him. He needed to be clever. A regency, Harry said, keeping his voice flat. Like I'm under a magical guardianship. For the good of the school, dear, Umbridge simpered. The castle has functioned for a month under Professor McGonagall's direction, Harry said. The wards are stronger than ever. The repairs are on schedule. Where is the failure that requires a committee? Umbridge's smile tightened. The failure, young man, is the breach. A convicted murderer on the grounds. A gaping hole in your security. This is precisely the kind of chaotic situation the board fears. A child, even a well-meaning one, cannot be expected to manage such crises. She had him there. The tunnel was a tangible failure. One he had discovered, but a failure nonetheless. He felt McGonagall's defensive anger and Ragnar's simmering fury at the implied insult to his client. But he also felt the castle around him, waiting. It had shown him how to mend a window, find a book. Could it help him win a political argument? He thought of the 4 principles, braided together. He needed an answer that was not just a defiant, no. He needed a solution that would disarm them. An idea, cold and clear, formed. It was a risk, a huge one. The breach was a forgotten, natural fault, Harry said slowly. One the previous administration had sealed with a charm that degraded over a century. I discovered it. I reported it. It has now been sealed permanently by Professor McGonagall. The flaw was in the old guard, not the new. Umbridge opened her mouth to retort, but Harry pressed on. You want proof the school is secure. That it can be managed. Not by a committee in London, but by the magic of the place itself, guided by its steward. He looked at McGonagall, then at Ragnar. A silent question passed between him and the goblin, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. Invoke the Founder's verdict. The air in the office went dead still. Even the portrait stopped pretending to snore. McGonagall went white. Harry, no. That hasn't been invoked in 400 years. The strain. The what? Umbridge blinked, her sugary demeanor slipping. Ragnar's gravelly voice filled the silence. A clause within the original covenant. In times of disputed governance, the steward may petition the castle's sentient magic, the amalgamated will of the founders, to render a verdict on the current leadership's fitness to protect the school's purpose. It is a dramatic measure. The castle will actively judge. Judge how? Umbridge demanded, looking unnerved. It varies, Ragnar said, a hint of grim relish in his tone. The castle manifests a challenge, a test pertinent to the crisis at hand. If the stewardship is found worthy, its authority is reaffirmed in a manner even the Wizengamot cannot contest. If it fails, he shrugged. The magic itself may adjust the situation. It's barbaric, Umbridge squeaked. It is foundational law, Ragnar corrected. Older than your ministry. Harry held Umbridge's gaze. He was bluffing with a hand he didn't fully understand. But he had felt the castle's cooperation. He had felt its satisfaction in small, right actions. He had to believe it would partner with him in this. You're worried about security. About my ability to protect the school. Let the school decide. If the castle judges me unfit to keep it safe from threats like Black, then your committee can have its regency. If it judges me fit, you drop the proposal, and you let Professor McGonagall and I run Hogwarts. The challenge hung in the air, enormous and dangerous. He was betting everything on a magic he was just beginning to know. Umbridge looked furious, but also trapped. To refuse would be to admit she wasn't interested in real security, only in control. And the goblin witness made it legally binding. The board will never agree to such medieval, she began. The board will honor the Founder's covenant, McGonagall interrupted, her voice suddenly strong. A fierce light was in her eyes. She saw Harry's gambit for what it was, a desperate, brilliant strike for autonomy. It is the highest law of this institution. I, as acting headmistress, acknowledge the steward's petition. The verdict will be invoked. Tonight. Umbridge spluttered, but it was too late. The machinery was in motion. The news spread through the castle like fiendfire. By dinner, every portrait, ghost, and house elf knew. An air of electric anticipation replaced the lingering fear of Black. The castle itself felt different, alert, solemn, gathering its ancient consciousness. Hermione found him in his courtyard as dusk fell. She was vibrating with a mixture of terror and awe. The Founder's verdict. Harry, the historical accounts, they're vague. It's said the last time it was invoked, a corrupt headmaster was found the next morning turned to stone on the front steps. I know, Harry said, watching the first stars appear above the enchanted ceiling of his courtyard. But it's the only move I had. What if the test is to catch Black? Or to fight something? You're not ready. The test won't be about my magical power, Harry said, more confidently than he felt. It will be about stewardship. About understanding what Hogwarts is. He told her about his afternoon of practice, about sensing the threads, about the strange, frantic clarity in Black's torment. Hermione listened, her scientific mind grappling with the intangible. You're learning a different kind of magic. Not spells, but symbiosis. She took a deep breath. I'll be in the library. There has to be an account, a hint of what form the verdict takes. I'll find it. At midnight, the summons came. Not a person, but the castle itself. The stones of his courtyard shivered. The glowing plants dimmed. A path of faint, silver light appeared on the flagstones, leading out of the courtyard, through the castle. A guiding thread. Harry followed it. He wore his simple robes, the ring heavy on his hand. The silver path led him not to the great hall or the headmistress's office, but down, deep into the undercrofts of the castle, to a place he had never seen. It was a vast, natural cavern beneath the foundations. The air was cool and smelled of deep earth and ozone. In the center of the cavern lay the Black Lake, or a part of it, its inky water still and fathomless. Around the water's edge stood 4 enormous, shadowy statues, not of the founders, but of their symbols, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, hewn from the living rock of the cavern. The silver path ended at the water's edge. Waiting there were McGonagall, Ragnarok, and a fuming, uncomfortable-looking Umbridge. The other teachers lined the walls, their faces tense in the dim, magical light that emanated from the statues. No one spoke. The attention of the room, of the very world, was focused on the placid black water. Harry stepped to the edge. He knew what to do. He didn't need to be told. He knelt. He placed his hand, ring first, upon the surface of the water. The contact was a shock. It was like touching the castle's bare soul. Images, emotions, history, purpose, 1,000 years of magic, flooded into him. He saw the founders arguing, laughing, building. He saw students learning, failing, triumphing. He saw wars lapping at the walls, love blooming in corners, loneliness in towers, friendship by firesides. He felt the castle, joy in protection, its sorrow at betrayal, its unwavering, fierce devotion to its purpose, to be a haven for magical learning. And he felt its current anxiety. The tear in its fabric named Sirius Black. The cold poison of political ambition. The distant, hungry gaze from the forest. And at the center of it all, him. A small, new, uncertain note in the great symphony. The water under his hand swirled. The 4 statues began to glow, each with a different colored light. Red, blue, yellow, green. A voice spoke. It was not one voice, but 4, harmonized into a single, profound echo that came from the water, the stone, the air. The verdict is sought. The question is of protection. Of worthiness. A threat crawls at the root. A sickness in the stone. Reveal it. Heal it. Not with force, but with understanding. The steward must see what is, not what appears to be. The glowing lights from the statues shot across the cavern, not at Harry, but at the black water. The water churned, then stilled, becoming a perfect, mirror-like surface. And in it, a scene formed. It was the Shrieking Shack. But not as it was now. It was years ago. A full moon. A teenage boy, writhing in agony, transforming into a werewolf. And 3 other boys, one with messy hair and glasses, James, one small and nervous, Peter Pettigrew, and one with handsome, reckless features, Sirius Black, young and whole, laughing, not in cruelty, but in wild, adrenaline-fueled joy at the danger. They were there not to hurt, but to be with their friend. To keep him company in his curse. The scene shifted. A different memory, leaking from the stones of the shack itself. A secret kept. A betrayal, but not the one Harry knew. Sirius, frantic, convincing James and Lily to switch secret keepers at the last minute. To use Peter, the weak, the unnoticed. It's the perfect bluff. And then, the aftermath. Peter, not Sirius, sneaking to Voldemort. Peter, not Sirius, blowing up the street. Peter, cutting off his own finger, framing the grieving, raging Sirius, who had come to confront him. The truth, etched in the castle's memory of the magic done within its domain. Sirius Black was innocent. The water showed one more thing. The connection Harry had felt. Not a desire to kill, but a desperate, occluded thought, repeating like a prayer in Black's mind as he stared at the drawing in the dust. Find Harry. Protect Harry. They think he's safe. They're wrong. The snake is inside. The Dark Lord is stirring. The boy is the key. He has to know. He has to be ready. The vision faded. The cavern was silent, save for Umbridge's sharp, indrawn breath. The fourfold voice spoke again. The threat is not the broken man. The threat is the lie that broke him. The sickness is the unknowing. The steward has seen. What is his judgment? All eyes turned to Harry. He was shaking, the weight of the truth crushing him more completely than any lie ever had. Sirius Black had not betrayed his parents. He had tried to save them. He had spent 12 years in hell for it. And he was here now, not to murder, but to fulfill the last duty of a friend, to protect the son. Harry looked at the water, then at the statues. He knew what the castle wanted. Not a spell, a decision, an action that embodied the braided principles. He stood up. His voice, when it came, was clear and carried through the cavern. My judgment, he said, is that an innocent man has suffered in the darkness long enough. The castle will grant him sanctuary. He turned from the water and looked directly at the furious, bewildered face of Dolores Umbridge, and beyond her, to the stunned teachers. The verdict is complete. The school is protected, by the truth. And high above, in the forest, as if sensing the seismic shift in the magic of the place, a ragged man lifted his head, and for the first time in 12 years, a spark that was not despair flickered in his hollow eyes. The word, sanctuary, echoed in the stone cavern, a pebble dropped into the silent, black pool of the lake. The ripples were not of water, but of magic and sheer, human shock. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then, the 4 statues dimmed, their light withdrawing into the rock. The profound, harmonized voice of the founders did not speak again. Their verdict was rendered not in words, but in the immutable shift that now resonated through every stone of Hogwarts. The castle had accepted Harry's judgment. Sanctuary. Professor McGonagall was the first to move. She took a step forward, her hand pressed to her breast, her face as pale as the moon. Harry, what you saw, is it. It's the truth, Harry said, his own voice sounding distant to his ears. The visions from the water were burned into his mind, the youthful laughter in the face of a curse, the desperate, last-minute switch, the rat-like betrayal. Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. He betrayed my parents. He framed Sirius. Sirius is innocent. A gasp, sharp and collective, rose from the teachers lining the walls. Flitwick let out a small, choked sob. Sprout's hands flew to her mouth. Snape stood perfectly still, his face a carved mask of pale stone, but his black eyes were wide, the pupils contracted to pinpricks. The obsidian fortress of his mind, for a single, unguarded second, showed a crack of pure, unadulterated shock. But the loudest reaction was a strangled shriek. Preposterous. Dolores Umbridge's face had purpled, her simpering sweetness vaporized by outrage. Lies. Vile, manipulative lies. The memories of a place. The fantasies of a disturbed child and a sentient building. The verdict of Sirius Black was passed by the Wizengamot. He was convicted. This is anarchy. A subversion of magical law. Ragnarok took a step forward, his claws clicking on the stone. The Founders' verdict is a higher law, which. It predates your Wizengamot. It is recognized in all magical treaties. The castle's memory is considered incontrovertible evidence in matters pertaining to its own domain. Black's conviction was for crimes committed within the scope of the school's protective interest, the betrayal of a student's family. The castle has adjudicated. The case is closed. It is not. Umbridge screeched. The ministry will not recognize this medieval farce. I will have the Department of Magical Law Enforcement here within the hour. I will have the Aurors drag that rabid animal back to Azkaban where he belongs. Harry turned to face her fully. The exhaustion, the emotional whirlwind, was hardening into a cold, clear line of will. He felt the castle around him, solid and certain. It had shown him the truth. It had accepted his decree. This woman, in her ugly magenta robes, was just noise. You will do no such thing, Harry said, and his voice didn't sound like an 11-year-old's. It was quiet, but it carried the weight of the cavern. Hogwarts has granted sanctuary. That means he is under the protection of this castle. No Auror, no Dementor, no Ministry official can cross these wards to take him. Not unless I allow it. And I do not. Umbridge stared at him, her chest heaving. She looked from Harry to McGonagall, to the implacable face of Ragnarok, to the stunned teachers. She saw no ally. Only a wall of ancient magic and dawning, horrified realization. You have declared war on the Ministry of Magic, boy. She hissed, her voice trembling with rage. I have declared the truth, Harry corrected. The Ministry can choose what to do with it. With a final, furious glare, she turned on her heel and stomped up the stone staircase, her footsteps echoing with impotent fury. The moment she was gone, the tension in the cavern broke into a chaos of questions and exclamations. Merlin's beard, Peter Pettigrew. All these years. Albus never said, he must have believed. We have to find Black. He's out there, starving, hunted. The Dementors will be converging if they sense the shift. McGonagall raised a hand, silencing them. Her eyes were on Harry, filled with a storm of emotions, awe, fear, pity, and a resolute, burning pride. Mr. Potter, Harry, what would you have us do? All eyes turned to him again. The steward, the owner, the boy who had just rewritten history. Harry took a deep breath. The map in his mind was clear. The desperate, great pulse was still at the forest's edge, but it was flickering now, confused, having felt the monumental shift in the castle's intent towards him. Sanctuary was not just a word, it was a magical condition. The wards would now be actively repelling any attempt to harm Sirius Black within their bounds. They might even call him home. He'll be scared, Harry said, thinking of the broken man drawing in the dust. He won't believe it. The castle's changed, but he won't trust it. Not after everything. He looked at McGonagall. We need to bring him in. Safely. Without anyone, without Snape, scaring him off. It was a direct challenge. All heads swiveled to the potion's master. Snape had recovered his composure. His face was once again an unreadable mask, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. You would invite a known fugitive, a man psychologically shattered by Azkaban, into the heart of the school. Based on the vision of a magical building. A building, I might add, that you now own and have a vested interest in manipulating. The verdict was not mine, Professor, Harry said, meeting his gaze. It was the Founders. Do you call them liars? Snape's lip curled. I call them dead, and their magic is interpreted by the living. By you. But there was less heat in his words. The shock had done something. The possibility of a truth so fundamental, so opposed to the narrative he had built his hatred upon, seemed to have left him morally winded. Severus, McGonagall said, her voice firm. The verdict is absolute. Our duty is to the castle's decree, and to a man who has been grievously wronged. You will stand down, or you will leave. A deadly silence fell. Snape held McGonagall's gaze for a long moment, then his eyes flicked to Harry. Something unspoken passed between them, a recognition of a new, irrevocable line drawn. Snape gave a curt, stiff nod. I will observe. From a distance. It was the best they would get. The plan was formed with swift, quiet efficiency. Hagrid, tears streaming into his beard, was tasked to go to the edge of the forest, alone, unarmed. He was to call for Black, to tell him the message came from Harry Potter, that the castle offered sanctuary. That he was safe. He knows me, Hagrid choked out. Knew me, anyway. He might listen. The rest of the teachers were to discreetly reinforce the outer wards, ensuring no ministry forces could apparate in or breach the boundaries. The castle itself would do most of the work, its magic now thrumming with a new, protective directive. Harry, McGonagall, and Ragnarok returned to the headmistress's office to wait. The gargoyle griffin let them pass without a password. The office felt different, less McGonagall's, and more a neutral command post. Harry stood by the window, looking out at the dark grounds, the ring cold on his finger. He could feel it, a faint, trembling pull towards the forest. The castle's call. Come home. You are safe. You have ignited a political firestorm, young master, Ragnarok said, breaking the long silence. The ministry will not accept this quietly. Fudge is a weak man surrounded by strong, bad advisors. Lucius Malfoy will use this to scream about the Peverell tyrant, subverting justice. I know, Harry said quietly. He did know. The map in his mind showed the oily, gold-tinged light of Malfoy, surely already being flow-called by a hysterical Umbridge. You also may have saved a life, McGonagall said, her voice soft. She came to stand beside him. and revealed a terrible injustice. That matters more than Cornelius Fudge's dignity. What happens when they come? Really come? Harry asked. They will bluster. They may attempt a siege. But a siege against Hogwarts, with its wards fully activated by a willing steward. Ragnock actually grinned, a sight full of sharp teeth. It would be a short, expensive, and embarrassing conflict for the Ministry. Their leverage is political, not magical. They will try to smear you, isolate you, cut off the school's funding and supplies. We have the Potter Vaults, Harry said. And the Peverell legacy, Ragnock nodded. You can fund the school for a century without a canute from the Ministry. But they can make life difficult. Prevent students from coming. Issue warrants. It will be a war of attrition. A war. It always came back to a war. An hour later, a heavy knock sounded. Hagrid entered, his face etched with emotion. And behind him, shrouded in the shadows of the corridor, stood a figure. Sirius Black edged into the room like a feral animal entering a trap. He was even more terrifying up close. The filth, the skeletal thinness, the wild, matted hair. But his eyes, they locked onto Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. He didn't see the proprietor, or the boy who lived. He saw James. He saw Lily. He saw a ghost. He took a stumbling step forward, then his legs gave way. He didn't collapse, but sank to his knees on the rug, his body trembling violently. He stared at Harry, his mouth working, but no sound came out. The silence was agony. Sirius, Harry said, the name strange in his mouth. At the sound of his name, a broken sound escaped Black's throat. Harry. It was the whisper from the forest, but now raw and close. It's really you. It's me. Sirius's eyes filled with a despair so deep it seemed bottomless. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I failed them. I thought Peter was the safe choice. It was so stupid, so arrogant, he was shaking apart. It wasn't your fault, Harry said, the words feeling inadequate. The castle showed me. I know what happened. Sirius blinked, as if the words were in a foreign language. The castle. Hogwarts has granted you sanctuary, Sirius Black, McGonagall said, her voice gentle but formal. By the Founders' verdict, your innocence is recognized here. You are under its protection. Sirius looked from her to Harry, to the ring on his hand, to the griffin statue outside the door. The concept was too large, too alien for his broken mind to hold. Protection. Innocence. After 12 years of Dementors and guilt, they were meaningless words. They'll come for me, he rasped, his eyes darting to the window as if expecting Dementors to coalesce from the night. They can feel me. They'll never stop. They cannot enter, Harry said, with more certainty than he felt. You're safe here. For a long moment, Sirius just knelt there, trembling. Then, a single, clean tear cut a track through the grime on his cheek. It wasn't a sob of despair. It was the first tear of a hope so long buried he'd forgotten its name. He bowed his head, his shoulders shaking silently. Hagrid let out a great, snuffling weep and hurried forward. Come on, Sirius. Up ye get. Let's get ye cleaned up. Got a nice room for ye, near the kitchens. Dobby. He bellowed. With a pop, Dobby appeared, took one look at the ragged man, and his enormous eyes filled with a sympathetic tears. Dobby will help. Dobby will bring food and clothes. Oh, poor, great, sad sir. Between Hagrid and Dobby, they gently guided the broken, unresisting Sirius Black from the room. He looked back once, at Harry, his eyes holding a question too vast to voice. When the door closed, the office felt empty again. He's a shell, McGonagall whispered. It will take more than a warm bed and soup to heal what Azkaban did. But he's here, Harry said. That's a start. He turned from the window. The immediate crisis was over, but the cost was written on McGonagall's weary face, and in the grim satisfaction on Ragnock's. He had won a battle, secured a sanctuary, revealed a truth. But as he left the office to return to his own rooms, the cold thread in his mind, the one that connected his scar to the black knot of nothingness in the forest, thrummed with a new, sharp interest. The voice, when it came, was not a whisper this time. It was a clear, cold statement in the heart of his consciousness, laced with a terrible, intellectual curiosity. You learn to wield more than stone, little steward. You wield justice. You wield mercy. Dangerous tools. They make you, brighter. More visible. The game becomes more interesting. Harry stopped in the dark corridor, his hand going to his throbbing scar. He could feel it. A gaze, focused and hungry, now not just on the castle, or on the symbol he represented, but on him. On the choices he was making. Voldemort was no longer just stirring. He was watching the chessboard, and Harry had just made a bold, unexpected move. The sanctuary had been granted. The truth had been told. And in the telling, he had painted a target on his own back, not as the boy who lived, not as the proprietor, but as the steward who dared to change the rules of the game. The night felt darker, the castle's walls felt thinner, and the weight of the ring on his finger felt like the weight of a world waiting to see what he would do next. The voice didn't fade. It lingered in the silence of the corridor, a stain on the air. More visible. Harry leaned against the cold stone wall, pressing the heel of his palm against his lightning scar. The pain was a dull, insistent throb now, a constant reminder of the connection he couldn't sever. He had been so focused on the immediate threats, Black, the board, Snape, that he had let the oldest, deepest one get closer. He had shown a light, and something in the abyss had turned its head. He pushed himself upright and continued to his rooms. The castle's hum was different. Softer around the edges, as if soothing a new, raw presence within its walls, serious. But beneath that, a new, vigilant tension thrummed in the stones. The castle had felt the other's gaze too. Flitwick was no longer guarding his door. The need for an internal guard had been superseded by the castle's own, heightened state of alert. Harry entered the silent sitting room. The fire was low. He didn't light more. He sat in the dark, staring at the embers. He had won a victory. He had saved a man. He had defied the ministry. He should feel triumphant, or at least relieved. Instead, he felt exposed. Like he'd been standing on a stage under a single spotlight, and now he could feel the heat of a second, colder light joining it from the wings. A soft pop broke the stillness. Dobby appeared, wringing his hands. His large eyes were wide with a new kind of worry. "Great Master Harry Potter, sir," Dobby whispered, as if afraid the walls themselves were listening. "Dobby has settled the sad, broken sir. He is clean. He has eaten a little soup. He sleeps now, in a deep sleep, in a room Dobby made near the kitchens. The castle is singing him a quiet song." "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said, genuinely grateful. "That's good. But Dobby is feeling something else, Great Master." The elf's ears drooped. "The castle is putting up extra shields. Not outside. Inside. Around the sad sir's room. And around your rooms too, sir. It is making little, quiet walls in the magic. It is afraid of something getting in. Or getting out." Harry's skin prickled. The castle was compartmentalizing, isolating the new, volatile element of Sirius, and protecting its steward. It was thinking defensively, strategically. Because of the voice. "It's being careful, Dobby." "That's all right." Dobby nodded, but didn't look convinced. The bad, slippery voice wizard, he was in the dungeons again. Talking to himself. Or to a snake, Dobby thinks. He was saying, "The Dark Lord is pleased with the disruption. The boy draws attention. The stage is set." "What stage, Great Master? What does it mean?" Snape. "Reporting. Or anticipating. The stage is set. For what?" "I don't know, Dobby," Harry admitted. "But keep listening. Be careful." Dobby vanished with another soft pop, leaving Harry alone with the whispering fear. He couldn't just wait. He had to understand the nature of the connection. He had a researcher. And he had a living, breathing source of information on the Dark Lord's past, currently sleeping off 12 years of hell in a room near the kitchens. But Sirius was in no state for interrogation. And Hermione's books might not have the answers he needed. This was about soul-deep magic, about echoes and scars. He thought of the Peverell book, the one that had resisted his ring. Similar echoes. He needed to see it again. But more, he needed to see what else was in the restricted section, the truly dark texts that might talk about how such a connection could be used, or weaponized. At dawn, he went to the library. Hermione was already there, but she wasn't surrounded by her usual orderly stacks. She looked rumpled, frantic. Pages of notes were scattered across the table, connected by frantic lines of ink. "Harry," she said, grabbing his arm as he sat down. "I've been researching the Founder's verdict all night. The historical accounts, they're terrifying. In 1432, a steward tried to use it to expel all Muggle-borns. The castle judged him, and the next morning, his own magic was gone. Siphoned away. He died a squib a week later. The castle doesn't just decide, Harry. It enforces. It has a moral compass woven into its stones. It showed me the truth, Hermione. It worked. This time, she insisted, her voice hushed. But you invoked it on a matter of justice. What if you'd been wrong? What if your judgment had been selfish? The power you're playing with, it's not neutral. It has an agenda. The Founders' agenda. She was right. He'd felt it. The castle wasn't a tool. It was a partner with very strong opinions. I need a different kind of book, Harry said, lowering his voice. Not about the castle. About what might be tapping on its windows. About magical connections that shouldn't exist. About scars that aren't just scars. Hermione paled. The restricted section. You need a note from a teacher. McGonagall would never. I don't need a note, Harry said, showing her the ring. I'm the proprietor. I think I can go where I please. He'd never tried it. The restricted section was behind a rope and a simple, but strong, locking charm. He and Hermione approached it. Madame Pance's head snapped up from her desk like a raptor sensing prey. The restricted section is off limits, Mr. Potter. Without a note. Harry didn't argue. He simply looked at the rope. He thought of Salazar's principle, not the prejudice, but the exclusivity, the protection of hidden knowledge for those deemed worthy. I am the steward. All knowledge here is mine to protect, and mine to know. He lifted a hand. The rope didn't untie. It simply dissolved into motes of dust. The locking charm on the gate hissed and died like a deflating balloon. Madame Pance shot to her feet, a look of utter horror on her face. You can't, the spells. They recognize a higher authority, Madame Pance, Harry said, trying to sound calm. We'll be careful. He and Hermione stepped into the dim, colder air of the restricted section. The books here felt different. They didn't hum or shift. They loomed. Some were chained. Some whispered. One with a cover made of what looked like pale skin seemed to follow them with a non-existent eye. We're looking for anything on soul magic, psychic connections, curse scars, and horcruxes, Harry whispered the last word. Hermione shot him a terrified glance but nodded, her academic drive overcoming her fear. They split up, scanning titles by the light of their wands. Harry found it first. A thin, black volume wedged between two heavier tomes, as if trying to hide. The title was embossed in silver that had tarnished almost black. Echoes of the Damned, a treatise on post-mortem magical resonance. He pulled it out. It was cold. The ring on his finger grew warm in response, a low warning thrum. He opened it. The book was not a list of spells. It was a theory, a grim exploration of the idea that powerful wizards don't just die. They leave ghosts in the magic they've used, in the lives they've touched, and in the wounds they've inflicted. It spoke of vengeful echoes, in places of great murder, and sympathetic resonances, between attacker and victim when the magic used was of a profound, soul-rending nature. One chapter was titled, The Killing Curse and the Lingering Bridge. Harry's heart hammered as he read. Avada Kedavra does not merely cease life. It violently severs the soul from its mortal anchor. In rare cases, where the target is protected by ancient, sacrificial magic, the curse may rebound. However, the recoil does not simply vanish. It can forge a parasitic bridge between the two souls involved, the attackers and the intended victims. This bridge is a conduit for pain, for fleeting perception, and potentially, for influence. The victim becomes a living testament to the attacker's failure, a walking scar in the magical world. The attacker may find their own damaged soul subtly drawn to its own reflected pain. A conduit for pain, for perception, for influence. His scar wasn't just a reminder. It was a back door. And Voldemort, a master of soul magic, would know how to listen at the keyhole. Harry's growing power, his use of the stewardship, the bright flare of the Founder's verdict, it was all noise on the other side of that door. Noise that was getting louder. Harry, Hermione's voice was a tense whisper. She was holding a massive, dreadful-looking book bound in iron. Secrets of the Darkest Art. I found it. It's got a chapter on how to make a Horcrux. And more importantly, on the instability it creates in the soul. A fractured soul seeks wholeness. It is drawn to places of great life, or to other fragments of itself. It says a Horcrux can exert a pull, a longing, on the main soul fragment, and vice versa. She looked up, her eyes haunted. If he made them, and your scar is a connection to him, you might not just be a window he can look through. You might be a magnet. A magnet, pulling the darkness closer. The pieces slammed together in Harry's mind with the force of a falling mountain. The voices growing interest. The sense of being watched. The castle's defensive shift. He wasn't just a target. He was a beacon. And every time he used his power, he shone brighter. He closed the Echo's book with a snap that echoed in the silent restricted section. We have to go. They retreated, the gate reforming and the rope re-knitting itself behind them. Madame Pants glared but said nothing, her expression a mixture of fury and fear. Back at their table, Hermione was trembling. What do? We have to tell someone. Who? McGonagall can't fight this. Dumbledore is gone. Snape. Harry shook his head. We have to understand it before we can fight it. We need to know how to block the connection. Or use it. Use it. Harry, that's insane. Is it? He asked, a desperate, reckless idea forming. If it's a two-way bridge, maybe I can see something too. Maybe I can learn something he doesn't want me to know. Before Hermione could protest, a new voice, raspy and unused, spoke from behind a bookshelf. Don't. Sirius Black stood there, leaning heavily against the shelf. He was clean, dressed in borrowed robes that hung off his emaciated frame. His face was gaunt, his eyes still shadowed, but they held a sharp, painful clarity. Hagrid must have brought him, or he'd woken and followed the sense of Harry's magic. Sirius, Harry said, standing up. You should be resting. Resting. A bitter, hollow laugh escaped him. I've rested in a nightmare for 12 years. I heard you. Talking about him. About the connection. He took a shaky step forward. His eyes fixed on Harry's scar. I saw it, you know. The night he came. Not the curse. But before. He was, excited. Triumphant. He said he was going to kill the Potters and that their death would be the final step. That the boy would be a symbol of his invincibility. But he was wrong. You were a symbol of his failure. And he hates you for it more than anything in the world. That hate, it's a live wire. Don't touch it. He's already touching me, Harry said, his voice low. He speaks to me. In my head. Sirius flinched as if struck. The little color he had drained away. No. Oh, no. James, Lily, he seemed to fold in on himself for a second, then he straightened, a fierce, protective light igniting in his sunken eyes. It was the look of the man who had been James Potter's best friend, of the man who had plotted the perfect bluff to save a family. Then we sever it. We find a way. How? Hermione asked, her voice full of hope. Sirius's gaze grew distant, calculating. There are old magics. Not ministry approved. Things the old families knew, that Dumbledore considered too dark. Blood magic. Ancestral magic. The Peverells, they knew death. That's what the Hallows are about. You have the cloak. The ring is connected. There might be a way to use that legacy to insulate you. To wrap your soul in something so ancient, his echo can't get a grip. It was a dangerous suggestion. It sounded like trading one dark connection for another. We need a safe place to talk, Hermione said, looking around nervously. The library isn't secure. Harry knew the perfect place. His courtyard. The castle's gift to him. A place it had made to be private, secure, a sanctuary within a sanctuary. They went there, the castle's halls seeming to shorten for their passage. In the sunlit, secluded courtyard, Sirius seemed to relax a fraction. He sat on the stone bench, looking up at the ancient oak as if he'd never seen a tree before. All right, Harry said, sitting opposite him. Tell us everything. About him. About what he was like. About anything that might be a weakness. And Sirius talked. He talked not as the broken prisoner, but as the young man who had been in the trenches of the First War. He spoke of Voldemort's pride, his obsession with blood purity but also with immortality, his disdain for weakness, his strategic brilliance. He spoke of the Death Eaters, of their fear and their fanaticism. He confirmed Snape had been one, that he'd switched sides, but that the loyalty of a man like Snape was always a question. He loved relics, Sirius said, his eyes sharp. Objects of power. He was a collector. The Slytherin locket. Hufflepuff's cup. He believed in symbols. In trophies. That might be the key to the Horcruxes. He couldn't say the word without a shudder. If he made them, they'd be important things. Things that meant something to him, or to the history he wanted to corrupt. Hermione was taking furious notes. This was intelligence no book could provide. And the connection, Harry pressed. You said blood magic. Ancestral magic. What does that mean? Sirius looked at the ring on Harry's hand. Your family's magic is in your blood. The Peverell magic is about transcending limits. Especially the limit of death. His magic is about breaking limits too, but by tearing, by fracturing. They're opposites. You might be able to use one as a shield against the other. But it would require a ritual. A deep, personal magic. And a focus. He pointed a trembling finger at the ring. That might be it. But you'd need to understand it. Truly understand what it is. Harry looked at the signet, the Hallows symbol. He thought of the cloak, woven with runes of unseen protection. 2 Hallows. The third was the stone, or the wand. Which was this ring? A focus for the stone's power. Or something else? The conversation lasted for hours. Plans were made, research assignments given. Hermione would dive into blood magic theory and protective ancestral rites. Sirius, as he regained strength, would try to recall every detail of the First War, every rumor, every whispered fear. And Harry would try to commune with the ring. To ask the castle about the Peverell legacy not as history, but as a living magic. As the sun began to set, painting the courtyard in orange and purple, a new, different chill settled over them. Not the inner chill of the scar, but an external one. The air grew cold. The cheerful glow of the magical plants dimmed. From the direction of the main gates, a wave of profound, soul-sucking despair rolled over the grounds, so powerful it pierced even the courtyard's privacy. Sirius let out a choked gasp, curling in on himself, his hands over his ears. Dementors, he whimpered, the word thick with primal terror. Harry felt it too, a numbness, a loss of all hope, the memory of the cupboard's loneliness rising like a tide. But the ring on his finger flared with sudden, angry heat. The castle's hum became a roar of outrage. The ministry hadn't sent orders. They'd sent the soul suckers. They were at the gates. And they were trying to get in. The despair wasn't an emotion. It was a physical law, a new gravity that sucked all warmth, all color, all hope into a silent, screaming vortex. In the sheltered courtyard, the magical light guttered and died. The air crystallized with cold. Sirius Black made a sound Harry never wanted to hear again, the whimper of a man being dragged back into a hell he'd just escaped. He crumpled off the bench, curling into a fetal ball on the flagstones, his hands clamped over his ears, his entire body shaking. Hermione gasped, her breath frosting in the air. Her eyes went wide with a terror that was more intellectual, more horrifying. She'd read about Dementors, but reading was nothing to the feel of your happiest memory being leached away, leaving only the echo of a scolding voice and the fear of failure. Harry felt it too. The cupboard, the loneliness, the endless, gray nothing of being unwanted. It rose in his throat like bile. But beneath it, through the ring, fury answered. The castle's hum didn't just intensify, it changed. The gentle, watchful presence became a roaring, ancient wrath. The stones of the courtyard didn't just tremble, they gnashed. The ancient oak tree groaned, its branches lashing at the suddenly hostile sky. This wasn't a breach. This was a violation. Dementors were not just enemies, they were anti-magic, anti-life, the negation of everything Hogwarts was built to nurture and protect. The cold thread in Harry's scarf flared with a different, icy interest. Watch, it seemed to whisper. Learn how the pawns fight. There at the gates, Hermione choked out, her teeth chattering. The ministry, they can't get in, so they're trying to suck the happiness out until we surrender Sirius. They'll kill him, Harry hissed, the words sharp in the frozen air. He looked at Sirius, who was now moaning, lost in a waking nightmare of Azkaban. He couldn't command this away. He couldn't mend it like a window. This was a battle of spirit, of essence. He dropped to his knees beside Sirius, ignoring the debilitating chill. He grabbed the man's bony shoulder. Sirius, listen to me. You're in Hogwarts. You're safe. But Sirius was gone, his eyes wide and unseeing, fixed on some inner horror. The Dementor's effect on him, with his fresh wounds, was catastrophic. The castle's rage poured into Harry, a torrent of protective intent. It wanted to crush, to obliterate the foul things at its borders. But its magic was one of life, of growth, of learning. Against Dementors, its direct weapons were blunt. It could strengthen walls, but not mend broken minds. It needed a focal point. A will to channel its defiance. Harry stood up. He closed his eyes, not against the cold, but against the invading despair. He couldn't cast a Patronus. He didn't know how. But he wasn't just a wizard. He was the steward. He thought of the four principles, not as history, but as weapons of light. Gryffindor's oath, defense of the innocent. Sirius, innocent, broken on the stones. The students sleeping in the towers, their dreams turning sour. That will not stand. Ravenclaw's insight, pursuit of the unknowable. The Dementors were a mystery, a perversion. To fight them, he had to understand their antithesis, joy, memory, hope. Not just feel it, but know it as a tool. Hufflepuff's hearth, nourishment of all. This cold was starvation of the soul. He had to feed the castle's spirit, to stoke the hearth until its warmth drove the frost away. Salazar's cunning, preservation of the few. Right now, the few was everyone within these walls. He had to be cunning. He couldn't fight despair with despair. He had to outthink it. He braided the intentions together, not as separate strands, but as a single, unified command. He poured it through the ring, not as a request to the castle, but as a battle cry, a declaration of what Hogwarts was. We are a sanctuary. You are not welcome here. He didn't shout. The words rang through the magic, through the stones, into the very air. The response was instantaneous, and it did not come from him alone. From the Gryffindor Tower, a surge of fierce, gold-red light, not fire, but the essence of courage, shot into the sky like a beacon. From the Ravenclaw common room, a lance of cool, silver-blue intellect, sharp and probing, pierced the gloom. From the Hufflepuff basement, a wave of steady, warm yellow resilience, solid as bedrock, rolled outwards. From the Slytherin dungeons, a coil of shrewd, emerald-green resolve, protective and unyielding, slithered into the night. The four streams of light converged high above the castle, weaving together into a brilliant, complex shield, not a dome of force, but a tapestry of living magic. It depicted the four house animals united around the Hogwarts crest, and within it, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows glowed with a soft, clear light. The Dementor's despair hit the shield and shattered. It wasn't repelled. It was unmade. The magic of Hogwarts, fully awakened by its steward's unified will, declared that within its boundaries, despair had no dominion. The shield blazed, and a sound like 1,000 joyful memories, the laughter of a first successful spell, the cheer of a Quidditch win, the quiet comfort of friendship by a fire, echoed across the grounds, a palpable wave of pure, defiant life. The oppressive, soul-sucking cold vanished. The air in the courtyard warmed. The magical plants flickered back to life, glowing brighter than before. On the ground, Sirius's moaning ceased. He went limp, unconscious, but his breathing evened out, the terrible tension leaving his frame. Hermione uncurled, taking deep, ragged breaths, tears of relief freezing on her cheeks. At the gates, the Dementors recoiled as if scalded. Their ragged cloaks writhed. Their silent screams were felt as a vibration of frustrated hunger. They could not pass. The very essence of the place was poison to them. Harry stood, panting, the ring on his hand blazing with a light that slowly faded back to a warm, metallic hum. He felt drained, but exultant. He had done it. He had used the castle, not as a blunt instrument, but as an extension of its own core truth. He had won. But the victory was not complete. From the staff entrance, Professor McGonagall came running, her face ashen, her wand lit. She skidded to a halt, taking in the scene. Sirius unconscious but peaceful, Hermione weeping with relief, Harry standing tall with a light still fading in his eyes. Merlin's beard, she whispered. The shield, the founders, colors, I felt it. The whole castle felt it. The Dementors? Harry asked, his voice rough. Repelled. For now. But they are not leaving. They are, circling, just beyond the ward line. Waiting. She looked at Sirius with deep pity. They can feel him. They will wait forever. Then we make it forever unpleasant for them to stay, Harry said, a new, hard edge in his voice. The confrontation had stripped away another layer of his childhood. He wasn't just playing defense anymore. The shield, can we keep it? Not that bright, but a constant reminder. McGonagall stared at him. You wish to maintain a permanent, unified Founders Ward. The magical expenditure. The castle wants to, Harry said simply. He could feel it. The shield had been an effort, but maintaining a lower level, constant version of that unified intent. The castle was eager. It had tasted its own full strength. It's not just a ward. It's a statement. Hogwarts protects its own. She nodded slowly, a fierce pride battling with profound worry on her face. I will consult with Flitwick and Vector. We will see what can be sustained. She moved to Sirius, conjuring a stretcher with a wave of her wand. I'll take him to the hospital wing. Poppy will see to him. As McGonagall and a summoned Hagrid gently levitated Sirius away, Hermione approached Harry. She looked at him not with fear, but with a kind of awe. You didn't use a spell. You used an idea. It's what the castle understands best, Harry said. He looked up at the sky, where the last remnants of the brilliant shield were fading into a faint, shimmering aurora of 4 colors, barely visible but definitely there. A permanent new feature of the Hogwarts night. But as the immediate adrenaline faded, the cold thread in his mind twitched again. The voice did not speak. Instead, a single, clear image was projected into his consciousness with the force of a spike. He saw a room. Dark. A pallet on a stone floor. A giant, slumbering snake coiled in the corner. And kneeling before a crude, wooden chair, was a man, worm-like, weeping, clutching a bleeding stump where a finger had been. Peter Pettigrew. And in the chair, a shapeless, horrible bundle of rags and shadow, from which 2 slits of burning red eyes glared with furious, impotent rage. The image was a message. A boast and a threat. You have your sanctuary, the silent voice implied. I have my servant. The game continues. The image vanished, leaving Harry cold again, but for a different reason. He knew where Voldemort was. Or at least, a version of him. He was weak, hiding, dependent on a sniveling traitor. But he was watching. And he was furious. The Dementors at the gate were Umbridge's blunt instrument. But the real enemy was in a dark room far away, nursing his hatred, and now he had shown Harry a piece of his hand. Harry, Hermione asked, seeing his face go pale. What is it? He looked at her, then at the shimmering aurora in the sky, the castle's new banner of defiance. We bought time, he said quietly. But he just showed me he's still in the game. And he's not playing for the Ministry's rules. He turned and walked back into the castle, the weight of the ring heavier than ever. He had won the night, driven back the darkness at his gates. But the darkness had looked back. And it had shown him its face. The aurora didn't fade. As night deepened, it settled into a permanent, gentle shimmer in the sky above Hogwarts, a tapestry of intertwined red, blue, yellow, and green. It wasn't bright enough to blot out the stars, but it was unmistakable, a soft, celestial banner declaring a state of peaceful siege. From the castle windows, it was beautiful. From the forest's edge, where the Dementors drifted like rotten sails on a stagnant sea, it was a torment. The magic it emitted was a constant, low-grade irritant to their hollow beings, a hum of life they could not touch. In the hospital wing, Sirius Black slept under a deep, dreamless sleep potion, his body beginning the long, fragile journey back from the brink. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, her usual briskness softened by a horrified pity. Harry didn't sleep. He stood at a high window in the astronomy tower, Hermione beside him, watching the spectral lights dance. The image Voldemort had sent him was seared into his mind, the wretched Pettigrew, the monstrous infant form, the burning red eyes. It was a horror, but it was also intelligence. The enemy was weak, hideous and dangerous, but weak. He was lashing out through proxies, the Dementors, the Ministry, Snape's whispers. He wanted me to see that, Harry said, his breath fogging the cold glass. He wanted me to be afraid of how ugly he is. But all I see is that he's stuck in a chair. He can't even move on his own. Hermione followed his gaze to the shimmering sky. He's also patient. And he has a servant. And he's clearly connected to you. That's a vulnerability, Harry. We can't just ignore it. I'm not ignoring it, Harry said. He looked at the ring. Sirius said to use my family's magic as a shield. The castle just showed me what that magic looks like when it's united. Maybe the ring isn't just a key. Maybe it's a tuning fork. For all of it. The next morning, the castle was abuzz with a new energy. The teachers, though weary, moved with a sense of grim purpose. The permanent founder's ward was a marvel, a piece of living history they were now part of. Flitwick was already writing a paper on it. But the reality outside the gates was grim. Owls from the Ministry arrived in a flurry, each missive more threatening than the last. Umbridge's report had clearly whipped Fudge into a frenzy. The official line was that Hogwarts was in a state of rebellion, harboring a fugitive and illegally employing, aggressive, unclassified enchantments, against Ministry personnel, the Dementors. They threatened to cut off all funding, to bar new students, to declare the school unsafe for magical education. McGonagall took Harry to her office after breakfast, the latest scroll of ominous parchment in her hand. They are laying the groundwork to isolate us, Harry. To make us pariahs. Parents will be frightened. The wider world will believe the ministry's lies. Harry felt a familiar, cold anger. It was the same feeling as when Dudley stole something and Aunt Petunia blamed him. A lie, repeated loudly enough, became truth to those who didn't look too closely. We have to tell our side, he said. The truth. About Sirius. About the verdict. And how do we do that? The Daily Prophet is in Fudge's pocket. Wizarding Wireless is regulated. Any owl we send out will be intercepted or discredited. Harry thought of the map in his mind, of the connections. There were other players. Other lights. Not all were hostile. What about other schools? Beauxbatons. Durmstrang. They have their own governments, their own newspapers. They might listen. McGonagall's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. An international appeal. It's a possibility. But it would require finesse. Official channels. And it would take time we may not have. Then we do something unofficial too, Harry said, an idea forming. We show people. Not tell them. The ward outside is a show. What if we showed them something inside? The castle itself. Let it speak. Harry, we cannot have a parade of strangers through Hogwarts. Not strangers, he said, his idea crystallizing. The students. They're due to arrive in 2 weeks. Their parents will be nervous. What if we invite them early? For a security showcase. Let them see the wards. Let them meet Professor McGonagall, the new headmistress. Let them see that Hogwarts isn't a besieged fortress, it's the safest place in the world. And it's open for business. It was a massive risk. It was inviting scrutiny onto a still fragile situation. But it was also a bold strike against the narrative of chaos and danger. McGonagall stared at him, then a slow, fierce smile touched her lips. It was the smile of a general presented with a daring, brilliant plan. A Hogwarts open house. Before the term. To reassure and to demonstrate our strength. We would need to coordinate everything, security, presentations, tours. And we would need to be flawless. We have the castle, Harry said simply. It wants to help. It wants to be seen as strong. The decision was made. Invitations, charmed to bypass ministry interception, were sent out that afternoon to all incoming students' families, and as a courtesy, to the Board of Governors minus Lucius Malfoy, who was sent a formal, icy notice. The response was immediate and electric. Curiosity, fear, excitement, the magical world was starving for a glimpse inside the suddenly mysterious Hogwarts. The castle, for its part, embraced the plan with unsettling enthusiasm. It began preparing. Not just cleaning, but curating. Hallways Harry had never seen before opened up, revealing beautiful, forgotten galleries of magical art. Suits of armor polished themselves to a mirror shine and took up dramatic poses. The staircases moved in smooth, predictable patterns. The Great Hall grew additional, magnificent banners. The castle was putting on its best face, a proud old lion shaking out its mane. In the midst of the frantic preparation, Harry continued his tutorials with McGonagall, but now they were less about theory and more about statecraft. She drilled him on the names of important wizarding families, on diplomatic etiquette, on how to stand, how to listen, how to say nothing while appearing to say a great deal. You will be observed, Harry, she warned him. Every whisper about the boy proprietor will be tested. You must be calm, assured. You must not react to provocation, especially from any Malfoy allies who may come. He practiced in his courtyard, with Hermione playing the part of a nosy, hostile reporter from the Daily Prophet. Isn't it true, Mr. Potter, that you're mentally unstable, hearing voices from he who must not be named? She asked in a pinched, nasty voice. Harry took a slow breath, imagining the ring's warmth steadying him. Hogwarts has been evaluated by the founders, own magic and found secure. My focus is on ensuring that security for every student who studies here. A rehearsed answer. What about the werewolf, Remus Lupin, whom Albus Dumbledore hired? Will you be keeping on such dangerous staff? All staff appointments are under review by acting headmistress McGonagall, with the safety of students as the paramount concern. It was a non-answer, but it sounded official. He was learning. He was building a mask of his own. Sirius, after 2 days of potion-induced sleep, woke up. He was frail, his mind still a fractured pane of glass, but the constant, gnawing terror of the Dementors was gone, held at bay by the aurora above. He could hold a conversation. He remembered who he was. The guilt was still there, a canyon inside him, but now it had edges he could see, not just a fog he drowned in. Harry visited him in a small, sunlit room off the hospital wing. Sirius was propped up on pillows, staring out at the grounds. James would have loved this, Sirius said, his voice still raspy. The drama of it all. Owning the school. Firing Dumbledore. He'd have called it a masterstroke. I didn't mean to, Harry said, sitting by the bed. That's what makes it better, Sirius said, a ghost of his old, reckless grin touching his lips. The best pranks are the ones you fall backwards into. The grin faded. He's out there, Harry. Peter. With him. I can feel the cowardice of him, like a stink on the wind. We have to finish it. For your parents. We will, Harry promised. But first, we have to make sure there's still a Hogwarts to come back to. He told Sirius about the open house. To his surprise, Sirius looked alarmed. It's a good plan. Bold. But it's also a huge target. You're gathering everyone important in one place, behind wards that are now famous for being strong. That's not just a show of strength, Harry. That's a dare. A dare to who? The Ministry won't attack with parents there. It would be a massacre. I'm not talking about the Ministry, Sirius said, his eyes dark. I'm talking about him. You showed him you can raise a shield against Dementors. You've gathered attention. Now you're gathering the pieces on the board in one spot. He's a strategist. And he hates a spectacle he doesn't control. If he can't come in through the front door, he left the thought hanging. The enemy within. Snape. Or others. A cursed object. A confounded guest. A moment of chaos. We'll be ready, Harry said, but the certainty felt thinner. The day before the open house, the castle was a model of organized frenzy. The final touches were being applied. The Great Hall was set for a massive feast. Display stations were set up in the entrance hall. Flitwick would demonstrate simple, beautiful charms. Sprout would show off non-dangerous magical plants. Even Snape, under strictest orders, was to give a controlled, clinical display of non-lethal potions. Harry was making a final walk through under his cloak, checking the castle's mood. It was a buzz of proud, almost giddy anticipation. But as he passed the potions classroom, he felt it, a spike of that cold, silver-green light, concentrated and intense. Snape was in his private storeroom. Harry hesitated, then drifted closer. The door was ajar. He heard not the usual simmer of cauldrons, but the soft, sibilant hiss of Parseltongue. His scar gave a sympathetic twinge. He couldn't understand the words, but the tone was one of reporting, of cold reverence. Snape was talking to the Dark Lord. Now, here. A moment later, the hissing stopped. Snape's normal voice, low and grim, spoke in English, as if confirming an order. It will be done. The distraction will be sufficient. The weapon is prepared. Weapon. Distraction. Harry's blood ran cold. He slipped away, his heart hammering. He went straight to McGonagall, throwing off his cloak in her office. Snape's communicating with Voldemort. Right now. He said something about a weapon and a distraction for tomorrow. McGonagall's face went rigid. You are certain? I heard him hissing. My scar, I know it was him. She believed him. The last doubts about Snape's loyalty seemed to evaporate from her eyes, replaced by a cold fury. We will have him detained. Now. No, Harry said, thinking fast, thinking like Sirius, like Salazar. If we detain him, we don't know what the weapon is, or what the distraction will be. He'll deny it. It's our word against his. And it might trigger whatever they have planned prematurely. What do you suggest? Allow a Death Eater to roam the castle on the eve of our most public event. Watch him, Harry said. Isolate him. Give him a task that keeps him in one place, under observation. And we search for the weapon. It was what the castle was good at. With Harry's focused intent, the castle's awareness became a fine-toothed comb, sweeping the areas Snape frequented. They found nothing in his office or storeroom. But in a disused girl's bathroom on the second floor, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the castle's magic recoiled from a sink. A hidden compartment, sealed with dark magic that resisted the castle's gentle probe. They didn't open it. Not yet. They set a watch. A silent, invisible watch of house elves and portrait spies. The night before the open house, no one slept. Security was tripled. The aurora shimmered defiantly. Harry stood again at the astronomy tower window, Hermione and wrapped in a blanket Sirius beside him. "It's a trap," Sirius murmured, looking at the beautiful, illuminated castle below. "And we're the bait. But we're also the ones who set the trap. Remember that, Harry. You own the board. Every stone. Use it." The first carriages from Hogsmeade Station were due at noon. The morning dawned clear and bright. Hogwarts gleamed. The teachers stood ready at their stations, smiles painted over nerves. The castle itself seemed to hold its breath. And in a second-floor bathroom, a hidden sink waited. And in the dungeons, Severus Snape, under the watchful eye of 3 assisting house elves, prepared his bland potions display, his face a mask of sour resignation. The open house had begun. The world was coming to see the boy who owned Hogwarts. And somewhere, in a dark room far away, red eyes watched a magical window onto the grounds, and a lipless mouth stretched into a smile of terrible anticipation. The stage, indeed, was set. The carriages, pulled by invisible thestrals, crested the hill at noon, and a collective gasp rippled through the crowd gathered on the sweeping lawns. Hogwarts, always majestic, was today something more. It gleamed. Every stone seemed freshly quarried, every window sparkled, the very air around the towers shimmered with the soft, four-colored aurora against the bright blue sky. It didn't look like a fortress under siege. It looked like a storybook castle made real, proud and inviolable. Harry watched from a high window in the entrance hall, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He was dressed in new, perfectly fitted robes of simple black, the Peverell ring a deliberate, quiet statement on his hand. He could feel the castle's mood, a mix of proud display and deep, vigilant watchfulness. It was showing off, but its attention was split, like a parent smiling at guests while keeping a wary eye on a dangerous pet in the corner. The guests streamed in through the great oak doors, their faces a canvas of every emotion. There was wonder, as children pointed at the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, now showing a perfect, sunny day with lazily drifting clouds. There was sharp curiosity, as parents eyed the staff, the new banners, the unusual, alert stillness of the suits of armor. And there was fear, thinly veiled behind polite smiles, as they glanced up at the shimmering ward in the sky and remembered why it was there. Professor McGonagall stood at the top of the steps to the great hall, a figure of unshakable authority. She greeted each family with a firm handshake and a crisp, clear explanation of the day's itinerary, tours of the grounds keeping well away from the forest, demonstrations in the entrance hall, a feast, and a final address. Her voice carried, calm and sure, a bedrock in the sea of anxiety. Harry's role was to be seen, not heard. To be a calm, steady presence. He moved through the crowd with Hermione at his side, a silent bodyguard of facts. She would whisper names and affiliations as people approached. "That's the Abbott family, Hufflepuffs, very traditional but fair. That's Gregory Goyle's father, thick as a troll, follows Malfoy blindly." They saw Draco Malfoy, arriving with his mother, Narcissa, a woman so pale and sharp she looked carved from ice. Lucius was conspicuously absent, a pointed snub. Draco caught Harry's eye and smirked, a look that said, "You think this changes anything?" He was quickly swept into a tour group led by Filch, who was polishing a trophy and scowling as if each guest had personally tracked in mud. The demonstrations were a masterstroke. Flitwick, with his usual charming exuberance, had first years from the crowd levitating feathers in patterns that formed the Hogwarts crest, to delighted applause. Sprout had a display of dancing, singing dirigible plums that radiated contentment. Even Snape's potions booth, where he stood like a specter in a roped-off area, drew a crowd. He demonstrated the brewing of a simple wit-sharpening potion, his instructions a cold, precise monotone. He didn't look at Harry. His every move was under the watchful eyes of Professors Vector and Sinistra, who smiled and chatted with parents while their magical senses were fixed on him like lasers. Everything was going perfectly. Too perfectly. Harry felt the strain. The castle's watchfulness was a taut wire in his own nerves. He could feel its attention circling back, again and again, to the second-floor bathroom. The hidden thing in the sink pulsed with a low, malevolent magic that the castle could not identify, only sense as a splinter in its flesh. As the feast began, a magnificent lunch laid out in the great hall, Harry slipped away. He couldn't sit at the high table and make small talk. He needed to see. He found Sirius in a small antechamber off the hall, peering through a crack in the door. He was still gaunt, but dressed in decent robes, his hair trimmed. He looked less like a wild animal and more like a ghost haunting his own past. "Anything?" Harry asked. Sirius shook his head, his eyes never leaving the crowd. "Too many faces. Too much noise. But the feeling, it's like waiting for a thunderclap. The air is thick with it." He glanced at Harry. "He won't strike at the crowd. Too messy, too hard to control. He'll want something symbolic. Something that undermines you, specifically. And makes the castle look weak or dangerous." A house elf popped into existence beside them. It was Mipsy, her ears quivering. "Master Potter, sir. The slippery bat man in the dungeons. He has finished his nasty potion show. He is asking to be excused to his quarters, citing a headache. The watching professors are saying yes, but they is following. But he is very sneaky, sir." Snape was on the move. The critical moment was here. "Stay with the guests," Harry told Sirius. "If anything happens in there, I'll know," Sirius said grimly. He had his wand, a borrowed one from McGonagall, held tight in his sleeve. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over himself and ran. He didn't head for the dungeons. He went straight for the second-floor bathroom. The castle's awareness was a guiding beacon, a thread of urgent dread pulling him forward. The bathroom was deserted, silent save for the drip of a tap. Moaning Myrtle was absent, perhaps drawn to the crowd. The sense of wrongness was immediate and oppressive. It emanated from a particular sink, ornate, with a serpentine tap. The castle's magic recoiled from it, creating a dead zone of feeling around it. Harry approached, the ring on his hand growing uncomfortably hot. He could see no visible seam, no lock. But he could feel the dark enchantment. It was complex, layered, designed to hide and to harm. A trap for the unwary. He couldn't open it with brute force. He didn't know the counter curse. But he wasn't just a wizard trying to unlock a box. He was the steward, and this was a poison thorn in his castle's side. He placed his hand on the cool porcelain of the sink basin. He didn't try to dismantle the dark magic. He spoke to the castle itself, to the stone and plumbing around it. "This is foreign. This is a sickness. Help me reject it. Help me push it out." He poured the intent through the ring, not an attack, but a command of restoration. The castle's magic, which had been shying away, now gathered. He felt it focus, not on the dark spell, but on the object the spell was protecting. The castle didn't try to break the lock. It rejected the very presence of the locked thing within its substance. The sink began to itch. That was the only word for it. The stone and metal around the hidden compartment writhed with magical revulsion. A grinding sound, like teeth on stone, filled the bathroom. The serpentine tap twisted, let out a hiss of steam, and the entire sink unit trembled. With a final, sickening crunch, the porcelain and stone expelled the object. A small, black, velvet pouch, tied with a silver cord, shot out of the now cracked basin and clattered onto the wet floor. At that exact moment, from the direction of the dungeons, a massive, concussive boom shook the castle. The distraction. Harry snatched up the pouch. It was cold, and it squirmed in his hand as if full of beetles. He didn't open it. He could feel the vile magic radiating from it. This was the weapon. He stuffed it into his robes and ran back towards the entrance hall, tearing off the cloak. Panic was already spreading. The boom had been heard throughout the castle. Guests were spilling out of the great hall, faces alarmed, children crying. McGonagall's voice, magically amplified, cut through the chaos. "Remain calm." A minor defensive charm in the dungeons reacted to a stray pulse from the wards. "All is well. Please return to the hall." But the damage was done. The perfect image of control was cracked. Harry pushed through the crowd towards her. He saw Snape, standing at the edge of the throng, a look of cold satisfaction on his face that vanished the instant he saw Harry approaching, his robes slightly askew, a look of grim purpose in his eyes. McGonagall saw it too. She met Harry halfway, her face rigid. "What happened?" "He planted something. I got it," Harry said quietly, patting his robe. "The boom. A concealed Peruvian instant darkness powder bomb in a storage closet. It released a cloud of blackness and a loud noise. Nothing more. A scare tactic." Her eyes were furious. "He has played us. The parents are terrified. The story will be, Hogwarts, dangerous experiments cause explosion during open house." It was a masterstroke. Simple, deniable, psychologically devastating. The weapon in Harry's pocket was likely worse, but the distraction had done its job. It had sown fear and doubt at the worst possible moment. The rest of the open house was a funeral march. The forced gaiety was gone. Parents gathered their children, cutting the tours short. The feast was abandoned. The air was thick with hurried goodbyes and strained politeness. The castle's proud display now felt like a mask over something unstable. As the last carriage rolled away, the sun dipping below the mountains, the staff gathered in the silent, half-eaten feast of the Great Hall. The atmosphere was one of defeat. Snape stood apart, his arms crossed. An unfortunate accident. The powder is used in dueling. It must have been improperly stored for years. A relic of Albus's more eclectic security measures. No one believed him, but they had no proof. McGonagall turned to Harry. The object. Harry pulled the black pouch from his robe and placed it on the head table. It lay there, inert and sinister. It was hidden. The castle rejected it. Flitwick, with delicate spells, examined it from a distance. Heavy shielding curses, and something pulsing inside. Biological, perhaps, or a concentrate of something vile. "We open it," Harry said. He was tired of secrets, of hidden poisons. "It could be cursed to trigger on opening," Hermione cautioned, her voice small from where she stood by the door. "The castle is here," Harry said. He placed his ring hand near, but not touching, the pouch. "Whatever it is, it's inside you now. Contain it. Show us, but don't let it free." He focused on the pouch, on the idea of revelation without release. The castle's magic, still humming with tension from the day, wrapped around the pouch in a cocoon of solid air. "Now," Harry said to Flitwick. The charm's master, with a flick of his wand, severed the silver cord. The pouch fell open. Nothing exploded. No curse flew out. Instead, a small, gray, slug-like creature oozed onto the table. It was pulsating slowly, and from its back, a single, sickly yellow eye opened, swiveled, and fixed directly on Harry. A gasp echoed around the hall. "A larva oculi," Flitwick whispered in horror. "A watcher. A parasite. It doesn't do harm itself. It reports. It sees for its master. And it's been keyed to a specific magical signature." He looked at Harry, his face ashen. "Yours. From the moment you touched the pouch, it has been linked to you. Wherever you go in the castle, it sees. And through it, he sees." The eye on the slug blinked, a slow, deliberate membrane sliding over the sickly yellow orb. It was watching them right now. Studying their horrified faces. Snape's plan was now horrifically clear. The distraction wasn't just to scare parents. It was to ensure Harry would be the one to find and handle the weapon. To personally activate the Watcher. The bomb in the dungeon was cover, the true weapon was this ugly, intimate invasion. Harry stared at the creature, a cold nausea rising in him. Voldemort didn't just want to watch the castle. He wanted a camera on the steward. To see his strategies, his fears, his private counsels. The castle's cocoon of air tightened, crushing the larva oculi into a tiny, soundless pulp. The eye burst, leaving a stain on the wood. But the damage was done. It had seen. It had reported. For how long? Since he'd picked up the pouch. It had seen him take it. Seen his face. Seen McGonagall's fury. Seen the gathered, defeated staff. Harry looked up, meeting Snape's gaze across the hall. The potion's master's expression was unreadable, but in the depths of his black eyes, Harry saw no triumph. Only a cold, grim certainty. The move had been made. The game had advanced. The open house was over. The castle's walls, for all their strength, had been breached in the one way that mattered. The enemy wasn't at the gates. He was in Harry's pocket. He was in his head. And now, thanks to a slug with an eye, he was in the very room where they made their plans. The silence in the great hall was absolute, broken only by the faint, shimmering hum of the aurora outside, a beautiful shield that had just proven useless against the subtlest of poisons. Harry's hand closed around the ring, its warmth the only comfort in the deepening chill. He had won the public battle, perhaps. But he had just lost a crucial piece of his privacy, his security, his mind. And somewhere in the dark, red eyes closed, satisfied, having seen everything they needed to see. The crushed remains of the larva oculi stained the head table like a Rorschach blot of failure. The silence in the great hall was a physical weight, pressing down on the scattered remains of the abandoned feast. The proud banners overhead seemed to hang limp. The shimmering aurora outside the windows felt like a joke. Harry stared at the pulpy mess. His skin crawled with the phantom sensation of being watched, a feeling that hadn't left since he'd picked up the pouch. It was worse than the voice. The voice was an intrusion, a violation of his mind. This had been a violation of his space, his sanctuary. Voldemort had put a spy in his pocket, and Harry had carried it for him. "It's dead," Flitwick said, his voice small in the vast quiet. "The connection is severed." But what did it see? Hermione's question trembled in the air. From the moment Harry touched it until now. It saw us all. It saw this. She gestured at their defeated gathering. "It saw enough," McGonagall said, her voice granite. She turned her gaze on Snape, who hadn't moved from his shadowed corner. "It saw the steward of Hogwarts, the acting headmistress, and the senior staff in a state of alarm following a security breach that you, Severus, are intimately connected to. It saw our weakness. Our division." Snape didn't flinch. "A series of unfortunate coincidences, Minerva. The powder was old. The creature, a relic of the Dark Lord's previous occupation of the school, perhaps, disturbed by the castle's recent renovations. To draw a line directly to me is paranoia." "It's not a line, it's a bloody great arrow," growled a new voice. Sirius stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame, his face pale but his eyes burning. He pointed a shaking finger at Snape. "You were his favorite little spy. You know how he thinks. A two-part play. A bang to make everyone jump, and a silent, slimy little eye to see where they run. Classic. The word of a deranged fugitive holds no weight," Snape sneered, but his eyes flickered to Harry, assessing. "Enough," Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the rising tension. He was tired. A deep, soul-weary tired that had nothing to do with sleep. He looked from the stain on the table to Snape's impassive face. "It doesn't matter if we can prove it. He knows we know. And we know he's here, doing his master's work." He took a step towards Snape. "The castle granted you sanctuary too, Professor. It hasn't revoked it. That means, for whatever reason, it still considers you part of this school. But I am its steward. And I am telling you now, your movements are restricted. You will not leave the dungeons without an escort. You will not send or receive any communication not approved by Professor McGonagall. You will brew nothing not directly required for the hospital wing or first-year curriculum. Is that understood?" It was a direct challenge, a throwing down of a gauntlet wrapped in administrative rules. Harry wasn't expelling him. He was putting him in a cage within the castle. Snape's nostrils flared. The air around him grew colder. "You presume to imprison me in my own dungeons. I'm defining the terms of your employment," Harry said, echoing the legal language Ragnarok had taught him. "The castle is the employer. I am its representative. You may choose to resign if the terms are unsatisfactory." For a long, dangerous moment, Snape looked as if he might curse Harry where he stood. Then, the fury drained from his face, replaced by a glacial, calculating calm. He gave a curt, stiff nod. "As the proprietorship wishes." He turned and swept from the hall, his robes billowing behind him like a retreating storm cloud. The staff let out a collective, held breath. It wasn't a victory. It was a containment. A temporary holding action against a poison they couldn't purge. The next few days were a study in grim aftermath. The Daily Prophet arrived, screaming about the Hogwarts horror show. The article, undoubtedly fed by Umbridge, described a chaotic, dangerous school where ancient dark artifacts lay around like confetti and defensive spells exploded randomly. It made no mention of the larva oculi, of course. The focus was on fear for the children. Several families wrote to withdraw their children from the upcoming term. The number was small, but it was a start. The ministry's isolation campaign was working. Inside the castle, a new routine set in. Harry's life became a triangulation of study, stewardship, and security. Mornings were spent with McGonagall, now focusing intensely on defensive magics and the castle's own offensive capabilities, the spells woven into its stones that could bind, deter, or repel. Afternoons were with Hermione and Sirius in the library or his courtyard, a war council of three. Sirius, his mind clearing by the day, was a vault of brutal, practical knowledge from the First War, ambush tactics, common Death Eater curses, the psychology of fear. And always, there was the scar. The connection. It was no longer just occasional pain or whispered words. It was a constant, low-grade presence, a cold spot in his magical awareness. He learned to build mental walls, not to block it out. That seemed impossible, but to muffle it, to compartmentalize it as background noise. He imagined it as a frozen river running alongside the warm, vibrant stream of the castle's magic. He could hear its chill, but he didn't have to step into it. But the river sometimes flooded. It happened during a tutorial with McGonagall. They were in the room of requirement, which had provided a simulated battlefield, a ruined village square. Harry was learning to command the castle's localized environmental responses. He'd just managed to cause a section of a simulated wall to collapse, harmlessly, onto the spot where a training dummy stood. A wave of icy, contemptuous pleasure washed through him, so strong he stumbled. Clumsy. Like wielding a mountain to crush an ant. Power is precision, boy. The difference between a surgeon and a butcher. McGonagall saw him falter. Harry. He's commenting, Harry gasped, straightening up, his scar burning. Her face tightened. Ignore it. Focus on the stone, on the intent. But the voice left a residue. A seed of doubt. Was he just a butcher with a castle? Smashing problems when he should be slicing them. That night, in his courtyard, he confessed his fear to Sirius and Hermione. What if he's right? What if all I can do is big, loud things? Shields and explosions and throwing people out. What good? Is that against a thought? A whisper. A slug in a sink. Sirius, who was sketching intricate ward diagrams on parchment, didn't look up. James was the same. All flash and grand gestures. Until he wasn't. The night they went into hiding, he was the stillest, most focused I'd ever seen him. The grand gesture was becoming a ghost. You learn to use the tools you have, Harry. Right now, your tool is a castle. So use it. But start thinking smaller. Think like a snake, not just a lion. Think like a snake. Salazar's cunning. Hermione pushed a book towards him. Advanced Occlumency, guarding the mindscape. It's not just about blocking him out, Harry. It's about control. About building a landscape in your mind so strong and so confusing that even if he gets a glimpse, he sees only what you want him to see. False memories. Misdirection. Harry took the book. It was another mountain to climb. But he had to try. A week after the open house, an unexpected owl arrived. It was large and tawny, bearing the seal of Gringotts but not Ragnarok's personal mark. It was addressed to the steward of Hogwarts. Harry opened it in McGonagall's office. It was a notice of lien. A formal, goblin-made document stating that the Ministry of Magic, through the Department of Magical Education, had placed a financial hold on all non-essential educational subsidies, pending a review of Hogwarts' safety and governance. In practical terms, it meant the ministry was freezing the funds it usually provided for things like book allowances for needy students, equipment replenishment, and guest lecturer fees. It was a petty, bureaucratic strike. Harry's personal wealth could cover it 1,000 times over. But that wasn't the point. The point was the message: we can make it difficult. We can make you bleed gold and goodwill even if we can't break your walls. They're trying to turn the other families against you, McGonagall said, reading over his shoulder. If you use your own money to replace ministry funds, you look like a wealthy autocrat buying influence. If you don't, students suffer, and you look negligent. It was a clever trap. Political warfare. Harry felt the cold river in his mind stir with amusement. He made a decision. He called a meeting in the Great Hall. Not of the staff, but of the house elves. Dozens of them appeared, their large eyes blinking up at him from the floor. The ministry is trying to pinch us, Harry said plainly. They're taking away money for books and spare cauldrons. We have our own money, but using it might cause problems. So we're going to do something else. He looked at Dobby, who was quivering with excitement. The castle provides a lot, right? Food from the kitchens, light from the torches, even the bedding repairs itself. The elves nodded eagerly. Can it provide more? Can we ask it to grow the vegetables a little bigger this year? To mend the old robes in the lost and found until they're like new? To find forgotten supplies in the very deep stores? The elves broke into wide smiles. Mipsy squeaked, the castle is listening, great master. It is happy to help. It does not like the pinchy ministry men. A wave of warm, enthusiastic magic flowed from the assembled elves, answered by a pleased rumble from the stones. The castle loved being useful, loved nurturing. This was Hufflepuff's principle, not as a passive virtue, but as an active strategy. Good, Harry said. Work with Professor McGonagall. Make a list of everything the ministry used to pay for. We'll see how much the castle and a little elf magic can do instead. No one goes without, and we don't spend a single galleon of the Potter vaults on it. It was a small thing. A domestic solution. But it was cunning. It turned the castle's inherent magic into an economic shield. It fostered loyalty in the elves. And it was utterly unassailable by ministry decree. As the elves popped away, chattering excitedly, Harry felt a flicker of something from the cold river. Not amusement this time. It was sharper. A spike of interest. Assessment. You learn, not just to push, but to pull strings. Good. The praise was more frightening than the contempt. The pressure was changing him. He could feel it. He was thinking in layers, in consequences, seeing the castle not just as a home or a fortress but as an organism with countless interdependent parts. He was thinking like a steward. And, he feared, like a ruler. One evening, he found himself alone with the Sorting Hat in the great hall. The throne-like chair was empty. The hat sat upon it, looking more like its old, dusty self. "You're quiet these days," Harry said to it. "You were busy. And you are listening to other voices now," the hat replied in his mind. "The castles, the serpents, the dogs, the brilliant witches. You have a council. A king should have a council. I'm not a king. A steward, then. The effect is similar. Power isolates, Harry Potter. Even when you are surrounded by people, the decisions are yours alone. The weight is yours alone. You are learning to carry it. But you are also learning to fear what it is turning you into." The hat saw right through him. Am I becoming like him? Like Voldemort? He wanted power over a place too. He wanted to shape the world. The difference, the hat said gently, is in the why. He sought power to dominate. To purify. To make the world a monument to himself. You took power you never sought to protect a home you never had. Your why is sanctuary. Never forget that why. It is the only thing that will keep the cold river from swallowing you whole. It was the clearest advice anyone had given him. But the cold river was persistent. That night, as he practiced occlumency from Hermione's book, trying to visualize a fortress of stone and light around his core thoughts, the connection surged. Not with words, with a pull. He was in his mind, building his walls, when he felt a terrible, hungry suction from the other side. It wasn't trying to see his thoughts. It was trying to pull a memory out of him. A specific one, the moment in the cavern beneath the lake, touching the water, seeing the truth about Sirius. Voldemort wanted that memory. He wanted to see the Founder's verdict for himself. Harry fought, mentally grappling, pushing back. He reinforced the walls, focused on a happy memory, the first bite of Hogwarts food, the feel of the cloak around him, to anchor himself. The pull lessened, then ceased. But in the retreat, he felt something else. A flash from the other side. Not a memory, but a sensation. A dry, agonizing thirst. A body that was pain. A mind burning with single-minded obsession. And beneath it, a thread of connection not to Harry, but to something else, several something elses. Dark, cold, anchored objects in the world. They called to the fragment in the chair. They promised stability, wholeness, Horcruxes. He fell out of the mental struggle, panting, drenched in cold sweat. He had pushed back an attack, but he had also glimpsed the enemy's reality. The terrible, pathetic, yet immensely dangerous reality. And he had felt the locations of the anchors that sustained it. Not clearly. Not maps. But impressions. A locket in a place of damp and decay. A cup in a den of greed and glitter. A diadem in a labyrinth of forgotten knowledge. And something else. Something closer. A fragment, not in an object, but in a living thing. A snake. Nagini. And the strongest pull of all, the darkest, most intimate anchor, was the thread that led back to himself. His scar didn't just house a connection. It housed a piece. The horrific truth he and Hermione had only theorized crashed over him with the weight of absolute certainty. He wasn't just connected to Voldemort. He was a Horcrux. The enemy's immortality was tied to his own life. To kill Voldemort, he might have to die himself. The room spun. The castle's comforting hum felt like a mockery. He stumbled to the window, gripping the sill, staring out at the shimmering, beautiful, useless aurora. He had been fighting for a home, for safety, for truth. And the whole time, he had been carrying the seed of his own destruction, and the anchor of his worst enemy's life, inside his very soul. The cold river in his mind wasn't just beside him anymore. It was in him. He was the battleground. And the war had just become infinitely more terrifying. The knowledge was a parasite. It didn't just sit in his mind, it writhed there, burrowing deep, sending out roots of icy horror that poisoned every other thought. A Horcrux. I am a Horcrux. The words were a silent scream that echoed in the hollow of his skull, drowning out the steady hum of the castle, the warmth of the ring, the memory of the hat's wisdom. He didn't move from the window sill. His knuckles were white where he gripped the stone. The beautiful, shimmering aurora outside seemed to warp, its gentle colors now reminiscent of the sickly glow of the larva oculi's eye. The castle's protective magic was a vast, powerful sea, and he was a crack in the seabed, leaking something ancient and foul into its depths. His first, primal instinct was to run. To get out. To take the contamination away from this place he was supposed to protect. But where? There was no away. The poison was in his blood, in his scar, in the very fabric of his magical core. He was the leak. A dry, heaving sob racked his body, but no tears came. He was beyond tears. This was a desolation too absolute for them. The castle, attuned to his every shift, felt it. The hum changed. The comforting warmth that usually flowed through the stones towards him hesitated, then drew back, not in rejection, but in confusion. It sensed a sickness in its steward, a shadow where there should only be light. The ring on his finger grew cold. This, more than anything, broke him. The castle was his one constant, his proof that he belonged. To feel its magic shy away from him, it was like the Dursleys, cupboard all over again, but 1,000 times worse. He must have made a sound, a choked gasp, a whimper, because a moment later, his door burst open without a knock. It was Sirius, his borrowed wand drawn, his eyes wild. He took in Harry's rigid, ashen form by the window and was across the room in 2 strides. "Harry, what is it? Did he? Don't touch me," Harry whispered, the words scraping his throat raw. Sirius froze, his hand outstretched. "Harry, it's in me," Harry said, his voice flat, dead. He turned his head slowly, meeting Sirius's bewildered gaze. The connection. It's not just a connection. He put a piece of himself in me. The night he killed my parents. I'm a Horcrux. The word hung in the air like a curse. Sirius's face went from concern to confusion to dawning, horrified comprehension. His wand hand dropped to his side as if the strength had left it. He staggered back a step, hitting the edge of Harry's bed. "No," he breathed. "No. That's not, it can't. I felt them. When he tried to pull the memory from me. I felt the other pieces. Calling to him. And I felt, the one anchored here." He tapped a trembling finger against his lightning scar. "It's why he can talk to me. Why he can see sometimes. It's not a window, Sirius. It's a back door. Into me." Sirius stared, his face crumbling. The man who had just begun to reassemble himself seemed to shatter again, but into a new, more terrible shape. This wasn't the guilt of the past. This was the horror of the present, a monstrous twist he could never have anticipated. His godson, James's son, was a vessel for the thing that killed him. "There has to be a way," Sirius said, but his voice was hollow, the words automatic. "A ritual, a counter-curse, Dumbledore would know." "Dumbledore's gone," Harry said, a spark of that old, cold anger cutting through the numbness. "And if he knew, he never said. He left me here. With this. In a cupboard." The anger was good. It was a fire in the frozen waste inside him. The door opened again, more cautiously this time. Hermione stood there, her face pale. She'd clearly heard. Her eyes, wide with intellect and fear, darted between Harry's lifeless expression and Sirius's shattered one. She didn't ask if it was true. She'd read the book. She understood the theory. Now she saw the proof in the devastation before her. "The scar," she whispered, walking in and closing the door softly behind her. It was the only one that ever hurt him. The only magical wound that never truly healed. It makes a terrible kind of sense. She approached Harry, not to touch him, but to stand before him, her mind already racing past the horror to the problem. But Harry, a Horcrux is an object. Or a living creature, like the snake. But a person. The book was vague, but it suggested creating a Horcrux in a human host would be unstable. Dangerous for both. "He wasn't trying to make me one," Harry said, the logical part of his mind latching onto her analytical tone like a lifeline. "It was an accident." His curse rebounded. It broke his soul, and a piece flew off. And it latched onto the only living thing left in the room. An accidental Horcrux, Hermione murmured, her brow furrowed. That could change everything. The rules might be different. The bindings might be weaker. It might be removable. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered in Sirius's eyes. You think? I don't know, Hermione said honestly. But it's a variable. We have to research. Not just secrets of the darkest art. We need older texts. Peverell texts. If anyone understood the boundaries of soul magic and death, it was them. She looked at Harry's ring. That symbol, it's about conquering death. Maybe it's also about understanding it. Truly understanding. Harry looked down at the ring. It felt alien on his hand now. A relic of a family that cheated death, while he was a prison for a man who had mutilated his soul to avoid it. Ironic. And sickening. The castle, he said suddenly, his voice still rough. It felt it. Just now. It pulled back. Hermione's expression turned pained. It's sentient, Harry. It feels your magic. It must sense the foreign presence, the darkness. It's not rejecting you. It's recoiling from it. But the difference felt academic. The effect was the same. Isolation. We can't tell anyone else, Sirius said, his voice gaining a shred of its old steel. Not McGonagall, not the teachers. Not yet. This is beyond them. And if the Ministry or Snape, got wind of it, the implications were too awful to voice. Harry would be seen not as a hero or a proprietor, but as a thing to be destroyed. A dangerous object. Harry nodded. The secret, already a crushing weight, now had a new, darker layer. He was a secret from himself. The next days were a waking nightmare performed behind a mask of grim normality. He attended his tutorials, his occlumency practice now infused with a new, desperate urgency. He wasn't just building walls to keep a voyeur out, he was building a prison within his own mind to contain a tenant. He visualized the cold river not as something external, but as a polluted well in the center of his psychic landscape. He built walls of Hogwarts stone. Around it, sealed with the 4 house colors, topped with the glowing symbol of the Hallows. He couldn't drain the well. But he could try to cap it. The castle's magic remained wary around him. It still obeyed his commands, still hummed beneath his feet, but the easy, warm symbiosis was gone. It was like working with a friend who had suddenly become afraid of you. The ring was often cold. He spent hours in the library with Hermione, who had become a scavenger in the darkest corners of knowledge. She cross-referenced Peverell lore with obscure alchemical treatises on soul transference and goblin myths of cursed objects. Sirius, forbidden from the library for his own safety, acted as a sounding board in the courtyard, his knowledge of the dark arts from the war providing a grim, practical counterpoint to Hermione's academic approach. One afternoon, a week after the revelation, Hermione slammed a book shut with a sound of triumph that was immediately muffled by the oppressive atmosphere of their research corner. Here, listen. The nature of a soul anchor is one of will and memory. The object is imbued not merely with a fragment, but with the intent of the fracture, the desire for immortality. To dislodge it requires not counter magic of equal force, but a negation of that original intent. A sacrifice that embodies the opposite principle. She looked up, her eyes blazing. Harry, an accidental Horcrux wasn't created with a specific, focused intent for immortality. It was created with an intent for murder. The piece that broke off is steeped in that moment, in hate, and in the shock of failure. Its will is chaotic, parasitic, not carefully planned. What's the opposite principle of murder? Harry asked, dreading the answer. Not just life, Hermione said, leaning forward. Sacrificial love. That's what protected you the first time. Your mother's sacrifice created a shield in your very blood. That magic is in you, Harry, woven into your being just as deeply as this fragment. It's the reason the piece couldn't take over. It's been at war with it since you were a baby. A spark, the faintest glimmer, ignited in the frozen darkness inside him. So, the love is the cage. It's the balance, Sirius said from the doorway. They hadn't heard him approach. He looked gaunt but focused. A permanent stalemate, which means it can't be unstoppable. If the piece had won, you'd be him. But it didn't, which means your mother's magic is stronger. He entered, pulling up a chair. The problem is, we can't weaponize a memory. We need a ritual, an act of magic, that amplifies that protective love to the point where it can evict the squatter. The Peverell legacy is about accepting death, Not defying it with horror like a Horcrux, Hermione mused, tapping the Hallows symbol in a book. The ultimate opposite. Not a selfish clinging to life, but a peaceful understanding of its end. If we could channel that understanding, through an artifact of that legacy, her eyes went to Harry's ring. Harry pulled his hand back slightly. The ring felt heavier than ever. You want to use a Hallow, on a piece of Voldemort's soul. It's a theory, Hermione admitted. A terrifying one. We'd need to know exactly what the ring is. Is it the stone? A symbol of the line? We need the Founder's vault. We need to see the objects again. To feel them. Harry thought of the quiet power in that subterranean garden. The sword, the diadem, the cauldron, the locket. Tokens of the school's purpose. Could they help purify its steward? A house elf popped into existence beside them, breaking the tense silence. It was Dobby, his ears drooping with anxiety. "Great Master Harry Potter, sir," he squeaked, wringing his hands. Dobby is hearing bad things again. The slippery Batman is not in his dungeons. The watching elves lost him. And the castle is feeling funny. In the West Wing, a cold spot. Like the sad sir's despair, but older. Colder. Not a person. A thing. Harry was on his feet instantly, the personal horror momentarily shoved aside by the immediate threat. Snape was loose. And he'd planted something else. Something the castle sensed as a cold, impersonal object. Where in the West Wing? Sirius demanded, his wand out. The come and go room, sir. But the castle says the room is not listening right. It is stuck. And it is cold. The room of requirement. Of course. A place that became what you needed. If Snape had needed a place to hide something utterly dark, a place even the castle's general awareness struggled to penetrate. We need to get to it before he does whatever he's planning, Harry said. But we can't go in blind. The castle, Hermione said. Can you ask it to sicken the room? To make whatever's in there so uncomfortable it becomes inert. Like it did with the sink. Harry closed his eyes. He reached for the castle's consciousness, past its wariness. A cold thing. In the room that changes. Make the room reject it. Make it a place that thing cannot exist. He felt the castle's focus shift, a wave of magical attention sweeping towards the West Wing. He felt its confusion as it encountered the room of requirement's unique, mutable magic. Then, a sense of firm resolve. The castle couldn't enter the room, but it could influence the context. He felt it pour the principle of Hufflepuff's hearth, warmth, nourishment, community, into the very corridor outside the room, into the stones around it, creating a zone of such profound, wholesome life that anything antithetical to it would be under immense pressure. They ran. Through corridors, up staircases. As they neared the West Wing, Harry felt it. A pocket of intense, welcoming warmth in the air, like standing at the threshold of a bustling, friendly kitchen. And ahead, a plain stretch of wall where the door to the room of requirement should appear. But no door was there. The wall was blank, but it was shimmering, as if heated from within. And standing before it, his back to them, was Severus Snape. He was muttering a complex, guttural incantation, his wand tracing symbols in the air that smoked and vanished against the warm, resistant magic of the corridor. He was trying to open a door the castle was helping to keep sealed. Snape heard them. He stopped his incantation and turned slowly. His face was slick with a fine sheen of sweat, his black eyes burning with frustration and something else, a desperate urgency. "Step aside, Potter," he snarled. "You have no idea what is in that room. You put it there." Harry shot back, his own wand raised. Sirius and Hermione flanked him. "I secured it there, you fool. Years ago. It is a beacon. One the Dark Lord is now trying to activate remotely through our connection. If he succeeds, it will tear a hole in the castle's wards from the inside." Harry stared. Snape's words had the ring of truth, but they could just as easily be a lie to cover his own actions. "Why should we believe you?" Sirius growled. "Because, you miserable mutt, if I wanted the wards down, I would have used the knowledge I have of them, not relied on a ritual object planted by a teenage Death Eater 2 decades ago." Snape spat. "That room contains a dark altar, keyed to the Black family bloodline. The Dark Lord knows it is here. He is using the connection in your scar," he glared at Harry, "to resonate with it. To turn it into a bomb. My task was not to activate it, but to contain it. A task your noble castle's interference is currently making impossible." The air crackled with tension. The warm corridor hummed. The blank wall shimmered. And deep within Harry, in the capped well of his mind, the fragment of Voldemort's soul stirred. It felt the nearness of the altar, its dark cousin. It pulsed with a hungry, eager rhythm. Harry's scar exploded in white-hot agony. He cried out, staggering. In that moment of pain and distraction, the balanced magic wavered. The warm, wholesome pressure from the castle flickered. And on the blank, shimmering wall, a dark, narrow door outlined in cold, purple fire flickered into existence. The altar had won. The door was open, and from within, a deep, resonant thrum began to pulse, in time with the agony in Harry's scar, a rhythm that made the very stones of Hogwarts tremble. The door did not just appear. It manifested, a wound of purple-black fire seared directly onto the stone of the wall, outlining a narrow, crooked entryway. The thrumming from within was no longer a sound, it was a pressure, a sickening sub-bass that vibrated in Harry's teeth, in the marrow of his bones. It synced perfectly with the pounding agony in his scar, a twin rhythm of invasion. The warm, nurturing magic the castle had poured into the corridor recoiled, shredded by the emerging darkness. The temperature plummeted. Frost crackled across the floor, racing out from the dark doorway. "Seal it," Sirius roared, raising his wand. "No." Snape's shout was raw, stripped of its usual silk. He threw himself between Sirius and the door, his arms spread. "A direct counter-curse will detonate it. You will vaporize this wing and everything in it. You lying snake," Sirius began, but Hermione cut him off, her voice sharp with terrified observation. "He's right. Look at the magic, it's a feedback lattice. See the patterns in the frost." She pointed her wand, not at the door, but at the air around it, where the freezing tendrils were forming intricate, malignant geometric shapes. "It's designed to absorb attack energy and convert it into pure entropy. A bomb that feeds on the magic trying to diffuse it." Harry couldn't focus on their argument. The pain in his head was a white-hot nail. But worse was the pull. The fragment inside him was stretching towards the door, a fish on a line drawn to a poisoned spring. Through the connection, he felt Voldemort's triumph, a cold, distant surge of will focusing on this point, pouring intent down the line of the scar to awaken the slumbering altar. And he felt the castle's anguish. This wasn't just an attack on its walls. This was a cancer in its flesh. The Room of Requirement was a part of Hogwarts, a beloved, whimsical organ. Now it was being turned into a gate for something that made the stones themselves scream in silent revulsion. "Stop it," Harry begged the castle, pushing through his own pain. "Help me stop it." The castle's consciousness, confused and wounded by the darkness in him, now faced a greater, clearer evil. It rallied. The hum became a roar of defiance, not warm, but fierce. It couldn't attack the altar directly without playing into the trap. But it could still act. The floor beneath them shuddered. The stone flagstones in front of the dark door rippled like liquid and then erupted. A wall of solid granite, 6 feet thick, shot up from the floor, slamming into the ceiling with a crash that drowned out the thrumming for a second. It sealed the corridor completely, burying the dark door behind a tomb of rock. Silence, for a heartbeat. Then, a deep, dull gong sounded from within the new stone wall. A crack, thin and glowing with the same purple-black fire, appeared on its surface. Another gong. Another crack. The altar was burning its way out. "It will not be contained by mere stone," Snape said, his voice flat with resignation. "The connection is active. It will eat through anything physical. You must sever the tie that fuels it." "The connection to him," Harry gasped, clutching his head. "Through me." Snape's black eyes fixed on him. For the first time, Harry saw no hatred, no contempt in them. Only a bleak, clinical assessment. "Precisely. The altar is a relic of the Black family's darkest arts, keyed to blood and obsessive magic. The Dark Lord is using the resonance of the soul fragment in you to amplify his own command, bridging the distance. It is a sympathetic link. To break it, you must break the resonance." "How?" Hermione demanded. "Occlumency of a level you do not possess," Snape said, turning back to the slowly cracking wall. "You must not merely shield your mind, Potter. You must silence the piece of him within you. Make it dormant, unreachable." "I can't." The admission was torn from Harry. He'd been trying. The well was capped, but the water still churned beneath. Gong. Another crack spread, branching like lightning. "Then we are lost," Snape said simply. "No." Sirius stepped forward, his face a mask of desperate inspiration. He looked from the cracking wall to Harry's pain-twisted features. Not occlumency. The opposite. Let it in. Have you lost your mind? Snape whirled on him. You said it's a sympathetic link, right? A resonance. Harry's piece is vibrating because he's making it vibrate, from far away. Sirius's words tumbled out, fueled by a reckless, black family understanding of dark magic. So don't try to quiet it. Override it. Flood the connection with something else. Something so strong, so loud, it drowns out his signal. With what? Hermione cried. Sirius's eyes locked with Harry's. With this place. With the castle. You're its steward. It's in you, and you're in it. You're connected to it 1,000 times more than you are to him. So stop trying to block him out. Pour Hogwarts in. Fill that bloody fragment until it bursts. It was insane. It was inviting the enemy in. But in his desperation, Harry saw the perverse logic. He couldn't win a battle of silence. But a battle of noise. Of sheer, overwhelming presence. The castle's roar in his senses was already a torrent. He was holding it back, trying to keep it separate from the polluted well inside him. What if he stopped holding back? It would be the ultimate contamination. Not of him by Voldemort, but of Voldemort's soul shard by Hogwarts. Gong. A chunk of the granite wall exploded inward, revealing a sliver of the purple-black fire beyond. There was no time. Harry dropped to his knees on the freezing floor. He ignored Snape's hissed warning, Hermione's gasp. He closed his eyes against the physical pain. He took his mental hands off the cap he'd built over the well. And he tore the walls down. He didn't just open a channel. He blew the dam. The castle's magic, already raging against the insult to its body, found a new conduit. It didn't flow into Harry, it crashed into him. Not just the gentle hum, but the full, thunderous symphony, the bravery of Gryffindor Tower, the wisdom of the library, the loyalty of the kitchens, the cunning of the dungeons. 1,000 years of learning, laughter, sorrow, and triumph. The stone, the mortar, the enchanted ceilings, the whispering portraits, the grateful ghosts, the earnest house elves. The life of the place. He funneled it all, not into his own mind, but directly towards the cold, pulsing fragment of Tom Riddle that clung to his soul. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The pain in his scar didn't increase. It transformed. It was no longer the sharp, icy drill of Voldemort's focus. It became a cataclysm of sensation. He wasn't being attacked, he was the site of a war between two utterly opposed magics. In his mind's eye, the polluted well didn't overflow. It erupted. The dark, icy water met the cascading, living magic of Hogwarts with a shriek that had no sound but tore through every nerve in his body. He saw, felt, was the battle, ancient castle stone grinding against a sliver of arrogant, mortal hatred, the warm scent of baking bread from the kitchen smothering the dry rot smell of a forgotten crypt, the clear, logical runes of a Ravenclaw textbook unspooling and re-knitting around a curse of such irrational malice. He heard Voldemort's voice, but it was distorted, drowned, furious. What is this? What are you doing? The connection wasn't just a line anymore. It was a conduit flooded in both directions. And what flowed back towards the source wasn't Harry's fear or pain. It was the memory of his first sight of the Great Hall, the awe that erased a decade of cupboard dust. It was the taste of pumpkin juice, the feel of the cloak like a friend's embrace, the steadfast weight of the ring. It was Hermione's fierce whisper in the library, Sirius's broken, protective rage, McGonagall's stern, believing eyes. It was the simple, profound sense of home. To the fragment of soul that knew only hatred, ambition, and fear of death, it was poison. An alien, sickening, glorious poison. Gong, the sound was weaker, choked. The purple-black light shining through the cracks in the granite wall flickered. It's working, Hermione cried. Snape said nothing, staring at Harry with an expression of profound, unwilling shock. Harry couldn't speak. He was a lightning rod. Agony and ecstasy warred in him. He was being scoured clean and burned alive. He felt the fragment writhe, not in anger now, but in a terrible, confused pain. It was being reminded of things it had deliberately destroyed in itself: wonder, trust, the possibility of peace. From far away, through the swamping flood of Hogwarts, he felt a final, sharp spike of rage, and then the connection snapped. Not neatly, but violently, like a rope stretched until it shreds. The thrumming ceased. The purple-black light in the cracks went out, leaving only ordinary fissures in gray stone. The agonizing pressure in Harry's head vanished, leaving a hollow, ringing silence. He slumped forward, catching himself on his hands, breathing in ragged, shuddering gasps. He felt empty, scorched. The well inside him was, not gone. But it was quiet. The water was still dark, but it was still. Frozen over. The castle's magic had not destroyed the Horcrux, that would take more than this, but it had silenced it, forced it into a deep, shocked hibernation. The fragment was no longer a radio receiving signals. It was a stone at the bottom of a frozen lake. For now, the corridor was silent, save for their panting breaths. Frost still covered the floor, but it was melting. The oppressive cold was receding. Snape was the first to move. He approached the cracked, sealed wall, running a hand over the stone. The resonance is broken. The altar is inert. For now, he turned and looked down at Harry, who was still kneeling on the floor. The assessment in his eyes had shifted into something even more unreadable. A brutish, inelegant, and appallingly dangerous solution. But, effective. Sirius helped Harry to his feet. Harry's legs were jelly. He leaned heavily on his godfather. Is it gone? Hermione asked, her voice small. No, Harry croaked. But it's asleep. He can't use it to reach me. Or the castle. Not like that. The cost? Snape asked quietly. Harry knew what he meant. He looked inward. The connection to the castle was still there, the hum steadying. But it felt different. It wasn't just around him anymore. After that deluge, it was in him, intertwined with his own magic in a way that felt permanent. He had fundamentally changed the nature of his own soul's landscape. He had no idea what the long-term consequences would be. I don't know, Harry answered honestly. Footsteps pounded down the corridor. McGonagall, Flitwick, and several other teachers appeared, wands drawn, faces alarmed. We felt a massive magical discharge. What in Merlin's name? McGonagall's eyes took in the destroyed corridor, the sealed wall, Harry's pale, sweat-drenched face, Sirius supporting him, Snape standing amidst the aftermath. Her gaze hardened on Snape. Severus. Explain. Snape drew himself up. A dormant dark artifact within the castle was attempting activation via remote sympathy. The situation has been neutralized. He paused, his eyes flicking to Harry for a fraction of a second. By the steward. McGonagall's sharp eyes moved to Harry. She saw the truth of the ordeal on his face. She gave a short, tight nod. Then we must secure this area. Permanent, layered wards. And we will have a discussion about how such an artifact came to be here in the first place. Her tone promised that discussion would be unpleasant. As the teachers began casting containment spells over the granite wall, Hermione pulled Harry and Sirius aside. Harry, what you did, that was like a magical feedback loop of immense proportions. Your neural pathways, your magical core, they must be. I'm fine, Hermione, he lied. He wasn't fine. He felt like a castle that had just withstood an earthquake. The foundations held, but the walls were cracked, and the interior was full of dust. But the immediate threat was over. The altar was silent. The fragment was silent. And as he was led away, leaning on Sirius, he realized something else. The castle's wariness was gone. That sense of recoil he'd felt since the Horcrux revelation had vanished. In its place was a deep, resonant, unwavering certainty. It had poured itself into him to fight the darkness, and in doing so, it had found the darkness already at war with the light inside him. It had seen the battle, and it had seen which side he fought for. The bond wasn't just restored. It was forged in fire. He was no longer just the steward the castle tolerated. He was the steward it had chosen to defend with its very essence. He was Hogwarts, and Hogwarts was him. And somewhere in a dark room in Albania, a wraith screamed in fury, not just at a failed attack, but at the taste of something it had willingly sacrificed long ago, a taste of a home it could never have, flooding back through a connection it had thought was its own. The silence from the Hogwarts fragment was absolute. A door had been slammed, not just locked, but welded shut from the other side. For the first time since he could remember, Harry Potter's scar was not just silent, but cold in a way that had nothing to do with pain. It was the cold of a deep, magical coma. He had won a battle. He had secured his mind, for now. But the price was a fusion of identity that left him wondering, with a tremor of fear deeper than any he'd felt before, where Harry Potter ended and Hogwarts began. The silence in his head was a new country, and Harry was a lost explorer. For days after the battle with the altar, he moved through the castle in a daze. The constant, low-grade pressure of the Horcrux fragment was gone, replaced by an eerie, hollow stillness. His scar didn't twinge. No whispers slithered through his dreams. The cold river in his mind was frozen solid, buried under a glacier of castle stone and Founder's magic. He should have felt relief. Triumph. Instead, he felt unbalanced, like a limb had been amputated. The pain had been a part of him for 11 years, its absence was a phantom ache more disturbing than the real thing. And then there was the bond with the castle. It was no longer a connection, it was a fusion. He didn't just feel its hum, he knew its moods as his own. First year's homesick tears in a distant dormitory pricked at his eyes. The contentment of the giant squid sunning itself in the lake was a warm, lazy feeling in his stomach. The stubborn, secret growth of a magical fungus in the dungeons was an itch between his shoulder blades. Hogwarts was no longer around him. It was within him, a vast, sentient presence sharing his skin. It was overwhelming. It was terrifying. It was, in the deepest, most secret part of him he dared not examine, intoxicating. He avoided everyone. McGonagall's concerned looks, Hermione's frantic, analytical questions, Sirius's watchful, guilty eyes, they were all too much. He spent hours in his courtyard, the one place the castle's voice was softest, most personal. He would sit under the ancient oak, his hand on its bark, and try to remember what it felt like to be just Harry. Just a boy. Not a symbol, not a steward, not a living battery for a 1,000-year-old magical edifice. A week after the incident, Ragnarok arrived unannounced. The goblin was shown into Harry's courtyard, his sharp eyes missing nothing, the shadows under Harry's eyes, the way his fingers never stopped moving, tracing the grain of the stone bench as if reading Braille. The bond has deepened, Ragnarok stated, no greeting. He sat on the bench opposite, placing a polished brass ledger on the mossy stones between them. The castle's magical signature is now perceptibly intertwined with your own. Gringotts, long-range aura scans confirm it. This is unprecedented. Is it bad? Harry asked, his voice rough from disuse. It is a fact. Bad is a human value judgment. It is a strategic vulnerability and a source of immense power. Your health is now directly tied to the castle's integrity. A major breach in its wards would likely cause you psychic backlash, possibly physical collapse. Conversely, your emotional or magical distress could cause localized instabilities within the castle, windows cracking, stairs shifting, portraits weeping. Harry stared at him. So I could sneeze and collapse a tower. Ragnarok's lips quirked in what might have been a smile. Unlikely. The castle's consciousness is robust. It can absorb considerable turbulence from you. But the link is a two-way conduit. You must learn to regulate it. To build internal dams and channels. The brute force method you used was effective in a crisis, but it is not sustainable. He opened the ledger. It didn't show numbers, but shimmering, three-dimensional diagrams of magical flow. The founders left exercises for the steward. Not just awareness, but management. You must practice separating your own emotional and magical output from the castle's ambient field. Start with simple biofeedback. Make your heartbeat the only rhythm you feel. Then expand. Contain your own joy, your own anger, within the boundary of your skin, before letting it bleed into the stones. It sounded impossible. His emotions were a storm, and the castle was the sea. How could he stop the rain from making waves? But he tried. That afternoon, he sat in the center of his courtyard, closed his eyes, and focused on his own breath. In, out. The castle's peaceful hum was a blanket around him. He tried to imagine a glass bell jar descending over him, separating his personal air from the castle's. At first, nothing changed. Then, slowly, he became aware of a distinction. The deep, slow pulse of the mountain bedrock was not his heartbeat. The gentle sigh of the wind through the castle's highest towers was not his breath. He was a small, warm campfire in the midst of a vast, ancient forest. The forest was aware of the fire, cared for it, but they were separate. For a few, precious minutes, he found the center. He was Harry. Just Harry. Then a spike of sharp anxiety from the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey struggling with a complicated diagnostic spell on Sirius, jabbed into his awareness, and the glass bell jar shattered. He was drowning in the castle's worry again. Progress, Ragnarok said later, was progress. It would take time. Time was a luxury he wasn't sure they had. The political siege was intensifying. The Daily Prophet had shifted from screaming about explosions to running mournful editorials about the lost generation and the isolation of Hogwarts. Pictures of forlorn-looking parents who had withdrawn their children were featured prominently. Lucius Malfoy gave a speech to the Wizengamot, calling for the school to be placed under ministry protection for the welfare of the children. Inside the castle, the atmosphere was grim but determined. The teachers worked tirelessly, preparing for a school year with fewer students, under the shadow of a financial and propaganda war. The house elves, empowered by Harry's trust, performed minor miracles of conservation and repair. The castle itself, still singing its new, fierce bond with Harry, seemed to stand taller, its stones glowing with a subtle, defiant health. It was during a strained dinner in the Great Hall, the staff table somber, the house tables echoing with emptiness, that the next blow fell. An owl, not ministry branded but elegant and fast, streaked into the hall and dropped a scroll of pale silver parchment before McGonagall. She opened it, her face growing stiffer with each line. When she looked up, her eyes found Harry's. "The International Confederation of Wizards," she announced, her voice carrying in the quiet hall. "They have received petitions from several member nations, concerned about the unstable proprietorial situation at Hogwarts and its potential to destabilize magical Europe. They are invoking Article 7 of the International Magical Education Accord." Flitwick squeaked in dismay. "Article 7? The competency review. What's that?" Harry asked, his stomach sinking. "It allows for a panel of international experts to examine a school whose governance is in question," McGonagall explained, her tone clipped. "If the panel finds the school's leadership unfit, they can recommend its temporary closure or the appointment of an international overseer until stability is restored. The recommendations are not legally binding for Britain, but the political and diplomatic pressure. It's a way to legitimize what Fudge and Malfoy want," Hermione whispered from beside Harry. "Dress it up in international law." "When?" Harry asked. "The panel arrives in 3 days," McGonagall said, rolling up the parchment with a sharp snap. "They will be led by Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons. The others are a theorist from Castellobruxo, a ward specialist from Mahoutokoro, and," she took a sharp breath, "and Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang." A chill swept the hall. Karkaroff, a known former Death Eater who had turned informant. His presence was a message, and an insult. "They will tour the castle, interview staff and the proprietor," McGonagall continued, her gaze boring into Harry. "They will assess our security, our curriculum readiness, and the suitability of the current stewardship. 3 days. To prepare for an inquisition that could strip him of everything, with a vampire like Karkaroff looking for any weakness." That night, the dream returned. Not of voices or red eyes. This was different. He was standing in a vast, gray, misty space. Not the castle. Not the forest. A non-place. Before him stood a version of himself, but blurred, wavering, like a reflection in troubled water. This other Harry's eyes were not green, but a shifting, fractured mosaic of stone gray, sky blue, earthy yellow, and serpentine green, the colors of the houses. His skin seemed to be made of faintly glowing mortar lines. He was half boy, half castle. "You are letting them in," the other Harry said, his voice the echo of 100 whispers from empty corridors. "They will pick you apart. They will see the crack in the foundation." "What crack?" Harry Dream asked. "The silence where the noise was," the other him replied, pointing a stony finger at his own, unblemished forehead. "They will look for his influence and find none. They will wonder why. They will dig, and they will find the tomb you have built. And they will call it a weakness. Or a abomination." The figure began to crumble, stones falling away into the mist, revealing not blood and bone, but more stone, more winding staircases, more echoing halls. "You are becoming us. And they will not understand. They will fear you. And they will try to break you to save what they think you are." Harry woke, not with a gasp, but with a deep, resonating shudder that passed from his own bones into the bed, making the wooden frame groan in sympathy. The dream wasn't a prophecy from Voldemort. It was a warning from the deepest part of his own, changing psyche. The castle within him was afraid. Not of the panel, but of being seen, being judged, being rejected by the wider world. He got up and walked to the window. The aurora shimmered, a beautiful defense against outward threats. But this threat was coming inside, with permission. How could he show them Hogwarts without showing them what he had become? How could he prove his stewardship when he and the castle were becoming one? He needed counsel. But who could understand this? Not McGonagall, bound by tradition and law. Not Hermione, brilliant but rooted in logic. Not Sirius, who saw him as James's son, not as this hybrid. There was one possibility. A mind as complex and partitioned as the castle itself. He found Snape in the potions dungeon at an hour when even the ghosts were quiet. The professor was meticulously cataloging ingredients, his movements precise, his face a mask. He didn't look up as Harry entered. The international panel is a farce, Snape said, before Harry could speak. Karkaroff is a coward seeking favor. Maxime is proud but fair. The others are academics. They will look for surface order. Provide it. It's not the surface I'm worried about, Harry said, stopping a few feet away. The air here was cool and smelled of damp earth and preserved things. Snape finally turned, his black eyes unreadable. Then you have learned something. What is it that worries you, Potter? That they will discover your little, soul problem. I assure you, occlumency of that level is beyond them. It's not that. Harry took a breath, choosing his words with care. The castle. And me. The bond, it's changed. After what I did. Ragnarok says it's a two-way conduit. I can feel the castle's moods as my own. And I'm afraid my fears are leaking into it. Making it insecure. What if they feel that? What if they see that the steward isn't in control of himself, let alone the school? Snape studied him for a long moment. He set down a jar of powdered moonstone. You are asking me for advice on managing a profound, symbiotic magical fusion with a sentient location. Put that way, it sounded absurd. Yes. To Harry's shock, Snape didn't sneer. He looked thoughtful. The mind is a palace with many rooms, Potter. Some are for living, some are for storage, some are sealed forever. The connection you have forged is like annexing a foreign kingdom to your palace. You have opened grand corridors between them. You cannot now brick them up without causing collapse. But you can choose which doors within your own palace you leave open to those corridors. He picked up his wand and conjured a complex, glowing diagram. In the air, a network of interconnected spheres. Your emotional core, your personal memories, your magical core, these are your private rooms. The castle's awareness, its history, its ambient magic, these are the annexed halls. You must learn to close the doors to your private rooms when the noise from the halls becomes too loud. And you must learn to station a guard at the doors you leave open, a part of your mind that filters, that translates. That presents not the raw terror of a cracking wall, but the calm report of a steward addressing a repair. It was the clearest, most practical advice anyone had given him. It wasn't about severing the bond, but about managing it. About being a diplomat between his own soul and the ancient consciousness he was bound to. How do I learn that? Harry asked quietly. Discipline. The same discipline required for occlumency, but directed outward as well as inward. You must become a bureaucrat of your own psyche. Snape's lip curled slightly. A tedious, but necessary, occupation. He was helping. In his own, brutal way, he was helping. Because a destabilized steward meant a destabilized castle, and Snape, for all his loyalties, lived here too. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. Snape turned back to his ingredients. Do not thank me. I am preserving my workplace. Now get out. I have a draft to prepare that requires concentration, which your looming presence is destroying. Harry left, the ghost of the glowing diagram still in his mind. He had a framework, a path. He spent the next 2 days in feverish preparation, not of the castle's appearance, but of his own inner landscape. He practiced Snape's method relentlessly. When he felt the castle's anxiety about the coming inspection, he didn't let it become his own. He visualized a calm, professional steward in his mind acknowledging the report, the castle is apprehensive. Noted. And filing it away. When his own fear spiked, he walled it off, contained it in a private room, before any tremor could travel down the bond to the stones. It was exhausting. It was like learning to walk all over again, while also performing brain surgery on himself. The morning the international panel arrived, Harry stood with McGonagall in the entrance hall, dressed in his formal robes, the ring on his hand. He had slept little, but he felt a strange, crystalline calm. The doors were shut. Behind them, he could feel the 4 distinct magical signatures of the visitors, and the cold, slippery aura of Karkaroff. He took a deep breath. He closed the doors to his private rooms, the fear, the doubt, the crushing weight of his secrets. He opened the door to the steward's office in his mind, a space of calm authority, of deep connection to the castle's strength. He let the castle's pride in its own polished stones, its ready classrooms, its unwavering purpose, flow into that office and fill him. He was not just Harry Potter, scared boy. He was the steward of Hogwarts. And he was ready for his inspection. He nodded to McGonagall. "Open the doors," she said. The massive oak doors swung inward, revealing the clear autumn day and the 4 imposing figures on the steps. Madame Maxime was vast and dignified, her eyes kind but shrewd. The theorist from Castello Bruxo, a man with warm brown skin and lively eyes, looked around with open curiosity. The ward specialist from Mahoutokuro, a petite witch with hair like black silk, had already pulled out a crystal that glowed with soft light, scanning the threshold. And Igor Karkaroff, his goatee neatly trimmed, his smile too wide, his eyes darting like a beetle's. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Harry said, and his voice did not shake. It carried, clear and steady, into the space between them. He met Karkaroff's gaze last, and did not look away. The game was entering a new, more sophisticated arena. The battleground was no longer the forest's edge or a dark corridor. It was perception itself. And Harry, for the first time, felt he had the right armor, not stone or spell, but a fractured, formidable, newly integrated sense of self. He was the castle, and the castle was him. And they would face this together. The air in the entrance hall changed the moment the doors opened. It wasn't just the autumn breeze that swept in, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth. It was the weight of foreign magic, of 4 distinct, powerful auras crossing the threshold of Hogwarts for the first time under his stewardship. Harry felt each one like a different note played on the castle's skin. Madame Olympe Maxime's magic was a deep, resonant cello note, proud, solid, immense. The theorist from Castello Bruxo, introduced as Professor Leandro Costa, was a lively, complex rhythm of percussion, curious and warm. The ward specialist from Mahoutokuro, Madame Akari Tanaka, was the clear, precise tone of a flute, her magic a focused beam of perception that Harry could feel skimming the surfaces around them, testing, measuring. And Igor Karkaroff. His magic was a discordant, wavering string, sour and anxious, coated in a slippery film of something old and dark that made the castle's stones give a minute shudder of distaste. Harry's own scar, the frozen tomb within, remained silent and cold. But the castle's instinctive recoil was his own. "Welcome," Harry repeated, his voice finding its steady pitch again. He stepped forward, a small figure before the imposing visitors. "I am Harry Potter. This is Professor McGonagall, acting headmistress." McGonagall gave a curt, dignified nod. "The castle is at your disposal for your review." Maxime's large, dark eyes swept over the vast hall, the enchanted ceiling, the new banners, before settling on Harry. There was no condescension in her gaze, only a profound, thoughtful scrutiny. "A great pleasure," she said, her voice like distant thunder. "To see the famous Hogwarts under such unique circumstances." "The circumstances are indeed the subject of our review," Karkaroff said smoothly, his smile not reaching his cold, blue eyes. They lingered on Harry's scar, then on the ring on his hand. "A child as proprietor. A school without its famed headmaster. Most unusual. The school," Harry said, meeting his gaze, "has never been stronger. The wards have been renewed. The castle's magic is fully engaged in its protection. So we, Avenue, eared," Maxime said. "The aurora is a remarkable phenomenon. We shall begin with the defenses, if you please. Then, the academic preparations." Madame Tanaka already had her crystal out, holding it up. It pulsed with soft light, painting the air with invisible lines of force. "The ward matrix is exceptionally dense. Interwoven with a consciousness. This is advanced sentient edifice magic. Textbook example, but on a scale I have never recorded. It is a living partnership," Harry said, the words coming from the calm, steward's office in his mind. He gestured, and the great doors swung shut behind them without a sound. "The castle understands its purpose. My role is to guide that purpose, not to command an inert building." Professor Costa was making notes on a floating parchment. "Fascinating. And the psychological impact on the student body. To be taught within a sentient structure that is, technically, privately owned. The students will experience Hogwarts as they always have," McGonagall cut in firmly. A school. Their safety and education are our only concerns. The proprietorship is an administrative and protective layer they need not be burdened with. Unless the proprietor chooses to involve himself in the curriculum, Karkaroff murmured, his tone suggesting all sorts of sinister possibilities. My involvement, Harry said, turning the ring slightly on his finger, a deliberate movement, is to ensure the castle remains a safe place to have a curriculum. I leave the teaching to the experts. He began to walk, leading them deeper into the hall. The tour, if you're ready. He took them through the castle, following a route he and McGonagall had planned. He showed them the classrooms, sparkling clean and ready. He showed them the library, where Madame Pants glared but said nothing, the books resting quietly on their shelves. He pointed out the new, reinforced windows, explaining how the castle's own magic had strengthened the glass without being asked, after the Dementor attack. Throughout, he maintained his internal discipline. When Karkaroff's presence made the castle's magic bristle with ancient dislike, Harry acknowledged the feeling in his steward's office and closed the door on his own rising unease. When Madame Tanaka's probing crystal caused a faint, curious hum from the stones, he let the castle's intellectual curiosity flow through the open corridor between them, but kept his own wonder separate. He was performing a constant, exhausting ballet of the mind. He was the boy, walking, talking, answering questions. He was the steward, observing the castle's reactions, soothing its instincts. And he was the wall between them, ensuring neither fully overwhelmed the other. They visited the greenhouses, where Professor Sprout, covered in dirt and beaming, showed off thriving, non-dangerous specimens. They saw the great hall set for dinner, the house tables gleaming. They even toured the kitchens, where a legion of house elves bowed and squeaked, offering tiny sandwiches that Karkaroff refused with a look of distaste. As they walked, the panel asked questions. Technical ones from Tanaka about ward harmonics. Philosophical ones from Costa about the ethics of sentient buildings. Practical ones from Maxime about staffing and budgeting. And pointed, insidious ones from Karkaroff. And the security breach during the open house. Karkaroff asked as they stood in the astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds. An explosion in the dungeons. Hardly reassuring. A contained incident involving an obsolete and improperly stored dueling reagent, McGonagall said, her tone icy. It has been resolved. All such materials have been inventoried and secured. And the fugitive, Sirius Black. The castle has granted him sanctuary. Karkaroff made the word sound like a disease. You house a convicted murderer among children. The castle, Harry said, his voice dropping a degree, has adjudicated his innocence through the Founder's verdict. He is not a fugitive here. He is a victim of a miscarriage of justice, under our protection while he recovers. He turned to face Karkaroff fully. The verdict is a higher law, Headmaster. Recognized by the Goblin Nation and, I believe, in international magical covenant. Do you question it? It was a direct challenge. Karkaroff's smile tightened. I question the wisdom of placing such power in the hands of a child and a building. Justice is for courts, not castles. Sometimes, Harry said quietly, courts fail. And older magics must correct them. The tension hung in the air. Maxime cleared her throat. The grounds, please. And then, we shall speak with the proprietor alone. The final part of the tour was the grounds. They walked the perimeter, staying well within the shimmering influence of the aurora. Tanaka's crystal glowed almost continuously now, recording the immense, layered power of the wards. Costa was enraptured, asking about the integration of the four house magics into the shield. As they passed the Whomping Willow, Harry felt a faint, familiar pang of despair from the direction of the Shrieking Shack. Sirius's old haunt. The castle sent a gentle pulse of reassuring warmth that way, and the feeling faded. But Karkaroff's eyes had sharpened. He had felt it too. There is a residue, Karkaroff said softly, of profound despair, and of dark magic, old magic. The Forbidden Forest holds many ancient secrets, McGonagall said briskly. And the Shrieking Shack has a tragic history. Neither are part of the school's operational premises. But they are within your wards, Karkaroff pressed. The wards protect the school from what is in the forest, Harry said. They do not sanitize history. The tour ended back at the castle doors. Maxime inclined her head. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Avenue's seen enough of the infrastructure. Now, we would speak with Mr. Potter. Alone. In a neutral space. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she nodded. The antechamber off the great hall has been prepared. The antechamber was a small, plain room with a round table and 5 chairs. No portraits, no windows, just stone walls, a deliberately neutral box. Harry took a seat. The 4 panel members sat opposite him. He felt terribly small. The steward's office in his mind felt very far away. Mr. Potter, Maxime began, folding her large hands on the table. We, Avenue seen a castle that is physically secure, even magically formidable. But our mandate is to assess the stability of its governance. You are the source of that governance. So we must ask, what is your vision for Hogwarts? Harry took a breath. He thought of the cupboard, of the letter, of the throne he refused to sit in. My vision is that it remains what it was meant to be. A home, a safe place to learn. For everyone with magic. Not a political tool, or a pure blood club, or a monument. Just a school. A noble sentiment, Costa said kindly. But ownership implies control. How will you handle pressure from the British ministry? From families who may withdraw their children? From internal conflicts among the staff? By trusting the people who know how to run a school, Harry said, looking at each of them. Professor McGonagall. The heads of house. The teachers. I own the castle, but I don't own the knowledge inside it. My job is to listen to them, and to make sure the castle listens too. To protect the space where that knowledge can be shared. And if you are persuaded to use your ownership for other ends. Karkaroff's voice was like oil. You are a child, impressionable. The line between guidance and manipulation is thin. Who guides you, boy? The question was a trap. If he said, no one, he looked arrogant and isolated. If he named Dumbledore, he tied himself to a disgraced figure. If he named McGonagall or Sirius, he showed dependence. He looked at the ring. He thought of the braided principles. I am guided by the Founder's covenant, by the castle's own purpose, and by the advice of many people, Professor McGonagall, my account manager Ragnarok, my friends. But the decisions are mine, and they will be made for the school, not for me. Tanaka leaned forward, her crystal now resting dark on the table. The bond between you and the castle is exceptionally deep. Our scans show it is not a master-servant link. It is a fusion. This is a significant magical burden for anyone, let alone a child. How does it affect your judgment? Your emotional state? This was the core of it. The crack in the foundation his dream self had warned of. Harry chose his words with immense care. It's a responsibility. It means I can't afford to be reckless with my own feelings. The castle feels them, so I have to be careful. Calm. It's teaching me discipline. He met her eyes. It doesn't control me. We work together. I'm learning to be a good partner. A partner to a building, Karkaroff sneered softly. To 1,000 years of magic, Harry corrected, a flicker of heat entering his voice before he could lock it away. To the hopes of every kid who ever got a letter and thought they'd finally found where they belong. That's not a building. That's an idea. And I'm its steward. There was a moment of silence. Costa was nodding slowly, his expression approving. Tanaka looked thoughtful. Maxime's gaze was inscrutable. Karkaroff, however, smiled. It was a thin, nasty thing. An eloquent defense. But magic is not built on poetry. It is built on power. And control. He placed his own hands on the table. You speak of partnership. But what if your partner becomes unstable? What if the castle's sentience, influenced by your own childhood trauma, your famous temper, were to turn? To decide that certain students were unwelcome. The potential for catastrophic bias is enormous. The Founder's magic prevents that, Harry said, his fists clenching under the table. He forced them to relax. The castle's core purpose is inclusion. It can't be twisted from that. Not by me, not by anyone. Can it not? Karkaroff's voice dropped to a whisper. Sentient magic is shaped by experience. By the souls it touches. You have touched it more deeply than any. You have a piece of the darkest wizard of our age living in your head, boy. Do you really believe that leaves no stain? That it cannot seep into the stones you are so bonded with? The room went deathly cold. Costa and Tanaka looked shocked. Maxime's eyes widened. Harry's heart stopped. He knows. How? Snape. A guess. Some dark art he remembered from his Death Eater days. The frozen tomb in his scar gave a single, feeble throb, like a heart under ice. No, no, not now. He slammed every mental door shut. He walled off the panic, the terror, the horrible truth. He poured every ounce of will into the steward's office, into the image of calm, unshakable authority. "That is a vile accusation," Harry said, his voice like chips of flint. He stood up, the chair scraping behind him. He was small, but in that moment, he seemed to fill the stone room. The castle, sensing his distilled, furious resolve through their bond, responded. The torches in the wall sconces flared, not with fire, but with the 4 colors of the founders. The very stone of the table gleamed as if freshly quarried. "You are here to inspect the school," Harry said, each word precise and cold. "Not to slander me with baseless, evil theories. My past, and my scar, are mine. They have nothing to do with the safety of Hogwarts. The founders' verdict, the castle's magic, and the strength of our wards are what matter. If you have concerns about them, state them. Otherwise, this interview is over." He held Karkaroff's gaze, and for the first time, he saw a flicker of uncertainty in the man's cold eyes. He had overplayed his hand. He had an intuition, a suspicion, but no proof. And Harry's reaction had not been the guilt of a child hiding a secret, but the righteous fury of a ruler insulted in his own hall. Maxime stood, her great height dominating the room. "That is enough, Igor." Her voice was heavy with disapproval. "Z's line of questioning is inappropriate. We, Avenue seen the castle. We, Avenue, eared from the steward. Our deliberations will be based on fact, not speculation." Karkaroff leaned back, his smile gone, his face pale. He gave a curt nod. Harry didn't wait for dismissal. He turned and walked out of the room, his back straight, the ring blazing hot on his hand. Only when the antechamber door closed behind him did the tremors start. He leaned against the cold stone of the corridor, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. He had done it. He had faced them down. He had hidden the crack, but Karkaroff knew, or suspected enough to be dangerous. The international panel's report was still to be written. And the world now contained a man who looked at Harry Potter and saw not a boy, or a proprietor, but a potential reservoir of the Dark Lord's power, fused with a magical castle. The immediate inspection was over. But the true scrutiny, Harry knew with a cold certainty that had nothing to do with the Horcrux, had only just begun. The most dangerous weapon against him was no longer a spell or a monster, but an idea. And Karkaroff had just planted its seed. The tremors took minutes to subside. Harry stood in the corridor, forehead pressed against the cool stone, breathing in the familiar scent of aged granite and polish. The castle's magic, which had flared so defiantly in the antechamber, now settled around him like a cloak, not in a roaring torrent, but in a steady, reassuring presence. It was checking on him. The silent question hummed in the stones. "Steward." "I'm here," he thought back, the communication instinctual now. "I'm all right." But he wasn't. Karkaroff's words were acid eating through the careful foundations he'd built. A piece of the darkest wizard, living in your head, seep into the stones. It was his deepest fear, given voice by a man who knew the texture of darkness intimately. The frozen fragment in his scar felt heavier, a lodestone of pure dread buried in his psyche. He pushed himself upright. He couldn't break here. The panel was still deliberating. McGonagall would need him. The castle needed him to be steady. He found her in her office, pacing before the fire. She turned as he entered, her face taut with a mixture of anger and profound anxiety. "That despicable man," she said without preamble. "To suggest such a thing in an official review, it is beyond the pale." "He knows something," Harry said, sinking into a chair. The exhaustion was bone deep. "Or he guesses. He was a Death Eater. He knows how Voldemort thinks. Maybe he knows about soul magic." McGonagall went very still. "Harry, what exactly are you saying?" He hadn't told her. He hadn't told anyone but Sirius and Hermione. But the secret was a crack widening under pressure. If Karkaroff could see it, others might. He needed her, not just as a headmistress, but as the woman who had stood firm when his world had overturned. He looked at the fire, unable to meet her eyes. "The night he killed my parents, when the curse rebounded, it didn't just leave a scar. The words were ash in his mouth. It broke his soul. And a piece of it broke off. And it attached itself to me. I'm a Horcrux, Professor." The silence that followed was absolute. The crackle of the fire seemed to stop. The portraits on the wall held their breath. McGonagall didn't move. She didn't gasp. She simply stared at him, and in her eyes, Harry saw a succession of horrors unfolding, the implications, the dangers, the terrible, tragic truth of his entire life. Albus, she whispered finally, the name a curse and a plea. He might have known, Harry said flatly. He never said. She walked slowly to her desk and sat down, as if her legs could no longer hold her. She looked ancient. This changes everything, Harry. The bond with the castle, if that piece were to ever become active, to influence you. It's quiet, Harry said quickly. Since I flooded it with the castle's magic to stop the altar. It's like it's in a coma. Karkaroff felt the silence where the connection should be. That's what he was poking at. A coma is not death, McGonagall said, her voice regaining some of its steel. And you are bonded to a sentient nexus of ancient power. The potential for catastrophe, she closed her eyes. We must find a way to remove it. There must be a ritual, a counter-curse. Hermione and Sirius are researching. The Peverell legacy. The Founders, tokens. There might be a way. He sounded more confident than he felt. McGonagall nodded, her mind already shifting from shock to strategy. It was what he needed from her. Then research is our priority. But politically, Karkaroff's insinuation, if he includes it in his report, even as a speculation, it could be devastating. It would give Fudge and Malfoy everything they need to demand your removal, by force if necessary. They could claim you were a sleeper agent for the Dark Lord, a Trojan horse within Hogwarts. The idea was so grotesque it made him nauseous. The castle wouldn't let them. The castle might not have a choice if the international community brands you a threat. There are magics, alliances, a full siege is one thing. A sanctioned, international intervention is another. She steepled her fingers. We must ensure the panel's overall report is favorable. Maxime seemed fair. Costa was impressed. Tanaka is a scientist, she will report on the wards, not on speculation. We must hope their voices drown out Karkaroff's poison. Hope. It was a thin thread. The panel deliberated for the rest of the day and through the night. Harry didn't sleep. He sat in his courtyard, trying to practice the separation exercises Ragnarok and Snape had described. It was harder now. The fear was a live wire, and every time he tried to compartmentalize it, it sparked, threatening to jump the gap into the castle's awareness. He felt the castle's own worry mirroring his, a feedback loop of anxiety that made the glowing plants in the courtyard pulse erratically. Just before dawn, a house elf popped in. Great Master, the tall lady and the others are leaving. They is in the entrance hall. Harry changed quickly and went down. The entrance hall was lit by the first gray light of morning. The panel stood by the doors, cloaked. McGonagall faced them, her posture rigid. Karkaroff looked smug. Costa looked thoughtful. Tanaka was consulting her crystal one last time. Maxime's expression was grave, unreadable. We thank you for your hospitality, Professor McGonagall, Maxime said, her voice echoing in the vast space. Our report will be filed with the International Confederation within the week. You will receive a copy. And your preliminary findings? McGonagall asked, her voice tight. The physical and magical security of Hogwarts is, in my estimation, unparalleled, Maxime said. The integration of the Founder's magics into a living ward is a work of genius, whether by design or accident. Her eyes flicked to Harry. The governance structure is unorthodox. But unorthodoxy is not, in itself, a failing. It presents unique challenges and unique risks. Karkaroff sniffed. The risk of a single, emotionally immature point of failure is significant. As is the potential for external corruption. He didn't look at Harry as he said it. Costa smiled slightly. I found the model fascinating. A steward who sees his role as protective curation rather than authoritarian control. It is a philosophy many institutions could learn from. The key, of course, is the steward's own stability. Tanaka finally looked up from her crystal. The ward matrix is stable. The sentient consciousness is alert and positively aligned with its protective purpose. I detect no signs of magical degradation or external manipulation. However, she added, her dark eyes meeting Harry's, the bond with the steward is a high-energy conduit. Long-term study would be required to assess its sustainability. It was a diplomatic, clinical way of saying, we don't know what will happen to you, or it, over time. Maxime gave a final nod. The Confederation will weigh all factors. Good day. They turned and left, passing through the great doors which closed softly behind them. The hall felt suddenly empty, the silence roaring in Harry's ears. What does it mean? He asked quietly. It means we have a chance, McGonagall said, but she didn't sound convinced. Maxime's word carries weight. Costa's theoretical approval will matter to the academics. Tanaka's technical report is impeccable. But Karkaroff, she shook her head. He will file a minority report. A scathing one. And he will talk. He will spread his poison in every dark corner of the international community that will listen. The weariness threatened to swallow Harry whole. It was never just one battle. It was a war on 100 fronts: military, political, magical, personal. And at the center of it all was a crack in his soul he didn't know how to mend. He spent the day after the panel's departure in a fog. He attended a tutorial with McGonagall on advanced ward theory, but the symbols swam before his eyes. He met Hermione in the library, where she had stacks of books on soul theory and Peverell genealogy, but her excited chatter about sympathetic resonance decay and ancestral echo scrubbing felt like it was happening to someone else. It was Sirius who finally broke through the numbness. He found Harry in the late afternoon, staring blankly at a wall in the trophy room. "Right," Sirius said, his voice deliberately loud in the quiet. "This stops now." Harry blinked. "What?" "The moping. The 1,000-yard stare. I've seen it before. On soldiers after a bad battle. You're retreating inside. You can't afford to." Sirius moved to stand in front of him. He looked better, still thin, but the desperate, haunted glaze was gone from his eyes, replaced by a sharp, battle-ready clarity. Karkaroff took a shot. It was a dirty shot. It rattled you. Good. Now get back up. He knows, Sirius. He suspects. There's a world of difference. And even if he knows, so what? What's he going to do? Write a strongly worded scroll to Dark Arts Monthly. I think Harry Potter might have a bit of you-know-who in him. Pass the tea. Sirius's mockery was harsh, but it was grounding. The only people who will take him seriously are people who already want to destroy you. And they don't need proof. They just need an excuse. So stop giving them the satisfaction of seeing you scared. I'm not scared, Harry lied automatically. You're terrified. And you should be. It's a terrifying situation, but you're not alone. Sirius put a hand on his shoulder. It was a firm, warm weight. You have a castle that loves you. You have a witch who's smarter than any 3 wizards I've ever met. You have a headmistress who would go to the wall for you. And you have me. A damaged, slightly unhinged godfather with a grudge and a lot of old, nasty tricks. We're your counsel. So use us. Stop trying to carry the whole damn mountain on your shoulders. The words were a lifeline. Harry took a shuddering breath. The numbness receded, leaving the raw fear exposed, but also a spark of the old defiance. Sirius was right. He wasn't alone. What do we do? Harry asked. First, we fight the political war. We need our own voice. The Prophet is a lost cause. But there are other ways. Wireless shows. Independent pamphlets. We tell the true story about me. About the verdict. We show people what Hogwarts really is now, not a crumbling relic, but a fortress of light. We get ahead of Karkaroff's lies. And the other problem. Harry tapped his scar. Sirius's expression sobered. That's the real war. And for that, we need a weapon. Hermione thinks she's found something. A reference to a conclave of the Hollow, in a Peverell grimoire. It's not here. It's in a private collection. In Bulgaria. Bulgaria. A cold knot formed in Harry's stomach. Karkaroff's territory. Exactly. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think the book was placed there, or found by someone with dark leanings. We need to get it. We can't just go to Bulgaria. We can't. But a goblin from Gringotts, executing a financial audit of a cross-border inheritance. Or a Hogwarts professor on a sabbatical research trip. Sirius raised an eyebrow. There are ways. But it's a risk. A big one. We'd be walking into his backyard. It was a dangerous, potentially reckless plan. But it was also a plan. An action. Something to do besides wait for the next blow to fall. That evening, Harry called a council in his courtyard. McGonagall, Hermione, Sirius, and, at Harry's insistence, Professor Flitwick, whose knowledge of protective and esoteric charms was second to none. Ragnarok joined via a shimmering, talking head projection from a Gringotts communication mirror. Harry laid it out. The political offensive. The quest for the grimoire. The need for a multi-front strategy. McGonagall was hesitant about the Bulgarian mission, but Flitwick was intrigued. The conclave of the Hollow, I've seen oblique references. It's supposed to be Ignotus Peverell's personal journal on the nature of death and the soul. If it contains anything on repairing or isolating soul damage, he bounced on his toes. It would be worth the risk. Ragnar's projected image flickered. Gringotts can facilitate entry into Bulgaria under a trade pretext. The collection is owned by a reclusive, wealthy family with goblin-made security. It will require negotiation. And when Karkaroff finds out, McGonagall pressed. Then he finds out, Sirius said, a reckless glint in his eye. Let him. It shows we're not hiding. We're researching. He wants to cry about dark secrets. We're openly searching for a cure to one. The plan was set in motion with swift, silent efficiency. Ragnar would arrange for a Gringotts curse breaker team to visit Bulgaria, with Flitwick as a consultant on historical Hogwarts artifacts. Hermione would continue her theoretical research, cross-referencing anything they found. Sirius and Harry would work on the public campaign, drafting statements, working with a few sympathetic journalists McGonagall trusted. For the next 2 days, Harry felt a sense of purpose return. He was moving, acting, not just reacting. He practiced his mental discipline with new fervor, building stronger walls, smoother channels between himself and the castle. He could feel the castle's approval, its magic flowing more cleanly as his own turmoil was better managed. On the third night, as he prepared for bed, the mirror on his wall, a simple, non-magical one, clouded over. Then, an image formed. Not his reflection. It was a room. A headmaster's office, but not Dumbledore's. It was darker, lined with trophies and what looked like shrunken heads. And sitting at the desk, staring directly out of the mirror as if through a window, was Igor Karkaroff. Harry froze, his blood turning to ice. A simple monitoring charm on the international gateways, Karkaroff said, his voice oily and clear despite the distance. I thought you might attempt something predictable. Harry said nothing. He couldn't. Bulgaria is a beautiful country. But treacherous for outsiders, especially young boys carrying such heavy burdens. Karkaroff leaned forward. You should not have shown me your fear, Mr. Potter. It confirmed everything. The fragment is there. And you are desperately seeking a way to be free of it. He smiled. I will be waiting. For your people. And for the book. Perhaps we can trade. Your little secret, for the knowledge you seek. Or perhaps I will simply take it, and use it to understand the connection between you and my old master more intimately. The image vanished, leaving Harry staring at his own pale, horrified face in the mirror. Karkaroff hadn't just suspected, he'd laid a trap, and they had walked right into it. The frantic energy of the last few days collapsed into a void of cold certainty. Their move had been anticipated. They were not on the offensive. They were pieces on Karkaroff's board. He had to stop the mission. He had to warn them. But as he turned to run to McGonagall's office, a wave of dizziness hit him. Not from fear. From the castle. A deep, dissonant wrongness reverberated through the bond, a physical nausea that clutched at his stomach. It came from the west. From the sealed corridor where the dark altar was entombed. The granite wall they had built was holding. But something was trying to get in from the other side. Not to activate the altar. To speak through it. A new, yet familiar, voice slithered up from the stones beneath his feet, cold and clear and full of a terrible, patient amusement. Well done, Igor. You have flushed the prey. Now, let us see what the little steward does when his sanctuary is breached not from without, but from within. The voice was not in his head. It was in the castle itself. Voldemort was using the dormant altar, and Karkaroff's trap, as a megaphone. His words vibrated in the flagstones, in the walls, in the very air of Harry's room. The siege was no longer political, or even military. It was spiritual, and the enemy's voice was now inside the walls of his home, speaking through a wound that would not heal. The voice didn't fade. It settled. It seeped into the mortar between the stones of his room, a cold, pervasive stain that vibrated at the edge of hearing, from within. The words hung in the air like motes of frozen dust. Harry stood paralyzed, his own breath loud in the sudden, violated silence of his sanctuary. The castle's magic around him was a royal of confusion and hurt, a loyal dog kicked by its master, not understanding the blow. This was different from the connection in his scar. That had been a private line, a telephone in his head. This was a broadcast. Voldemort had turned a piece of Hogwarts itself into a speaker. The altar was a dead thing, but its connection to the Black family's dark history, and through Karkaroff's trap, to Voldemort's will, had made it a conduit. The castle's own body was being used to host the parasite's voice. The violation was absolute. It was rape of the only home he'd ever known. A wave of pure, undiluted rage, hotter than any he'd ever felt, erupted from Harry's core. It wasn't the cold anger of the Dursleys, neglect or the sharp frustration with Snape. This was a foundational fury, as deep as the mountain beneath the castle. It was his. And it was the castle's. In that moment, the distinction evaporated. No, he didn't shout. He didn't think the word. He was the word. It tore from him not as sound, but as a command woven from his magic and the castle's will, fused into a single, deafening silent roar. He dropped to his knees, slamming his palms flat on the stone floor. The ring blazed, not with heat, but with a light like a captured star. He didn't ask the castle for help. He became its outrage. He funneled every ounce of their shared fury, their shared pain at this violation, down through the stone, towards the source of the infection in the West Wing. He wasn't trying to seal or contain. He was trying to cauterize. In the sealed corridor, the granite wall they had built shivered. Then, it began to glow. Not with purple-black fire, but with a fierce, white-hot light, the combined essence of Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's clarity, Hufflepuff's steadfastness, and Slytherin's fierce protectiveness. The light didn't attack the dark magic of the altar. It attacked the stone around the altar. The very substance of Hogwarts that held the corruption. With a sound like a mountain sighing, the section of wall containing the dark door, reconstituted itself. The granite melted and flowed, not as liquid rock, but as living history. The stones forgot the door. They forgot the altar. They remembered only being part of a solid, unbroken wall in a quiet corridor. Centuries of memory in the castle's bones were marshaled to overwrite the recent wound. The purple-black fissures vanished. The thrumming ceased. The voice was cut off mid-whisper, leaving a ringing, pure silence in its wake. In his room, Harry gasped, the light fading from the ring. He felt scorched. A part of him, a part that was both him and the castle, felt permanently altered. He had not just commanded the castle. He had rewritten a piece of it. He had forced a collective amnesia upon its very substance. It was a necessary surgery, but it left a phantom ache in a limb that no longer existed. The castle's confusion cleared, replaced by a weary, grateful clarity. The infection was gone. The voice was gone. But the cost, he could feel it. A tiny, blind spot in the castle's self-awareness where the West Wing corridor now was. A place it knew, but could no longer feel in the same way. A scar. And he had a matching scar inside. A raw, exhausted channel where his fury had burned too brightly, fusing his will to the castle's in a way that felt less like partnership and more like conscription. He staggered to his feet. The mirror was just a mirror again. But the threat wasn't over. Karkaroff, Bulgaria. He ran, his legs unsteady, to McGonagall's office. He burst in without knocking. She was at her desk, but she wasn't working. She was staring into the fire, her face ashen. A single, silver parchment lay open before her, a Gringotts emergency missive. She looked up as he entered. "They're gone," she said, her voice hollow. "Flitwick and the Curse Breaker team. They left an hour ago. Through the official portal at the Ministry. We cannot recall them without alerting everyone." Harry's heart plummeted. "It's a trap." Karkaroff knew. "He spoke to me. Through the castle. Voldemort used the altar." Her eyes closed briefly. "Then we have sent them into an ambush. We have to do something." "What, Harry?" she asked, opening her eyes, and they were full of a helpless rage. "Storm the Bulgarian ministry. Declare an international incident. We have no proof. Only the word of a possessed castle and a boy against a seated headmaster and a respected, if vile, international figure." The political cage was closing around them. They were checkmated. "There has to be another way," Harry insisted, desperation clawing at his throat. "A way to warn them without going through channels. A way only the steward could do." He thought of the map in his mind. The web of connections. He could feel the castle, vast and wounded. He could feel the thousands of small lives within it, elves, ghosts, paintings. He could feel the distant, faint pulse of the house elves in Hogsmeade, connected to the Hogwarts family. But Flitwick, he was a bright, familiar spark, but now he was beyond the wards. Out of sight, but not out of reach. He had poured the castle's essence into a fragment of soul. He had rewritten Castle Stone. Could he send a message? Not an owl, not a spell, a feeling, A warning, down a bond that wasn't magical, but personal. Flitwick was head of Ravenclaw. He had taught in this castle for decades. His magic was part of its tapestry. There was a connection there, thin but real. "I need the Ravenclaw common room," Harry said abruptly. McGonagall, though bewildered, didn't hesitate. She led him at a near run through the quiet castle to the tall, ornate door. The bronze eagle knocker asked a riddle, "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" But Harry didn't answer. He placed his hand on the door, and with a soft click of recognition, it swung open. The room was empty, bathed in soft, silvery moonlight from the high windows. It smelled of parchment, ink, and a peculiar, clean ozone of intellectual pursuit. Harry walked to the center of the room, where a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood. He placed his hand on the cool stone of her base. He closed his eyes. He didn't reach for the castle's power this time. He reached for its memory. For the specific, decades-long echo of Phileas Flitwick within these walls. The cheerful chirp of his voice explaining a complex charm. The precise, graceful movements of his wand. The genuine care for his students, the spark of his brilliant mind. He gathered that memory, that essence, and he infused it with one single, urgent, emotional pulse: danger. Trap. Turn back. He pushed it, not as a spell, but as an offering to the castle's own sentience. "You know him. You love him. Warn him." For a long moment, nothing. Then, he felt it. A subtle shift. The castle's consciousness, still tender from the surgery he'd performed, reached out along a thread so fine it was almost imaginary, the thread of belonging. It wasn't sending a message to Bulgaria. It was tugging on a bond that already existed, reminding a piece of itself that was far from home of the peril it walked into. It was the magical equivalent of a mother's sudden, inexplicable dread for a child in danger miles away. A gut feeling. A premonition. In a ministry-sanctioned international apparition point in Sofia, Bulgaria, Professor Flitwick paused mid-step as he followed the Gringotts curse breakers towards a waiting carriage. A cold wave of unease, utterly foreign to his cheerful disposition, washed over him. It was accompanied by a fleeting, crystal-clear memory, the feel of his favorite desk in his classroom, the smell of the Ravenclaw common room at dawn, and an overwhelming sense of Harry Potter's desperate, protective fear. He stopped dead. The lead curse breaker, a grizzled goblin named Griphook, turned. "Problem, Professor." Flitwick's large eyes were wide. "We need to abort. Now." "Abort? The negotiations are set. The portkey is arranged. It's a trap," Flitwick said, his voice sure. He didn't know how he knew. He just did. The castle had told him. "Karkaroff is waiting. We will not be getting any book. We will be getting ambushed." Griphook's sharp eyes narrowed. He trusted gold, contracts, and hard evidence. But he also trusted the instincts of veterans, and Flitwick was a veteran of 2 wars. The professor's certainty was palpable, and it smelled of truth, not fear. The goblin made a swift, sharp gesture. The team melted back into the apparition point. Minutes later, they were gone, leaving only confusion in their wake. Back in Ravenclaw Tower, Harry felt the faint, distant ping of acknowledgement. The connection hadn't carried words, but the sudden easing of the castle's anxiety was answer enough. Flitwick was safe. The mission was scrubbed. He sagged against the statue, drained. McGonagall was at his side in an instant. "Harry, he's coming back." He knew. She let out a long, shuddering breath. "Thank Merlin." Then her face hardened. "But the grimoire is lost to us, as long as Karkaroff guards it." Harry opened his eyes. The weariness was being burned away by a new, cold resolve. "We played his game. We tried to be clever, to go around him. He outmaneuvered us. So we stopped playing his game." "And do what?" "We play mine," Harry said, standing straight. The ring felt like a part of his hand. "He wants to use politics and secrets. Fine. But this is Hogwarts. My home. Our home. And he just helped Voldemort put a voice inside its walls." He looked at McGonagall, and his green eyes were no longer those of a frightened boy. They were the eyes of a besieged king who has just found the limits of his patience. "He's declared war on the castle itself. Not on me. On it. And the castle fights back." He left the tower, McGonagall following, a new and terrifying plan forming in his mind. It was not a plan of subtlety or diplomacy. It was a plan of sheer, defensive audacity. He went straight to the Ollery. He took a piece of parchment and, ignoring McGonagall's startled protest, wrote a short, stark message. Not to the Daily Prophet. Not to the Ministry. To Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy. Your friend Karkaroff is hosting the Dark Lord's voice. He tried to use it to infest Hogwarts. He failed. Tell your master that if he or his servants attempt to violate this castle's soul again, I will not bother with your politics. I will turn the full attention of the Founders, magic on every known Death Eater residence, every hidden nest, and burn the locations into the sky for the Aurors to see. You hide in the shadows of men. I am the mountain. Try me. H.P. He sealed it with a drop of wax pressed by the Peverell ring. Send it, he told the waiting school owl. Fast. Harry, that's. McGonagall was speechless. A declaration, Harry finished. They think because I'm a child, I must fight like one, with tricks and hiding. I'm done. I'm the steward of Hogwarts. My power isn't in being hidden. It's in being an immovable object. Let them understand what they're really pushing against. It was a bluff of colossal proportions. He didn't know if he could do what he threatened. But they didn't know that. He was counting on their fear of the unknown, of the ancient magic he wielded. He then went to the Gryffindor common room, to the fireplace. He threw in a pinch of flow powder. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. He didn't know if it would work, but the Black family home was connected to Sirius, and Sirius was under Hogwarts protection. The fire flashed green. A moment later, Sirius's startled face appeared in the flames. Harry, what's wrong? I need you to make a noise, Harry said. A big one. Talk to anyone who will listen. Tell them the truth about you. About Peter. Shout it from the rooftops. Make yourself the story. Not me, not the castle. You. A wronged man. Draw their fire. Sirius grinned, a wild, reckless expression. My favorite pastime. Consider it done. For the next 48 hours, Harry orchestrated a chaotic, multi-front offensive that was the antithesis of quiet strategy. Sirius Black gave an interview to a small but reputable magical wireless show, the Potterwatch, named ironically long before his appearance. He was raw, furious, and heartbreakingly believable. He laid out the entire story of the prank, the secret keeper switch, Peter's betrayal, his own wrongful imprisonment. He didn't mention Horcruxes or Harry's stewardship. He made it a story of friendship, betrayal, and a broken justice system. It was human. It was sympathetic. It exploded across the wizarding world, diverting the narrative away from Mad Boy Owner to Ministry cover-up. Harry, meanwhile, with McGonagall's reluctant but unwavering support, opened the Hogwarts wards in a controlled, dramatic way. He invited the reporters who had been camped skeptically at Hogsmeade to stand at the gates at sunset. As they watched, he stood on the steps of the castle, raised his ring hand, and pulled. The shimmering aurora above, usually a gentle blanket, coalesced and intensified. The four house colors swirled and formed into vast, unmistakable shapes in the twilight sky: the lion, the eagle, the badger, the serpent. They circled the castle once, silently, a display of unified, peaceful power, before melting back into the soft glow. No words. Just a show of incontestable, ancient strength. A reminder that Hogwarts was not weak. It was awake. The articles the next day were a mixture of awe and terror. The Prophet, under ministry pressure, called it a provocative display. But other, international papers carried pictures of the spectral animals with captions like, Hogwarts Remembered, and, The Founders, Ghosts. And through it all, there was silence from Karkaroff. No rebuttal. No triumphant announcement of capturing interlopers. His trap had sprung on empty air. Harry's letter to Malfoy had gone unanswered, but the lack of further attack was an answer in itself. They were off balance. For now. In the quiet that followed the storm, Harry stood again in his courtyard. The castle's hum was a tired but satisfied purr. The blind spot in the west wing was a dull ache, but a clean one. The fragment in his scar was silent, frozen deep. He had won this round. He had fought back not with the cunning of a Slytherin or the book smarts of a Ravenclaw, but with the unflinching, defiant heart of a Gryffindor backed by the unyielding foundation of a Hufflepuff. He had used the castle's own nature as his weapon. But as he looked up at the shimmering sky, now a familiar comfort, he felt the new, permanent channel inside him where his will and the castle's had fused during his fury. It was a bridge he could never dismantle. He was more steward than ever, but also more castle. The line was blurring. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him more than any of Voldemort's whispers, that Karkaroff's silence wouldn't last. He had embarrassed a Death Eater and thwarted the Dark Lord. They would reply. Not with whispers and stones or political traps. The next attack, when it came, would be simpler. Cleaner. It would be blood and magic aimed directly at the heart of the mountain. And the heart of the mountain was now indisputably him. The silence from Karkaroff stretched into days, then a week. It wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of a drawn breath before a scream. The castle felt it. Harry felt it in the constant, low-grade tension in the stones, in the way the portraits peered a little more intently down empty corridors, in the way the house elves popped in and out with nervous urgency. The aurora shimmered, a beautiful, unwavering statement, but it was a statement made to an audience that had stopped watching. The enemy had turned its gaze elsewhere. The political storm, however, continued to whirl. Sirius's interview had lit a fuse. The story of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal was too specific, too emotionally raw to be easily dismissed. Rita Skeeter, ever the vulture, had somehow gotten wind of it. Harry suspected a carefully planted leak from Sirius himself, and written a characteristically savage piece questioning the Ministry's competence and the integrity of the original trial. Fudge's response was spluttering denials and increased vilification of Sirius as a deranged liar, but the seeds of doubt were sown. Parents who had withdrawn their children began writing anxious letters to McGonagall, not about Harry, but about the possibility of a grave miscarriage of justice. The narrative was shifting, however slightly. But Harry knew this was a distraction. A skirmish. The real war was frozen in his scar and waiting in the dark. He threw himself into the one task that felt productive, understanding. Not just the castle, but the ring. The Peverell legacy. With the Bulgarian grimoire now a guarded prize in enemy territory, he had to work with what he had. He spent hours in the library with Hermione, but also alone in the Founder's vault, which he could now access through a simple thought and a touch of the ring too. Any of the castle's outer walls. The garden cloister welcomed him, the sunlight eternal, the 4 tokens humming on their plinths. He didn't touch them. He sat before them, cross-legged, and simply listened. He let the ring on his hand act as a translator. The sword, Godric's oath, didn't whisper of violence, but of a specific, unwavering promise: no harm shall come to the innocent here. It was less a weapon and more a standard, a focal point for a certain kind of magic. The diadem, Rowena's insight, buzzed with a quiet, intense curiosity. It wanted to know things. Not just facts, but connections, hidden truths, the underpinnings of reality. It was a lure for wisdom. The cauldron, Helga's hearth, radiated a simple, profound warmth. It was about growth, about sustenance, about the magic of making a community thrive. It was the magic of the Hogwarts kitchens multiplied 1,000-fold. And the locket, Salazar's cunning. It was the hardest to read. It didn't feel evil. It felt severe, exclusive. It whispered of secrets kept, of protections woven so tight they became walls, of the fierce, desperate magic of preserving something precious against a hostile world. It was the magic of the Slytherin common room's hidden door. 4 principles. 4 kinds of power. And his ring, the Peverell seal, was the key that could ask them to work in concert. That was the theory. The practice was another matter. Under Flitwick's delighted and slightly terrified tutelage, the professor had returned. Chastened but energized, Harry began exercises in unified intent. He would hold the ring and focus on a single, simple goal, but try to approach it from all 4 angles. For example, mending a broken training dummy in the room of requirement. Gryffindor, the intent to defend future students from a faulty practice tool. Ravenclaw, the understanding of the dummy's construction, the spell that had broken it. Hufflepuff, the desire to restore a useful object to its community. Slytherin, the cunning to do it efficiently, without waste, securing the resource. When he balanced the intents, the magic flowed from the ring not as a beam of light, but as a subtle, pervasive influence. The dummy's straw would regather, its seams would knit, its painted face would repaint itself, all without a visible spell, as if the object itself was remembering how to be whole. It was slow, painstaking work. It required a mental dexterity that left him headache-ridden. But it was working. And with each success, the castle's hum grew more harmonious. It was learning to work with him in this new, refined way. The blunt force fusion of their wills during the altar crisis was being channeled into something more precise, more sustainable. The raw channel inside him began to feel less like a scar and more like a well-traveled road. He was so focused on this internal and magical consolidation that he almost missed the external threat's new shape. It arrived by the most mundane method possible, the post. A thick, official-looking envelope, addressed in crisp bureaucratic script to the Hogwarts Board of Proprietorship pro tem, was delivered by a tired-looking ministry owl. McGonagall brought it to him in the courtyard, her face grim. "It's from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Not a howler. Something worse." Harry opened it. Inside was a dense legal document, full of whereas and heretofore. But the gist was chillingly simple. It was a notice of magical anomaly quarantine. Based on reviewed testimony from an international educational review panel, McGonagall summarized, her voice tight, an independent Auror scans detecting unprecedented, unstable magical fusion between a sentient magical edifice and an underage magical human. The ministry is invoking emergency health and safety code 394. They are placing Hogwarts Castle and its immediate grounds under a quarantine barrier. No magical travel in or out. No postal service. No supply deliveries. The flow network will be severed. The apparition wards will be locked to external traffic, to allow for study and stabilization of the anomalous magical field. Harry stared at the parchment. A siege. They're putting us under siege. But they're calling it a health inspection. Precisely. It's politically defensible. They're not attacking the castle. They're containing a dangerous phenomenon. They can claim they're protecting the wizarding world from an out-of-control fusion of child and castle. She crumpled the edge of the parchment. They've learned. Direct confrontation failed. Political pressure is slow. This is a stranglehold. They'll cut us off and wait for us to wither or make a mistake. When does it start? The notice says the quarantine barrier will be erected at midnight tomorrow. A team of unspeakables will set it up. They claim it's a non-invasive, observational ward. Harry's mind raced. A barrier. No one in or out. They'd be trapped. The castle could sustain them for a long time. Food from the greenhouses and kitchens, water from the lake and its own springs, magic from itself. But it would be a prison. And the outside world would only hear the ministry's version, that Hogwarts was a dangerous, unstable place, sealed for everyone's safety. It would be the end of any hope of more students coming. It would be the end of Sirius's publicity campaign. It would be surrender. "We can't let them," he said, his voice low. "How do we stop it? If we fight the unspeakables as they set it up, it becomes an armed conflict. The ministry would have every excuse to bring in the Aurors, the hit wizards. It would be war." Harry paced, the ring cold on his finger. A barrier. A wall around Hogwarts. They wanted to separate the castle from the world. To isolate it. To make it an exhibit in a zoo. An idea, dark and audacious, began to form. It was born of Slytherin's cunning, fed by Ravenclaw's insight, tempered by Hufflepuff's resilience, and given courage by Gryffindor's defiance. "They want to put up a wall," Harry said slowly, stopping his pacing. "So we show them what our walls are made of." He explained his plan to McGonagall. Her face paled, then set into lines of grim determination. "It is unprecedented. The risk is everything," Harry finished. "But the risk of doing nothing is surrender. And Hogwarts doesn't surrender." The next 24 hours were a frenzy of secret preparation. Harry moved through the castle, touching key points: the 4 house common rooms, the kitchens, the library, the hospital wing, the greenhouses, the boathouse. At each, he didn't just feel the castle's magic, he spoke to it. He planted a seed of intent, a specific request tied to one of the founder's principles. "To the Gryffindor fireplace, be the heart of our courage. When the time comes, burn with a signal none can ignore. To the Ravenclaw library's oldest shelf, be the memory of our truth. Hold fast to what we are. To the Hufflepuff common room's central hearth, be the warmth that sustains us. Let no cold barrier quench our home's fire. To the Slytherin dungeon's foundation stone, be the secret that protects us. Hide our strength until the moment it is seen." He wasn't casting spells. He was programming the castle's own consciousness, giving it a set of conditional responses. He was asking it to be not just a building, but an active participant in its own defense. A partner in the truest sense. As dusk fell on the day of the quarantine, a strange stillness settled over Hogwarts. The usual chatter of portraits, the skittering of house elves, the distant sounds of activity, all ceased. The castle was holding its breath. From the highest tower, Harry watched. McGonagall stood beside him, Sirius and Hermione behind them. On the grounds, at the very edge of the wards where the lawns met the forest path, a group of figures in plain black robes had appeared. Unspeakables. They carried no wands that could be seen. They began to walk the perimeter, their hands moving in complex, synchronized patterns. A faint, grayish light began to rise from the ground in their wake, forming a hazy, shimmering wall that slowly climbed into the sky. The quarantine barrier. It smelled of ozone and nothingness, a magic designed to repel and isolate. It was 3/4 of the way up, a dome of dead gray energy sealing them off from the stars, when Harry acted. He raised his ring hand. He didn't focus on the barrier. He focused on the castle. On the seeds he had planted. Now, the response was not an explosion. It was an unfolding. From the Gryffindor Tower, a pillar of roaring, scarlet and gold fire shot into the sky, not attacking the gray dome, but coiling around it like a defiant banner. It didn't burn, it illuminated, etching the silhouette of a lion onto the inside of the barrier for all the world to see. From the Ravenclaw Tower, a wave of cool, silver-blue light, intricate as lace, flowed up the barrier. Where it touched, the gray haze cleared, becoming transparent as crystal, revealing the castle within, not as a dark, dangerous place, but as a place of serene, lit windows and orderly beauty. It was a window of truth in their wall of lies. From the Hufflepuff basement, a pulse of steady, warm yellow light spread through the ground and up the barrier's base. The gray magic at the foundation didn't crack, it changed. It grew roots. Tiny, glowing magical flowers, star-like and resilient, bloomed across the bottom of the dome, symbolizing life and growth that no quarantine could suppress. And from the Slytherin dungeons, a wave of deep, emerald green magic, silent and sleek, rippled up the barrier's inner surface. It didn't fight the unspeakable's spell. It infiltrated it. The gray dome, now banded with the 4 house colors, began to subtly change. Its purpose was being subverted. It was no longer a barrier designed to keep magic in for study. It was becoming a barrier that proclaimed what it contained. It was becoming a showcase. The unspeakables below stopped their chanting. They stared, dumbfounded, as their sterile, bureaucratic barrier was transformed into a brilliant, 4-colored, living tapestry that depicted the very soul of Hogwarts. The lion roared silently in fire, the eagle soared in shimmering light, the badger nestled among glowing flowers, the serpent coiled protectively around it all. The barrier was complete. It sealed the castle, but it was not the ministry's cage. It was Hogwarts' stained glass window to the world. From outside, anyone looking would see a magnificent, shimmering dome of house colors, with the castle clear and proud inside. The message was unmistakable: you can lock us away, but you cannot hide what we are. And what we are is united. Inside, Harry lowered his hand, breathing heavily. The castle's hum was a triumphant symphony. It had collaborated. It had expressed itself. The fusion between them had been channeled into an act of breathtaking, nonviolent defiance. McGonagall let out a breath she seemed to have been holding for hours. Merlin's beard, they'll never be able to explain this. Sirius barked a laugh. They tried to put us in a gray box. We gave them a prism. Hermione was scribbling furiously, muttering about applied collective consciousness theory and magical semiotics. But Harry's eyes were on the barrier, now a beautiful, iridescent shell. They had won. This round. They had turned the siege into a statement. But as he watched, he saw, on the inside of the brilliant green Slytherin band, a patch of color darken for a second. It formed a shape, a tiny, perfect dark mark, the skull and serpent, that winked in the emerald light before dissolving back into the general glow. It was there for less than a second. A whisper. A signature. Karkaroff. Or his master. The message was clear: we see your pretty display. We are still here. The game is not over. The Foundation had replied with unity and light. But the enemy had just signed their name in the shadows of their reply. The quarantine was in place. They were sealed in a jewel box of their own making. And now, the world was watching. But so was the darkness, waiting for the light to show a crack. The silence inside the transformed barrier was profound. It wasn't the dead silence of the ministry's gray dome. It was the hushed, awe-filled quiet of a cathedral after a hymn. The 4 house colors played across the grounds, painting the grass, the castle walls, the faces of the few people standing outside in shifting shades of scarlet, blue, yellow, and green. The air itself tasted different, charged, hopeful, alive with the castle's defiant joy. From the tower, Harry watched as the unspeakables below gathered into a tight, confused knot. Their sterile magic had been hijacked, turned into a canvas for a 1,000-year-old legacy they didn't understand. After a brief, frantic consultation, they disapparated with sharp cracks, leaving the brilliant, shimmering dome in place. They had their quarantine, but it was not the one they intended. McGonagall let out a long, shaky breath. Well, that will give them something to ponder. Sirius was grinning, a wild, fierce expression. Ponder. They'll be having kittens in the Department of Mysteries. Their perfect, boring wall just grew a personality. Hermione, however, was not smiling. Her eyes were fixed on the spot where the dark mark had briefly appeared. Harry, did you see? I saw, Harry said quietly. The triumph of the moment curdled in his stomach. The mark had been a whisper, but it was a promise. A claim. We are in your art. We are in your magic. The castle's hum, so joyous a moment before, flickered with a thread of unease. It had felt the violation too. The serpentine green band in the barrier, Slytherin's contribution, now felt subtly tainted. Not corrupted, but observed. What does it mean? Hermione asked, her voice low. It means, Sirius said, his grin fading, that someone with a very specific kind of dark knowledge helped design the Ministry's barrier spell. Or tweaked it. They left a back door. A signature. Karkaroff, McGonagall spat. Or one of his associates. The implications settled over them like a cold mist. They were sealed in a beautiful cage. A cage the enemy had a key to. The next few days were a study in surreal contrast. Inside, life at Hogwarts took on a strange, new rhythm. The castle itself was ebullient, its magic thrumming with pride. Sunlight filtered through the colored dome, filling the great hall with rainbows at mealtimes. The house elves worked with cheerful determination, the gardens and greenhouses producing bountiful harvests as if encouraged by Hufflepuff's manifested spirit. The students who had remained, a handful of brave or desperate souls, gaped at the magical sky with wonder, not fear. But the adults moved with a quiet tension. Flitwick and Vector spent hours scanning the barrier from the inside, trying to isolate the foreign magical signature. They found nothing. The mark had been a one-time signal, not a sustained enchantment. It was a message, not a mechanism. Yet, the outside world, as they learned from the few wizarding wireless signals that could penetrate the barrier, another oversight by the unspeakables, or perhaps the castle's own magic allowing it, was in an uproar. The image of the transformed quarantine barrier was on the front page of every newspaper that wasn't directly controlled by Fudge. The prophet, under duress, called it a bewildering display, but papers from Europe and beyond used words like magnificent, defiant, and historic. Hogwarts was no longer a scandal, it was a spectacle. A beautiful, troubling mystery sealed in glass. Fudge, in a press conference, stammered about unpredictable magical reactions and the need for caution. Lucius Malfoy was conspicuously silent. The international community was abuzz with debate. Madame Maxime gave a brief statement expressing profound curiosity about the magical phenomenon. Karkaroff, when asked, merely smiled thinly and said, "Magic will reveal its true nature in time." Trapped in their gilded cage, Harry's council met daily. The priority was no longer politics or publicity. It was the Horcrux. With the outside world cut off, the pressure to find a solution internally was immense. "The answer isn't in Bulgaria," Hermione said, pacing in Harry's courtyard. Books floated around her like anxious birds. "It's here. It has to be. The founders, tokens, the castle's memory, the Peverell ring, and you." She stopped, looking at Harry with an intensity that was almost frightening. "Harry, the unification magic you did, it didn't just change the barrier. It changed you. I've been monitoring your magical signature. The fluctuation when you're agitated has decreased by 70%. The castle's stability is regulating yours." Harry looked at his hands. He felt it. The constant, low-grade terror of the fragment in his scar was buried under the steady, grounding pulse of the castle. He was a shaky building buttressed by a mountain. "It's quiet. But it's not gone." "No," Hermione agreed. "But what if we can't remove it? What if the only solution is to digest it?" Sirius, who was whittling a piece of wood into a sharp point with his wand, looked up sharply. "Digest a piece of you-know-whose soul." That's not a solution, that's a recipe for possession. Not if the soul fragment is neutralized first, Hermione argued. Think of it like a poison. You can try to cut it out, or you can transform it into something harmless. The castle's magic is the antithesis of everything he stands for. It's about community, learning, protection. Harry is the conduit. If we can guide a sustained, unified magical stream from the founders, tokens, through the ring, into the fragment, we might not destroy it. We might convert it. The idea was so audacious it left them speechless. To try to heal a piece of a Dark Lord's soul with the magic of Hogwarts. It's never been done, Flitwick squeaked, having joined them. He looked both horrified and fascinated. Soul magic of that magnitude, the risks are everything, Harry finished. He stood up, walking to the ancient oak. He placed his hand on its bark. The tree's slow, patient life force echoed the castles. But waiting is a risk too. Karkaroff has a key to our cage. Voldemort is out there, getting stronger. And this, he touched his scar, is a hole in our defenses. If he can ever wake it up again, use it, with me bonded to the castle like this. He didn't need to finish. The nightmare was clear, the steward becoming a puppet, turning the castle's immense power against everything it stood for. We would need a ritual space, Flitwick said, his small body quivering with intellectual excitement overcoming fear. A place of immense symbolic power, where the founders' magic is strongest. And all 4 tokens. And a focus, the ring is the focus, but we would need a crucible. Something to contain the process. The Chamber of Secrets. The voice came from the entrance to the courtyard. Severus Snape stood there, having approached without a sound. His black eyes were inscrutable. A place founded by Salazar Slytherin, hidden within the castle, saturated with ancient, potent magic. A place of secrets and power. It is a wound in Hogwarts history, but a wound that has been cleansed. It is a space apart, yet deeply connected. An ideal crucible. They all stared at him. How do you know about the chamber? McGonagall asked, her voice dangerous. Please, Minerva. I have been a teacher here for over a decade. One hears things. And the Dark Lord was fond of boasting about his exploits as the heir of Slytherin. Snape's gaze shifted to Harry. It is also, I believe, a place you have been. You have a connection to it. Harry nodded slowly. He had forgotten about the chamber. Its memory was of basilisk venom and Tom Riddle's diary, of fear and isolation. But Snape was right. It was a part of the castle, a deep, secret heart. And it had been purified by Fawkes's tears and his own confrontation with Riddle. It was a scar that had healed strong. It could work, Hermione breathed, her mind racing. The symbolism, using Slytherin's own hidden place to heal a wound caused by his last heir, it's poetic. And the magical density there would be off the charts. It is also a tremendous risk, Snape said softly. You would be concentrating the most volatile magical forces imaginable in the one place in the castle that is, by design, isolated from the rest. If the process fails, if the fragment rebels or the magic destabilizes, the resulting backlash could be contained within the chamber, limiting the damage to the rest of Hogwarts. Or it could vaporize the entire foundations of the castle and everyone in it. A calculated gamble. The weight of the decision pressed down on Harry. He looked at his friends, his teachers, his godfather. He saw fear, but also a grim resolve. They were trapped. They were under siege. They had a possible weapon. And they had a ticking time bomb in his head. We do it, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it carried the finality of a closing vault door. We prepare. We research. We plan for every contingency. And then, we try to turn his poison into our medicine. The decision made, a grim energy took hold. The castle, sensing a new, profound purpose, seemed to lean in. Books from the restricted section that Hermione had never found before appeared on library tables, open to relevant pages. The house elves, when asked about the chamber's location, nodded solemnly and offered to clean it, for the great master's important work. Even the portraits cooperated, the ghosts of long-dead Slytherins offering cryptic, whispered advice about the chamber's echoes. Harry's bond with the castle deepened further through the preparation. He wasn't just feeling its moods, he was learning its anatomy. He could feel the deep, hidden plumbing, the old stone veins that led down to the chamber. He could feel the weight of the castle above it, the protective layers of magic. He was mapping a surgery on his own soul, using the castle as both scalpel and operating theater. One night, a week after the quarantine began, he dreamed again. Not of the grey non-place or the castle Harry hybrid. This time, he was in the chamber. The vast, serpentine pillars, the stained, ancient floor, the towering statue of Salazar Slytherin. But the statue's face was not stone. It was his own. And from its mouth, instead of a basilisk, flowed a river of shimmering, four-colored light, the unified magic of the houses. The light pooled at the statue's feet, and in the pool, he saw the fragment of Voldemort's soul, not as a dark shard, but as a small, frightened, pale boy, Tom Riddle, before the monster was fully formed. The light washed over him, not destroying him, but comforting him. Absorbing him. The boy looked up, his features softening, melting into the light, becoming just another color in the brilliant pool. Harry woke with a start, not in terror, but with a strange, aching pity. The dream felt like a hope. A possibility. He shared it with Hermione the next morning. She listened, her eyes wide. A symbolic resolution, not destruction, but integration. It fits the theory of magical resonance conversion. The fragment is a record of a moment of ultimate hate and fear. But it's also a record of Tom Riddle. A boy who once walked these halls. Hogwarts, magic might be able to reach that boy. To heal the record. Or it could be a trick, Sirius growled. A pretty dream sent by him to lull us into a false sense of security. Maybe, Harry admitted. But we have to try. And we have to be ready for anything. The date was set for 3 days hence, at the dark of the moon, a time for endings and hidden workings. The tokens were carefully brought from the Founder's vault, each carried with reverence by a head of house. McGonagall carried Godric's sword, Flitwick Rowena's diadem, Sprout Helga's cauldron, and Snape, after a long, silent staring match with Harry, accepted Salazar's locket. They would act as anchors, channeling the Founder's principles into the ritual space. Harry would be the crucible. The ring, the focus. The day before the ritual, as final preparations were being made in the chamber, cleaning, warding, the drawing of intricate magical diagrams on the floor, Harry sought one last moment of peace. He went to the one place where the bond was softest, the small, private courtyard with the oak tree. He sat on the bench, watching the dappled, colored light from the barrier play on the leaves. The castle's hum was a gentle, supportive thrum, like a mother's hand on a fevered brow. He didn't hear footsteps, but he felt a presence. He looked up. Albus Dumbledore stood at the entrance to the courtyard. He looked older than Harry remembered. The twinkle was gone from his blue eyes, replaced by a deep, weary sorrow. His robes were simple, travel-stained. He stood just outside the circle of the courtyard, as if unsure he was welcome. For a long moment, they just looked at each other. "The barrier is quite beautiful," Dumbledore said finally, his voice soft. "A fitting testament to the heart of this place." Harry said nothing. The old, cold anger at being left in the cupboard ward with the sheer, overwhelming weight of everything that had happened since. "I have been in London," Dumbledore continued, taking a tentative step forward. The castle's magic didn't repel him, but it didn't welcome him either. It watched, trying to navigate the political catastrophe. Trying to find a way back. "But I see now, there is no way back to what was. Only forward to what must be." "Why are you here?" Harry asked, his voice flat. "Because you are about to attempt a magic so profound, so dangerous, that it makes even an old man's blood run cold." Dumbledore's eyes went to Harry's scar. "I knew, Harry. About the piece of soul. I suspected from the beginning. I had hoped, I had planned, to find a way to spare you until the very end. To let you have a life before the terrible choice. The choice to die to kill him," Harry stated. Dumbledore flinched. "Yes. It was a monstrous burden to place on any child. One I wrestled with every day. And then you removed yourself from my chessboard. You became the board itself. And you are planning a move I never dared dream of. We're going to try to heal it," Harry said, a challenge in his tone. "I know." Dumbledore took another step, now fully inside the courtyard. He looked around at the glowing plants, the ancient tree. "This place, it was not here before. The castle made it for you. It loves you, Harry. In a way it never loved me, for all my years here. I was a caretaker. You were its child." He met Harry's gaze. "That love is your greatest weapon. And your greatest vulnerability. If the ritual fails, if the fragment reacts violently, the backlash through your bond could shatter the castle's consciousness. It could reduce Hogwarts to a pile of inert stone. The stark warning hung in the air. Harry had known the risk. But hearing it from Dumbledore made it real in a new, terrible way. "Do you have a better idea?" Harry asked, a spark of his old defiance returning. Dumbledore smiled, a small, sad thing. "No, I do not. For the first time in a very long while, I find myself without a plan. Only a hope. And a warning." He reached into his robes and pulled out a small, silvery object. It was a delicate, intricate spinning sphere, like a galaxy captured in metal and crystal. "This is a sympathetic resonance dampener. Of my own design. It will not stop the ritual. But if the magical feedback threatens to overwhelm you in the castle, it will attempt to sever the bond. Just for a moment. To give you a chance to regain control. It is a last resort." He held it out. Harry looked at it, then at Dumbledore's tired, earnest face. This was not the all-knowing headmaster. This was a man who had made terrible mistakes and was offering the only help he could. Harry took the sphere. It was cool and hummed with a complex, delicate magic. "Thank you." Dumbledore nodded. "I will be outside the chamber. I cannot enter. The castle will not allow me. But I will be there." He turned to leave, then paused. "You have shown more courage than I ever imagined, Harry. Not just in facing him, but in embracing this place. In trying to heal, rather than destroy. Whatever happens tomorrow, remember that." He left, fading into the corridor beyond. Harry sat alone again, the dampener heavy in his hand. The last piece was in place. The stage was set. Tomorrow, in the deepest belly of his home, he would gamble his soul, and the soul of Hogwarts, on a chance to turn darkness into light. And high above, unseen in the shimmering green band of the beautiful, gilded cage, the shadow of a serpent coiled, waiting to see if its poison would be neutralized, or unleashed. Consciousness returned not as a sunrise, but as the slow, painful knitting of shattered glass. Harry became aware of himself in fragments. A cold, smooth floor against his cheek. The distant, mineral smell of deep earth and ancient stone. A profound, echoing silence that was not empty, but full, saturated with spent magic. He opened his eyes. He was on his side on the chamber of secrets stained floor. The towering statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed above, its stone face once more inscrutable, no longer wearing his own features. The air still shimmered with fading auroras of color, scattered scarlet, blue, yellow, and green motes drifting like luminous dust. Memory flooded back in a nauseating wave. The circle. The 4 tokens glowing on their pedestals. McGonagall's steadfast expression, Flitwick's focused hum, Sprout's earthy warmth, Snape's grim resolve. The ring on his hand, burning not with heat, but with a cold, clear light that felt like truth. And then the torrent. A river of Hogwarts. Soul. The laughter in the corridors, the sorrow in the infirmary, the courage in the tower, the cunning in the dungeons, the simple, solid joy of bread baking in the kitchens, all focused through the lens of the 4 founders' principles and channeled directly into the dark, frozen well of the Horcrux fragment. There had been no battle. Not as he'd imagined. There had been a unveiling. As the magic touched it, the fragment hadn't fought. It had unfurled. Like a black flower forced open by relentless sunlight, it had revealed its core, not a monster, but a memory. The memory of a moment of ultimate terror and hate, the rebounding curse, the searing pain of soul-splitting, the infant Harry's wail. But the magic of Hogwarts hadn't attacked the memory. It had contextualized it. He had seen, felt, been Tom Riddle's terror in that moment. But through the castle's magic, he had also seen the thousands of moments that came before and after, the lonely boy in the wool orphanage, the proud student in this very chamber, the arrogant young man gathering followers. The fragment was a snapshot of evil, but the castle's magic was an entire filmstrip of a life that chose that evil, step by step. The magic didn't forgive, it understood. And in understanding, it dissolved the fragment's power. The Horcrux hadn't been destroyed. It had been archived. Transformed from a live psychic grenade into a neutral, sad footnote in the castle's vast memory. The cold, parasitic presence was gone. In its place was a hollow, silent space in his psyche, like a room in a house where a difficult guest had finally left. "Harry." The voice was Hermione's, choked with tears and awe. He turned his head, wincing at the stiffness in his neck. She was kneeling beside him, her face pale, her eyes huge. Behind her stood the others, looking like survivors of a hurricane. McGonagall's bun was half undone. Flitwick was leaning on Sprout, who had dirt smudged on her face as if she'd been digging. Snape stood apart, his face bloodless, his black eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that was neither hatred nor triumph, but sheer, stunned disbelief. The four founders' tokens lay on the floor around their pedestals, dark and inert, looking like ordinary, if ancient, objects. Their job was done. Is it? Harry croaked, his throat raw. Is it gone? It's quiet, Hermione whispered. The magical resonance, it's completely changed. It's not dark. It's just, historical. Harry pushed himself up onto his elbows. A wave of dizziness passed over him, but it was a normal dizziness, from exhaustion, not from a searing pain in his scar. He raised a hand to his forehead. The lightning bolt was still there, raised on his skin. But it didn't hurt. It felt like a scar. Just a scar. The bond with the castle, which had been a roaring river during the ritual, had settled back into its familiar hum. But it was different, cleaner, lighter. The constant, subconscious background anxiety that had been the fragment's presence was absent. The castle's magic flowed into him without hesitation, without that tiny, instinctive recoil. It felt like coming home after a long journey to find the house had been cleaned of a lingering, foul smell. The castle? Harry asked, looking at McGonagall. She took a deep, shuddering breath. It is, well, more than well. It feels, she searched for the word, settled. As if a tension it had carried for 13 years has finally been released. At that moment, a soft, musical chime echoed through the chamber, a sound like crystal bells. From the ceiling high above, a single, perfect, pearlescent feather drifted down, spinning slowly. It landed on the floor between Harry and the statue. A phoenix feather. Fox. The castle's approval was unmistakable. We need to get you to the hospital wing, Sprout said, her kind voice firm. You look dead on your feet. As they helped him up, Harry's legs barely held him. He was supported between Sirius, who had appeared from the tunnel entrance looking wild-eyed with worry, and Hermione. They made their slow way out of the chamber, the stone serpent entrance ceiling behind them with a final, soft hiss. The walk through the castle was surreal. It was the middle of the night, but the corridors were not dark. The stones themselves glowed with a soft, internal light, a gentle, celebratory luminescence. Portraits lined their path, not sleeping, but watching in respectful silence. Some bowed their heads. A suit of armor clanged its fist against its breastplate in a silent salute. Hogwarts was celebrating. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, clucking about magical exhaustion and foolhardy rituals. But even her sternness was undercut by a glow of profound relief. She forced several potions down his throat, Pepper Up, a strong nutrient potion, a dreamless sleep draft for later. As the potions took effect, the bone-deep weariness receded slightly, replaced by a floating, detached clarity. He was put in a private room. McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, Sirius, and Hermione gathered around his bed. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, not entering, but watching, a small, sad smile on his face. The fragment is neutralized, Flitwick said, his voice still full of wonder. I have never read of such a thing. Not destruction. Transmutation. The dark magic has been converted into a part of the castle's historical record. It is astounding. The bond between you and the castle, McGonagall said, her eyes sharp. How does it feel? Harry considered. Stronger. But, simpler. It's not fighting anything inside me anymore. It's just, us. And the scar? Sirius asked, his gaze fixed on Harry's forehead. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't feel like anything. He looked at Dumbledore. Can he still use it? To reach me? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. The connection was a bridge built on the fragment's active malice and your own pain. The bridge is gone. The anchor on your side has been removed. He may still sense you, as one powerful magical being senses another. But he cannot speak to you, Harry. He cannot see through your eyes. That doorway is closed forever. A weight Harry hadn't even known he was still carrying lifted from his chest. The private, intimate violation was over. What about the quarantine? Hermione asked, ever practical. And Karkaroff's mark. The celebratory mood dampened. The barrier remains, McGonagall said. Our transformation of it is permanent, it seems. But the enemy's signature within it, that is a problem. It means they have a way to monitor the barrier's condition, perhaps even to weaken it in a specific spot if they choose. We must find and erase that signature, Flitwick said, his bushy eyebrows drawn together. A task for ward breakers. A task for the steward, Harry said quietly. All eyes turned to him. The barrier is part of the castle now. It responded to our magic. I can feel it. It's like a new layer of skin. I can find the infection. And I can heal it. He spoke with a new kind of confidence. The ritual hadn't just cleansed him, it had clarified his role. He was not a child playing with a powerful toy. He was the steward. The castle's will and his own were in true harmony for the first time. Dumbledore, from the doorway, spoke. There will be a price for this victory, Harry. You have removed a weapon from Voldemort's arsenal. He will not be pleased. And you have done it in a way that demonstrates a power he does not understand, a power of unity and healing. He fears what he does not understand. His response will be swift, and it will be brutal. Let him come, Sirius snarled. He can't get through the barrier. He may not need to, Snape said, his voice a low rasp. He had been silent until now. The mark in the barrier is a vulnerability. But more than that, the world has seen a display of immense, unfamiliar magic. The Ministry is panicking. The international community is fascinated. And Karkaroff has been humiliated. The Dark Lord has many weapons. Politics. Fear. And now, a very public, very powerful symbol to either corrupt or destroy. He was right. The battle had moved to a new arena. They had won a crucial, internal victory. But the external war was just beginning. Madame Pomfrey finally shooed everyone out, insisting Harry needed rest. As they left, Dumbledore lingered for a moment. You have done a brave and beautiful thing, Harry. But the hardest part may yet be ahead. Not all scars are on the skin, and not all enemies can be healed. He placed the silvery resonance dampener on the bedside table. You did not need this. I am glad. Keep it. The future is ever uncertain. Then he too was gone. Harry was left alone in the quiet room. The castle's gentle glow from the stones was a comforting presence. He reached for the bond, and it met him effortlessly, a warm, sure current. He could feel the entirety of Hogwarts around him, the sleeping students, the vigilant teachers, the busy elves, the contented ghosts. He could feel the barrier, a brilliant, living skin around it all. And in the Slytherin green band, a tiny, cold splinter. The dark mark signature, a speck of dust on the masterpiece. He would deal with that tomorrow. For now, he lay back on the pillows. For the first time in his life, his mind was truly his own. No whispers, no cold echoes, no impending sense of doom from within. He had a home. He had a family, strange and fractured as it was. He had a purpose. And he had just proven that the darkest magic could be answered not with greater darkness, but with light so profound it could rewrite a soul. He closed his eyes, a faint, true smile touching his lips for the first time in what felt like years. Outside the hospital wing, in a shadowy alcove, Severus Snape pressed a shaking hand against the cold stone wall. The memory of the ritual's magic, the overwhelming, pure, unifying force, still buzzed in his veins. He had channeled Salazar's cunning, had felt the castle's fierce, protective pride as if it were his own. For a moment, he had been part of something whole, something clean. The contrast with the oily, servile magic of the mark on his arm was a physical nausea. He had a report to make. The Dark Lord would be furious. The loss of the connection, the failure of Karkaroff's ploy, the stunning display of Hogwarts' power, it would demand a response. A terrible one. He pulled his sleeve down, covering the mark that now felt like a brand of shame on his very soul. He had made his choices long ago. He was trapped in his role. But as he walked away, the memory of the light in the chamber, and the look on Potter's face, not triumph, but peace, haunted him. The boy had done the impossible. He had turned a weapon into a memory. And Snape, the spy in the shadows, wondered for the first time in decades if there were other things in the world that might also be transformed. Sleep, when it came, was not the black, abysmal nothing of exhaustion, nor was it plagued by whispering voices. It was a deep, silent pool, and Harry floated in its center, weightless and whole. For the first time in his memory, he dreamed of nothing at all. It was a luxury so profound it felt like a new kind of magic. He woke to sunlight, real, golden sunlight, not the colored glow of the barrier, streaming through the high hospital wing windows. The dome was still there, he could feel its presence like a second sky, but the castle, in a gesture of gentle reassurance, had made its internal light mimic the natural world outside. The stones around his window were warm, humming a quiet, happy tune. The scar on his forehead itched. He raised a hand and touched it. The skin was smooth, raised, but inert. A relic. A badge of survival, not a brand of ownership. He let out a breath he felt he'd been holding since he was 1 year old. Madame Pomfrey allowed him to leave the hospital wing by mid-morning, on the strict condition he take it easy. Easy was a relative term when you were the steward of a sentient castle celebrating its own spiritual cleansing. As Harry walked the corridors, the castle seemed to preen. Banners shimmered brighter. Portraits smiled and offered small bows. A staircase he needed descended smoothly to meet him, each step chiming a soft, musical note. It was overwhelming, and wonderful, and a little embarrassing. He found his council in the Great Hall, which was empty of students but buzzing with activity. McGonagall and Flitwick were examining a large, floating diagram of the barrier, a shimmering, three-dimensional map of the dome's magical lattice. Sirius and Hermione were at the head table, surrounded by scrolls. Snape was nowhere to be seen. "Ah, Harry," Flitwick chirped, bouncing on his toes. "Excellent. Come see. The barrier's harmonic structure has stabilized beautifully. The four house magics are interwoven at a fundamental level. It's a self-sustaining, symbiotic ward matrix. I'd write a paper, but, well," he gestured vaguely at the ceiling, meaning the quarantine. "It's holding," McGonagall said, her tone satisfied but cautious. "And the foreign signature." She looked at Harry. He didn't need the map. He could feel it. A tiny, cold pinprick in the flowing green tapestry of Slytherin's band. It wasn't active. It was dormant. A listening post. "It's still there. Like a splinter. Can you remove it?" Hermione asked, looking up from her notes. "I think so," Harry said. He approached the map, focusing on the pinpoint of dissonance. "The barrier is part of the castle now. It wants to be whole. I just need to encourage it to reject the foreign body." "A targeted application of the unified magic," Flitwick said, his eyes gleaming. "A precise, surgical strike. In theory, the barrier's own healing properties should do the rest." They decided to do it from within the castle, at a point closest to the signature. This turned out to be a high balcony on the west side of the astronomy tower, which offered a direct view of the section of the shimmering green band where the dark mark had appeared. As afternoon faded into evening, Harry stood on the balcony, the others behind him. The air was cool, the dome above a breathtaking tapestry of slowly swirling colors against the darkening sky. He focused on the cold spot. He didn't reach for raw power. He thought of the ritual, of understanding, not destruction. He poured that intent through the ring, a gentle, focused stream of Hogwarts. "This does not belong. You are whole. You are ours. Let it go." He sent the feeling towards the splinter. For a moment, nothing. Then, the section of the green band around the cold spot began to ripple. The emerald light intensified, becoming almost liquid. The cold spot fought back, a spike of defiant, clinging darkness. Harry felt a familiar, oily resistance, Karkaroff's magic, or the echo of the hand that guided it. He didn't push harder. He changed tactics. He thought of Salazar's cunning not as exclusion, but as discerning taste. "This is inferior work. A crude graft. You are finer than this." He combined it with Hufflepuff's nurturing warmth. "You don't need this parasite. We will nourish you without it." The green light pulsed. The cold spot sizzled, like ice on a hot stove. Then, with a faint, soundless pop, it vanished. The emerald band smoothed over, its color pure and vibrant once more. A collective sigh of relief went up from behind him. "It's gone," Harry confirmed, lowering his hand. The barrier felt cleaner, lighter. A constant, subconscious tension he hadn't fully registered was now absent. "Excellent." Flitwick clapped his hands. "The integrity is restored." But McGonagall was frowning, staring not at the barrier, but at a small, bronze device like a compass she held in her hand. "The signature is gone from the barrier, but something else just activated. A secondary trace. Fainter. Much deeper." "What do you mean?" Sirius asked, stepping forward. When the foreign signature was expelled, it triggered a latent monitoring charm buried somewhere within the castle's own ancient ward layers. A backup. This device is keyed to Albus's old monitoring spells. It's picking up a pulse. A magical heartbeat that isn't the castle's, and isn't any of ours. She looked up, her face pale. "It's coming from somewhere on the grounds. Deep underground." A sinkhole of dread opened in Harry's stomach. Karkaroff hadn't just marked the barrier. He'd planted a deeper seed. And their cleansing of the barrier had been the trigger to wake it. Where? Harry demanded. The compass-like device spun, its needle trembling, then pointed unerringly away from the castle, towards the black line of the forbidden forest. Not into the trees, but to the space between the forest's edge and the shimmering curve of the barrier. To the Whomping Willow. The shack, Sirius breathed, his voice thick with understanding. The altar was the speaker. The barrier mark was the listener. And under the shack, that's the heart. A triad. He built a sympathetic lattice. We just cut one strand. The other two are now active. They moved quickly, a silent, grim procession, Harry, McGonagall, Sirius, and Flitwick. Hermione was ordered to stay in the castle with Sprout. Snape, when summoned via a tartan-clad Patronus cat, appeared from the dungeons, his face like stone. He didn't ask questions. He simply fell into step. They didn't go through the tunnel. They went across the grounds, under the eerie, beautiful light of the dome. The Whomping Willow was still, its violent tendencies subdued by the castle's general mood of peace. As they approached, Harry could feel it. A low, steady, wrong thrum emanating from the earth beneath the gnarled roots. It was the same frequency as the now vanished barrier signature, but stronger, deeper, a cancerous heart beating in the soil. It's anchored to the ley line, Flitwick whispered, his wand out, tracing invisible lines in the air. The one that feeds the castle's foundational magic. He's tapped into the school's own lifeblood. Can we cut it? McGonagall asked. Not without potentially destabilizing the castle's core magic. It's woven in too deeply. A surgical removal is impossible. Flitwick looked sick. Then we contain it, Harry said. He knelt on the damp grass, placing his hands on the ground. He reached for the castle, for the ancient, deep magic of the land. He felt the ley line, a river of pure, silver power flowing deep beneath them. And tangled around it, like thorny vines, was the dark, pulsing knot of Karkaroff's spell. He tried to push it away, to ask the earth to reject it. But the thorns were dug in deep. They didn't fight, they clung. They were designed to be a permanent fixture, a listening post and a potential weapon grafted onto Hogwarts' very foundation. It's a cyst, Snape said, his voice cold. One that will fester. It cannot be removed without injury. But it can be isolated. Walled off from the rest of the system. How? Sirius snapped. By creating a secondary magical boundary around it. A quarantine within a quarantine. We use the castle's own magic to build a shell around the infection, cutting it off from the ley line's flow. It will remain, but inert. A dead tumor. It was another compromise. Another scar. But it was the only way. They worked together, a bizarre assembly of wills. McGonagall and Flitwick wove complex containment charms, their spells creating a cage of shimmering, interlocking runes in the air above the spot. Sirius channeled raw, protective power, his magic fierce and unsubtle, helping to shape the barrier. Snape, with chilling precision, injected counter-agents and stabilizing potions into the earth at precise points, poisoning the dark spell's ability to spread. And Harry acted as the conductor and the foundation. He channeled the castle's deep earth magic, not to attack the cyst, but to reshape itself around it. He asked the stone and soil to grow a shell, a perfect, seamless sphere of magical granite that would encapsulate the darkness, severing its threads from the ley line. It took hours. The sun set beyond the opaque dome, leaving them working by wandlight in the glow of their own magic. Sweat dripped down Harry's face. The ring grew warm, then hot, as it mediated the immense flow of power. Finally, with a deep, subterranean groan that vibrated up through their legs, the work was done. The wrongness was still there, but it was muted, muffled, trapped inside an impervious shell of Hogwarts' own essence. The ley line flowed around it, pure and undisturbed. They stood back, panting. The Whomping Willow shivered, then settled. It is contained, Flitwick said, his voice hoarse. But it is a weakness. A sealed tear in our armor. It's also a clue, Hermione's voice came from behind them. They turned. She had disobeyed orders, clutching a book to her chest. I've been researching the triad spell structure. It's very old. Black family magic, but with a Gormlaith Gaunt influence. Gaunt? Harry asked. The name was familiar, foul. Voldemort's maternal family, Snape said softly. Experts in dark, hereditary curses. This wasn't just Karkaroff. This was designed with his input. This is the Dark Lord's work, executed by his servant. The victory of the morning felt hollow. They had cleansed Harry, cleansed the barrier, and now contained a deep-rooted poison. But each action had revealed another layer of the enemy's plan. They were playing a game against a master who thought in centuries and bloodlines. As they trudged back to the castle, exhausted, a new sound reached them. It was a distant, rhythmic boom, coming from the direction of the main gates. Not an attack on the barrier. Something else. They changed course, hurrying to the entrance hall and out onto the front steps. In the no-man's land between the barrier and the outside world, a team of ministry wizards in official robes were at work. They weren't trying to break the dome. They were erecting a large, wooden platform and a podium. Magical loudspeakers, charmed to amplify sound both ways through the barrier, were being set up. "What in the name of Merlin?" McGonagall muttered. A familiar, portly figure in lime green robes climbed onto the platform, adjusting his bowler hat. Cornelius Fudge. Beside him stood Dolores Umbridge, simpering, and a tall, severe-looking witch Harry didn't recognize, wearing the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards. Fudge tapped one of the loudspeakers with his wand. His voice, magnified and slightly tinny, echoed across the silent grounds, penetrating the shimmering dome. "Citizens, magical beings, and to those within Hogwarts, we address you now in a spirit of profound concern and ultimate authority." He was putting on a show. For the reporters Harry could now see clustered behind a ministry cordon outside the barrier. The unprecedented magical phenomena surrounding Hogwarts School have been a source of international alarm, Fudge continued, puffing out his chest. The irresponsible stewardship of a child, the harboring of a fugitive, and now this uncontrolled display of archaic magic, have created a clear and present danger to magical stability. He gestured to the severe witch. In accordance with International Statute 713, and with the full support of the International Confederation, the British Ministry of Magic is hereby declaring a state of magical emergency. To oversee the stabilization of this volatile situation and to ensure the safety of the wizarding world, the Confederation and the Ministry are appointing a special regent and protector for the Hogwarts estate. Harry's blood ran cold. Fudge's voice rose to a triumphant pitch. This regent will assume all executive authority over the castle and its assets, superseding any prior claims of ownership or stewardship, until such time as the magical instability is resolved and a safe, ministry-approved governance can be restored. He turned, beaming with nasty satisfaction, towards the edge of the platform. A figure stepped forward, clad in elegant, black and silver robes. His long, white hair was perfectly combed, his face a mask of polite, ruthless authority. "Lucius Malfoy." "Citizens," Malfoy said, his amplified voice smooth as poisoned honey. "I accept this heavy burden with a solemn heart. My only desire is to secure Hogwarts, to protect its legacy, and to guide it back to its rightful place in our world. The era of dangerous experiment and child's play is over." He looked directly through the barrier, his cold gray eyes finding Harry's on the steps. A smile, thin and cruel, touched his lips. "The steward is relieved of duty. By the power vested in me by the Ministry and the International Confederation, I order the immediate surrender of the castle's controls. Open the barrier, Harry Potter. Your guardianship has ended." The words fell like a sentence of execution. They couldn't break in, so they had changed the rules of the game. They had used politics, fear, and international pressure to declare him unfit and install their own puppet. Lucius Malfoy was now the legal regent of Hogwarts. And he was standing at the gates, demanding the keys. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.